G'day everyone and welcome to the Valorant Oceania tour, or rather welcome back as we've already seen some action before. But of course, for those that are new and for those that might have seen us before, my name is Dion Komodo Perotta, and today we have a new face coming in through. It is Mitch Pilski-Pilipowski. Now Mitch, welcome to Valorant.
Thank you. Feels good. I mean, I've been playing the game for a while, but welcome to casting Valorant. I'm really looking forward to it, to be honest.
Yeah, we've had a lot of hype moments that I'm sure you would have been, watching in towards as well throughout this tournament, having, played upon it in yourself as well, which we can touch upon a little bit later. But to get deep dove into this Valorant action, this isn't the first stint, as you might have already hinted at in my voice before. We've had some matches, we've had some qualifiers that have already been played. So this is the stage 1 qualifiers, but it's closed qualifiers 2. So there's going to be some familiar teams and some new teams that have come on forward.
Yeah, I mean, essentially the way I understand it, and it's even a bit confusing to me, so I imagine for the average viewer it would be a little bit of a question mark, is that you already have your top couple of teams who have more or less qualified, and then this is meant to be sort of those second seed teams that go through fighting for the spot in towards that top 8 there. But we do have a bit of a wild card in there. We do have still one very, very strong team in this bracket, but we'll get to that later.
And of course, within that top 8 as well is the chance to take home a little bit of the prize money. So for the top seed in this one, they'll be taking home a cool 4,000 extra on top of their qualifying spot. So trickling on down to that 4th place as well. That's your sort of bonus merit in towards qualifying.
Yeah, a little bit of extra cash. Always good to sort of support the grassroots in that way, especially once you get down to we're talking like top 12 teams, some teams might have missed out that would have, if you're going to put a theoretical ranking in there, sort of slid in above that. It's always good to just give a little bit of extra incentive, a little bit of extra money that trickles down in the scene rather than just being an entirely top heavy competition at one specific part of the playoff bracket.
Yeah, well, of course, all the teams that will be coming on forward as well in trying to get that money. And there's another thing that they're trying to do here. It's prove to the public that they've got what it takes to come through and try to gather themselves over into that international area. Because if we, put our minds down towards that October, November, there is 2 teams going overseas.
Yeah, it's a massive opportunity, really. And it just shows, you can have players from Australia have those opportunities to actually go and prove themselves in a different region. So it's going to be interesting to see how they go. I think, from watching some of the other regions, it's going to be quite rough. I'm not sure that we have necessarily the absolute highest level of competition here in OCE. So it's going to be a massive, massive adjustment. But the thing that makes me excited is, especially watching some of these highlights, is that you have some old faces with the overseas experience playing Valorant in OCE, and you have some people who do know how to handle themselves in a big competition overseas. So if some of those guys go overseas, then maybe I have a little bit of hope that you could see, an OCE team in the big boy competitions later on.
And that experience as well is going to help the young recruits in the region really just get well versed in what to do in those stages, because there'd always be those sort of nerves that they might face with as well. So if they can establish themselves first in their own region, it'll make things all the more smoother than when they go overseas. But of course, as we get towards the tail end of these highlights, it means we're getting a little bit closer towards the starting up of our first best of 3 today. I want to add a little bit of a side note before we get onto that as well. We are playing on the current live patch instead of 2.02. There's no frenzy meta. So that is a good thing.
Less coin flippy pistols. I don't think anybody enjoyed Frenzy Armor being a mainstay. It's almost just like the dumbed down version of the pistol rounds, not really buying much util. And as you can see in this little graphic here, we've got the teams that have already advanced through there. And I think most people wouldn't be too surprised by that. Obviously, you do have the God Squad boys playing in this qualifier instead, who you might have slotted in there, but it's a very, very strong field anyway.
Yeah, Order leading out the charge with that top seat, of course, and then Demon, a very, I'd say, mixed roster of the young and, not to be any rude here, but the old. They've got some seasoned gamers in there as well. So it is really cool to see 4 really top-tiered teams bringing on forward. And, of course, as we do bring on forward the teams that we're going to be seeing throughout the next 4 days, Thursday to Sunday, we have these 8 here. So we're going to be expecting some really cool games to come on through.
Absolutely. I think it's an interesting field. field. Obviously, you've got God Squad being the main sort of standout name, but also a couple of interesting teams making it through the open qualifier there to give some of these boys a run for their money. You know, you got Straight Out of the Zoo, a bit of a puckier team. You got Fun Crew, which is a pretty decent mix of players. I always thought it's interesting to watch the Overparlor Strike guys as well, because these are some guys that I've known for like, I think I've known Reloaded for like 10 plus years or whatever. So seeing like certain names come out of the woodwork after not really playing any competitive games and actually give it a crack again, that's what makes Valorant exciting to me.
Yeah, I think another thing as well is seeing just the combination of players that have come from the different, titles beforehand, not just the FPS titles. Of course, we've got FIFA players coming in through as well. So it really is just a different cohesive, these teams really just grabbing a different mesh of games and being brought forward. It's really cool. And of course, Flashes from Fun Crew is someone that I'm mentioning there on that FIFA bit, if I remember correctly. But of course, today's games, we are starting off with Mindfreak and the Shitiots. And then later on, we'll be seeing that God Squad team that I guess a lot of people would have expected to kind of, dominate this tournament. We didn't see them in the first bit, so they are going to be giving the run through the money to Paradox tonight.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. I think, look, on paper, we have two games here that should not be close. So that's sort of the expectation going forward. But I'm keen to be proven wrong, and I'm keen to see how these teams sort of perform in these matchups, because maybe the second one, not as much upset potential. At least Paradox is a little bit more structured of a team. But the first one, look, we'll see what happens. All right, I can't show my bias too much.
Well, speaking about the teams, why don't we have a look at who we're going to be seeing in this server today. First up, it is going to be Mindfreak, a little bit of a roster change to come through for these guys as well. So we've got What, Lakers, Wildflower, or Pex that you might hear us refer to him time and time again, in Squall and Norson. So no more Elsno bringing up into this roster.
Yeah, it's an interesting roster. You got a lot of like players who have gone back and played a fair bit of CS. Some players that I played with a little bit as well. Obviously Pex is probably the main man who brings a lot of experience just being a stand-in. So that's going to be someone who could definitely keep a cool head and have some big plays here, especially if he's, familiarized himself enough with the game. I know he's played a fair amount, and then obviously you got Scroll there. He's played a lot of CS and now into Valorant. So this is a really solid roster. If I look at Mindfreak as a team, I think these guys are kind of like gatekeepers to the top tier of OCE competition. You would probably, if you wanted to call yourself a top OCE team, you'd have to be fairly confident beating Mindfreak, in my opinion.
And of course, the team that are going to be trying to beat them today, Pilski, is going to be a very familiar team for yourself. It is going to be the Shitiots. I'll hand it over to you in just a moment to really dive deeper into this team. But it is going to be Strax, Nation, Junior, Calf, and Retlock the Piper, or Coulter, as his name is as well there. So big long name, shorten it, make it easier.
Yeah, so this might be the finest team ever assembled in the history of Valorant, like some of the finest players you've ever seen. In all honesty, though, you've got Junior. He's a player who plays a smoke role. He's pretty clued on, and he's definitely quite adaptable. He takes a lot of initiative. Nation is someone who's a really, really good Sentinel player, in my opinion, and he calls a lot of the defensive setups on the defense side. So he's quite an integral part of a team, because he can really sort of swap up your look, which I think is really important. And is something that's very different between Valorant and CS, is that you're always changing up to give different looks based on what agents you're playing. Kauth is someone who's played CS for a very, very long time, and he plays a pretty mean Jet. And then obviously Retlock the Piper, that's Dirty, another, it's like a team almost of completely CS players. And then Strax, he's someone who I think he's going to have a rough time, because he is actually swapping from a duelist role into in-game leading and playing the Sober, which is what I was doing before. So if this team's going to perform well, you're going to have to probably see, I would assume, the other four frag up really hard around him for them to win a game against Mindfreak today.
Well, speaking about frag up here, two players that we can potentially look towards to maybe not carry the team, but have a big impact in toward this match is going to be Lakers from Mindfreak and Calth from the Shitiots as well. Of course, Lakers, for me, experienced in the Counter-Strike area, and for you as well. You might remember from over there, but he's going to be picking up that Jet role, looking to get that operator in towards today's match as well. And I mean, if you look at things as a whole, we'll wait to get into the vetoes a little bit later. It could go on to that 3-mapper if everyone's performing, of course, but for Calth, I mean, will he have to be a shining light on this Shitiots side?
I think it's going to have to be a team effort. If I look at Kalth, he's like a Jet player who he can drop really, really big numbers if he's feeling it. I don't expect him to be picking up the op too much. He's more sort of rifle centric in terms of how he plays the Jet, but occasionally he will pick up the op on defense. Whereas I look at Lakers, he's going to be a little bit more of an op centric Jet. I remember watching like one of his games a while ago. I think I was doing like a little bit of like analysis on the old like Avant teams, one of their games. And I remember him just absolutely destroying with an op. So I feel like if Mindfreak gets a strong economy, Lakers gets the op rolling. When you've got a team that's shuffling around a couple of players and changing up which players are playing supportive elements, that could be a really big problem. And I know for a fact that Shitiots, a lot of the comps they're running don't really have a whole lot of flashes. So it's going to be quite hard to play against a strong op player.
Well, one thing as well that we'll know from the Mindfreak side, I guess, in part from PEX being brought on, is that a lot of the agents that they pick, you know, they've got the big history behind them. So there is a lot that the Shitiots could look to pull apart going into this matchup. But before, as I've already mentioned, going into the vetoes, we got some words from Watt of the side of Mindfreak a little bit earlier. So we'll roll this in and we'll see what he had to say coming into this matchup.
With all the stuff that happened with Elsno and not being able to play, it's been a bit rough, but we're confident going into it. I think we can definitely turn some heads. Our goals are more just get top 4, maybe even top 2 in the closed qual, because like we don't want to be versing EXO first round. That's pretty much that's not would not be good in the closed quals. And then for the main event, yeah, we want to place top 4. I feel like we overcomplicate things when we're like in a stressful game, like it was all or nothing that game, and it's almost like we need to dumb it down. We're thinking too hard, we're overestimating how good the opponent is, and we get in our own heads and it throws us off and we play differently to how we normally play. That's the main thing we need to change. I'd say our strengths are just we all get along really well. Being able to play off each other on the fly is very good, and no one tilts, everyone's really happy. Even if we're down like 10-0, we still believe we can win, and we'll try our best to come back. So I personally like starting attack because I feel that you can set the pace for the game. If you start defense and you have a bad start, it's like you're limited to what you do because you're like playing off how the enemy's playing. But if you start steamrolling on attacking, you get that momentum. Yeah, you dictate the pace, you know. In Valorant especially, momentum is a big thing, right? A lot of teams do this. They can't handle losing rounds and they just tilt and then they start playing differently, and you need to have a positive mindset even when you're losing or it's not going to work.
Positive mindset, one thing to take away from the interview there. One thing that is always able to carry a team over if they are getting destroyed in a match and potentially bring that comeback back into the fold. So, Mitch, coming in towards this matchup, do you think that everybody on the Mindfreak side needs to be very high in spirits into this matchup?
Not necessarily. I think they will be just by default. I think, to be honest, looking at the rest of the competition, like you're looking at these teams that came through the open qualifier, and just to go against my bias, I think if I draw Shitiots and I'm a team that actively practices and calls myself a top team in the region, this is a team you should beat every day of the week. You should not be losing this game. And I think, you know, exactly like what was saying in the interview there, you don't want to draw God Squad. You want to try and make it through to the next stage of the tournament.
Yeah, well, God Squad, of course, is going to be a little bit later into the fold. But before that, we get into the vetoes finally to see where we are going to be going. And before we do this, I want to see Icebox. I've been saying it all tournament long. Are we going to be getting it forward, though? Ascent, Bind. Okay, a possibility for Icebox coming into this one. This excites me.
Yeah, so Shitiots, I think it was like a base core concept of the team. We don't play Haven. All my homies hate Haven. Literally the worst designed map I've ever seen in my life. 3 bomb sites to play defense against is just a massive nightmare. It makes all of us cry. Look, here's actually a veto that could go well for Shitiots, because I know for a fact that Ascent and Bind are the 2 maps that they played the most out of any map in the pool. Icebox is going to be a bit of a struggle because they haven't played it yet, I don't think, unless they got some practice on it. And I think a lot of what we talked about, the sort of philosophy that we wanted to play, revolved a lot around the Sova. And the Sova was something where I have all my nerdy little lineups and I have all my, you know, things, the arrows that I want to throw to take map control. And that's not something that's going to be available to them because Strax is going to try and take on that role with not enough preparation, essentially.
Yeah, I was going to say one thing that you might be able to shed a bit of light into throughout the game is a lot of those strategies that come through from the Shitiots, of course, being up on that lineup and I guess pull apart if Strax is maybe following in pursuit of what you might have liked to see going forward. But as we ready up to get in towards this first map here on Ascent, it is the Shitiots map pick. And we did hear from Mindfreak in that little interview, you know, they said that they like to more or less start on the attacker's side, and they do get the choice coming into this one. So hopefully it goes their way.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if that's like my philosophy coming through, because I remember playing, I think I remember saying that to Watt back when we played Counter-Strike ages ago. And, you know, I think it's a really good thing to start attack, even back in CS and now onto Valorant as well, because exactly like you said, you set that tempo, whereas on defense, the other team, if they're really feeling it, they can kind of come through and you have to react to it. And if you feel comfortable on defense as well, it's nice to be able to chase so you know what your expectations are, or just be able to lock down the map for the scoreline that you've found.
Well, lock down the map is certainly something that these guys are going to want to do, especially if we get a Killjoy be brought into the mix as well. Touch upon the ultimate there. One thing that these teams are going to be able to try and calculate on is those ultimates in the game, especially those jets. We've seen a couple of whiffs come through from Lakers with those right clicks. We've seen some hot shots come through as well. So as we get close to getting into the game, it is everybody, Mindfreak taking on the Shitiots, map number 1 to come on through for this best of 3.
I'm looking forward to it. You definitely will see a Killjoy. 2 Killjoys, actually, we're going to see here. Nation plays a pretty mean Killjoy, so you always love to see that. At least from what I'm seeing here, there's going to have to be a slight sort of agent change up to what I would think for Shitiots, is that they basically have to play Sage on every map. Rather than an additional duelist, because I think Dirty prefers to play Sage. So that's going to be a bit of a change up for them. But apart from that, this is exactly what I'd be expecting to see from them. Bit of a 1-3-1. Going to see some aggression here. So this is down to Junior to shut this down once the push comes in on the pistol here, Dion.
And he's got to be ready for it as well, waiting on through. The classic is here. The shots are straight and Lakers falls. The dink on towards Pex as well, but the overheal will start to come on through. Of course, this is a difference in that last qualifier that I mentioned before. The Rainer changes come through, and that's already one of the abilities utilized. Stretch to start to come through mid. The door's going to be closed as well, putting pressure on toward the Shitiots.
Yeah, wall across, and now a little bit of a push into that B bomb site, but both of these players for Mindfreak are sort of tucked into the back of the site. Going to be very hard for Shitiots to get into the site here, and they're just walking straight into a crossfire.
Yeah, it doesn't really work out for them whatsoever, unfortunately. They open up with that first pick from Junior, but then that's all in the round, done and dusted. Mindfreak able to steal away the pistol, and expectedly with no spike going down from the Shitiots, they're just going to be on the eco in this one.
I think, you know, it was a reasonable call for Shitiots. They kind of just walked into a bit of a stack there and didn't really have a opportunity to smoke off CT spawn, and that's the one downside of running a bit of a more spread out default. In this case, it was a pistol, but it is similar to a default setup of having your Omen actually over there towards the A side of the map. You lose that Omen, you have no ability to smoke once you get towards that mid to late round breakdown, so that's when things get difficult. Now, this is what you're going to be expecting to see from Shitiots for most of this attacking side here. The 2 default smokes, then you've got the dart over mid to check close mid. Now they're going to start to force their way up catwalk here, Dion.
And you've got that late little Killjoy lurk as well to see if there's any pressure coming through B main. Lakers is going to start off with the Judge. We saw an ace the other day in the qualifiers come through from him. It's not going to be as spectacular in this match right now, as Watt manages to clean up one as well. It's all going to be down to Nathan to try and get a single pick. Not going to come out, unfortunately. That's going to be the quick 2-0 for Mindfreak with rifles around the corner for the Shitiots now.
Yeah, really, really strong economy being retained here by Mindfreak, not losing any of those players. Now they're going to go into a bit of a bonus round here. Just going to have a little check of that util there, see what they're working with. You do actually have just that one rifle on Norson, and the rest of the boys just having a couple of those sort of, I guess, lackluster weapons, you would call them. You've got the MP5s or the Spectres, I guess you'd want to call it in this game.
Well, definitely the possibility that Mindfreak are able to claim this round against the better weapons of the Shitiots. We do know, time and time again that the lesser submachine gun weapons are still able to punch through a bunch of the damage.
Oh, you do have the drone up cat. This is what you'd be expecting to see from Strax. Just going to be able to clear out that whole tree area. And,
And that's going to be their smokes down as well on the side of Mindfreak. They only have those cloud bursts from the Jet and then a little bit of information to try to just hold on for these retakes in toward the round. 3 players still stacked around the A site for them, leading just the Reyna in toward the site itself. Recon Dart not going to find anything for the Shitty but Norson takes an engagement, gets his head taken off by Calf.
Down there. See, it looks like a bit of a split into this A site from the Shitty. Just the one player under balcony here. Will just be Pex. Looking to see what he can find with that Spectre there to cause any damage, but Cal's going to deal with him nicely, and this anti-bonus here is going fantastically for Shitty.
Yeah, well, Kelth is going to be good for 3 in the round, as Scrawl will take 1 for potentially the closure of the round, a 2 versus 4 situation. They have managed to take away a Vandal and still this Judge in toward the next round, which can be utilized quite nicely. Great little shot to come out from Scroll on to Nation. A little bit of the impact on toward the Shitty as well. And now the weapon will be hot potatoed over just to make sure they don't re-pick it up as well. So Shitty are going to get on the board here. And this is where we start to get really into the depth of this game, because it's going to be rifles all around, ultimates starting to be picked up.
Oh, the Judge looking for some exits though. Lakers can find a few of these kills. That's going to be massive. Let's find one for himself. Really damaging to the economy here. He's even going to get all of them. That's not a single gun retained for Shitty. That's a nightmare scenario. They're going to have to rebuy, but I don't think the money's going to be fantastic for them at all. It'll be very, very limited in terms of that cash. So they're going to be quite light on that util. Going to be hard to get access to that Sova drone, even maybe the blind for that Omen there.
Certainly not an outcome that you do want if you are the Shitty. You want to retain those weapons so you don't have to reinvest. We might even see some light shields come in through this round for them to make sure they get all their abilities that they did exercise in the previous round. For Mindfreak, they got to be laughing with it. The cash from the Judge and the better rifles.
Again, it's just a 1-3-1 for Shitty. It's pretty much exactly what you'd be expecting. At least they had access to the knives, so that's really going to help their economy here. But you could see already some adaptation from Mindfreak. They're really contesting this catwalk control, which is the focus here for the Shitty, and that's worked out beautifully. Just a 3K. You can see just a simple adaptation from Mindfreak is just able to completely shut down this default.
And it's now just the single last member remaining. Not even. Lakers, the updraft into the Blades, and Strax is no more. Flawless round to come through from Mindfreak. And, I mean, on the back of them eliminating all those rifles of the Shitty in the previous round and claiming that one flawless, they've built up a lot of their cash. Lakers can even purchase up an operator whenever he wants to right now, sitting healthily with 6.5K still. So, for Mindfreak, this is definitely where they're poisoning themselves in this situation, just run a tear in the matchup and really just try to gather a lot of rounds.
It's going to be very, very hard to sort of navigate this one economically for Shitty. It's they win one round, they lose all of their guns to the Judge, finding all of those exits. And now you're going to see them do a very, very similar sort of play. Last time they were trying to force their way up cat. This time it's going to be pressure towards middle with those pistols. And this is something Shitty really haven't had to deal with too much in the open qualifier. A lot of the time, you know, not many teams able to adapt to the default and just sort of be able to shut it down. But you can already see Mindfreak, especially in that round where they're set up on cat. They're very, very aware of what Shitty are doing and they're adapting to it really nicely. A very, very easy shutdown anti-eco here.
Yeah, but Pex is going to have his head removed by Cal. Been impressed so far with the multitude of frags that is coming through from the Jet of the Shitty, but we'll get shut down in the end. Just looking for a little bit of damage in this round is Shitty. If they can take away a rifle and, you know, pad a little bit of stats, get one step closer to their ultimate so they can really utilize, because the attacking rounds, or the attacking side rather, on Ascent can always be a fickle thing. Nation now. Got any sights to be retrieved? Even Mindfreak are going to allow it as well. 30 seconds to go, though. Spike plant would be very welcome.
Definitely help them out. And in fact, yeah, I see a couple of Sheriff kills come in towards the end here, so that damage always helps. Nice little play there from Junior, smoking out Heaven, just TPing himself onto the side, but that will have been heard from some of the boys on Mindfreak. Tries to avoid the dart, but won't be able to avoid the Sova's handle there. It's going to be a nice 4-1 lead for Mindfreak. Already you can see, like I said, the adaptation was pretty strong there from Mindfreak. And I don't know that Shitty is necessarily going to change up too much, whether they'll go for a bit of a contact play. It seems like they're very heavily set up towards A, so they do want to actually pressure that A bomb site, and maybe they're sort of thinking to themselves, look, we've been pressuring middle a lot here. Maybe it's time to sort of play off the fact that Mindfreak wants to set up more heavily towards Catwalk. Very close stuff there from Lakers. Strax just making sure he doesn't over-peak, overextend there. Knows the possibility of that AWP catching him off, or op in this case, I guess. Old habits die hard.
Definitely know where the roots have come from, the establishment of many, many years. But for now, it's going to be that establishment for the side of Mindfreak, their Counter-Strike experience and their VALORANT experience that they've been able to come through towards as this whole unit to try and defend against this round. What? Wildflower or Pex starting to get a couple of kills on that scoreboard. There's a resurrection available for the Shitties. It's going to come out as well. That can't get denied, or can it? What's going to see the fading of the dark cover, but he's able to escape from it. 4 versus 5 situation into the retake. Now the flank has been known as well. It's always chaotic in a retake such as this, but those smokes starting to go on down. A great paranoia on toward Pex. He is going to get penetrated through the wall. Not all the way. Can get that heal out as well on Tuna. He's playing a lot of time over on this flank and getting a multitude of frags as well that is really helping out. Now no longer is there a Shitties member alive, and it's flawless for Mindfreak with that resurrection gone down as well.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. I didn't mind the call from Shitties, to be honest. You know, you're running your default, you're pressuring middle a lot. You see the adaptation in from Mindfreak on their defense. They want to try to sort of control that middle pressure, stop the attacking team from getting any map control and any info. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really work out if you're not able to connect any of those frags there. Can't really win any of those aim duels. Pex looking very, very sharp coming in on that flank. Just wins a 1-on-2 essentially. They needed to clear that flank and then focus on holding the site, but they just couldn't do it on Shitties. It's unfortunate. And again, you know, this is sort of the economy kind of getting away from them. They will have to take another save. At least they'll be able to afford Sheriff light armor here. Try to do a little bit of damage. Maybe a couple of SMGs in there as well.
Yeah, it's going to be this mid exploration right now from the Shitties, peeking in through the smoke of lower mid as well. Some raining shots from the Marshal, but nothing is going to be seen just yet. Just some warning shots, a lot of time to be ticked on through. Great dink, and just a great execution as a whole to come out from Retlock the Piper onto Wildflower. It does kind of put the driving seat into the Shitties in terms of numbers, but in terms of the weaponry, they still don't have everything that they need. And as Lakers dispatches of Junior, that's the smokes down for Shitties.
Yeah, a little rigid in the default after they found that first pick. If they just group up and hit something together after getting that pick, they know they've sort of spread the defense a little bit. Would have been a little bit more effective, but now after losing that pick towards A, you see them start to regroup. Going to go pick up the spike, try to take some more B main control. This duel between the two Killjoys is going to be pretty important here, but a Marshal is going to be quite hard to make work. And that dart, going to get a couple of scans, but not really seeing anything. Kind of wondering what the Shitties are going for here. They're sitting around in B-Link. I guess it's going to be a B split.
30 seconds left.
But with the Sova in market, they're not really going to have access to any info gathering, and they're just going to walk straight into the crosshair of the Killjoy here in main.
And that door's shut as well, so it would have to get destroyed on the late lurk, and they've even overlooked Norton. Oh my dear, this is an unfortunate circumstance that you don't want to be seeing as Norton finds 3. Finally, Strax is going to break in through the door, but is that the time that's already ticked away? 10 seconds, a rifle to be retrieved, see if there's any extra damage. It's being revealed now as well, and it's just going to get tickled through the wall. What's to find the final frag? Great little clip to come through from Norton, but for the Shitties, overlooking a corner, can't be doing that again.
That is just going to be the half buy shut down there, but very winnable round for Shitties. Like, they honestly could have converted that one if they just grouped up a little better after finding that first frag there. Now that they're going to buy up again, they do have access to the Sova ult, they got access to the Killjoy ult, so these are two very, very strong ults for site takes and post plants. Keen to see if they're going to run their default again, just to give the same sort of look to Mindfreak. You can see Lakers sort of poking around in middle there. He's going to get smoked off. The spam is the B-man from Scroll on that Sova. Won't find anything. Now, a little bit of mid-control out for Shitties, but I really would like to see them. Oh, that's a great spam from Calf. That's the opt-down for Mindfreak and another first pick from them. But can they convert? Because they really struggled to be able to find the right call in that last round to do so.
More shots to come on through. Calf again, a heal available potentially as well to come on through. Extra HP is always going to be welcome from that Sage, and definitely a round plausible for the Shitties. Now, lots of time on the clock as well. Strax to get out the shock dart as it does get some damage out onto Pex, but it gets traded out in the end as well. And if you're Mindfreak, you know that you've got the money in toward the round. You potentially just look towards saving into the next one, but it's not going to be the case as the Frags are all found at the closure, and it's 3 alive for the Shitty. Finally able to get another round on the board, and maybe even another with the multitude of ultimates that they have at their disposal now.
Yeah, that's going to be Shitty at their best right there. Just running that default in, fighting those picks, and then just grouping up and hitting the site. Just playing simplistically, trying to limit the info of the defense side. And exactly like you said, they didn't utilize any of those ults to be able to win that round there. So this is a round where they can definitely convert those ults into another round win. They've got the Killjoy ult. If the counter Killjoy ult comes in on the retake, you've already got the Sova ult to be able to shut that down straight away. So we'll see if it works out for them. You're already seeing the change up on the angle of the op though. Lakers going to look for that A main peak. This is where Junior needs to be careful not to overextend. Omen's creeping to that short smoke again, the span coming out.
Reposition into Wine as well. That could be some crucial information, or a position that Mindfreak can really capitalize upon a little bit later. The Owl drone is going to spot out some info up through short, even get the tag on through, but not the immediate usage of the Hunter's Fury. It's going to be used a little bit later on. The A split here, Pilski starting to look very nice for the Shitiots, but look at the rotations from Mindfreak, and now Lakers has even found the opener.
Yeah, he's going to be very hard to flush out of line here, and actually he's just going to fall back and play the numbers advantage. Closes that door. This puts a lot of caution to the win here for Shitiots. They're going to drop their ultimate in on the Killjoy towards Catwalk and try to wait their way through. Lakers actually going to dive forward and give up his life, which puts it into a 4-on-4 here. This will allow Shitiots to get a post plant in. This is now very winnable. Wall goes across short. I don't know if this is going to be very retakeable for Mindfreak.
Well, they've got that lockdown, and it does go down. I wonder if the shock darts are going to be able to destroy it. For the Shitiots, they can't use their Hunter's Fury to do so. Peck's now on that flank, finds Strax. A great usage of the Nanoswarm. Nation is dead to rights in this corner. Has to just call it. That is a beautiful, beautiful piece of utility from Norson. He even finds the remaining kills, and that is a superb retake from Mindfreak.
I mean, that was a hell of a retake. You're totally right. Even just, you know, down to the small details. You had the swarm grenade go into Wind there, and I think that's just a little bit of Strax not being super comfortable on the Sova. Like, I think most people who played a lot of Sova would know that they would have to hold on to that ult for the counter Killjoy ult to sort of shut that retake down and allow you to play on the site. But I'm not sure where he used it. I didn't catch it. I don't know if... I swear he had it at the start of this round, so...
It was from mid, I believe. Mid-tree area.
Yeah, maybe he was trying to use it to kill whoever he tagged with the drone. But, yeah, unfortunately, you know, you need to be keeping track of that Killjoy ult on the other team when you're the Sova, and just be able to use your Hunter's Fury to secure the post plant and shut down the opposing Killjoy ult.
It's one of those things as well in this matchup where you've got Ascent. It's a map that's very, very picked in towards BO3s and everything. For a Sova, usually, you know, where that lockdown went, you could tend to see the shock darts, you know, an average Jonas style nerd lineup to destroy instead of using the Hunter's Fury. So
I don't think you're going to be seeing anything like that. I don't know if you've ever
not in
seen
the early
anything like
stages
that in Oaks, from the Sova players in Oaks. If I saw that, I would probably just say this guy's best Sova in Oaks. I mean, you're seeing Scroll. He's literally using his ulti right now, anti-eco or anti-force to get a kill. So there you go.
Well, I've seen it in a ranked match before. It did miss the lockdown, but they did land next to it, so it was the right idea, and it is the right idea from the Shittiers to try to break in toward the A side again, but they've overlooked a little bit of this position. Lakers 40 to even get it done, and Brawl will find Nation to 4 alive. Only a little bit of damage seen from the Shittiers. This is their map pick as well. Remember, Pilski, not looking too crash hot for them at the moment.
Yeah, look, they're in a rough situation. You've had a couple of players shuffle around agents. You've got a brand new player sort of subbing into the roster. You know, just to go full bias, they're doing the best they can given the scenario. But Mindfreak, I'm more impressed with them because this is how you'd want to be able to see them play. You don't want to see any gaps in their game. You don't want to be seeing them lose to a mixed team like this. And they're playing a very, very good game right now, shutting it all down.
Deploying drone.
Now it's going to be back to this, well, I wouldn't say default from the Shittiers right now. All grouping out through main. They're going to try and just bully their way in towards the A site. Drop down their smokes. Great use of the paranoia from Watt to catch a little bit of the information. Cloud bursts now used as well through the dark cover. Watt scrolls reveal. Gets one. Watt's managing to find one. This is just a peppering to come out from Mindfreak right now. Strax is able to find one, but that is the one and done. Again, Mindfreak, they gather the round, and they're now one off double digits in the first half.
Yeah, this is just just domination right now. This like Ascent attack is meant to be like one of Shitty's stronger sides, but it's just not coming together right now. They've given themselves a couple of opportunities where they set themselves up for success and had picks at times, but they're just sort of failing on the execution. Unfortunately, towards the mid to late round, it's not really coming together. And I think for the most part, you're seeing most of Mindfreak playing quite a good game individually, a little bit better than what Shitty are showing us at the moment. Interesting to see Lakers just deploying a whole arsenal of weapons towards Catwalk there. He's got a Vandal and a Judge, all as well as an Op in his hands. So he has all different weapons for all different occasions right now. Again, back to the 1-3-1 for Shitty, and they're going to pressure middle this time. So they're going to send their duelist middle. Alarm bot was in position though, so that's been triggered. But this will cause a bit of a shift in the rotations here for Mindfreak, and I'm keen to see what Shitty go for off of this.
Yeah, a lot of what we've seen from Mindfreak really is kind of just their default plays. They haven't had to do anything on this defensive side too out of the ordinary. It feels like Shitty have just given up the bag at the beginning, and Mindfreak have really just acted accordingly or called it early, let the plant go down, and then gone in for the retake. It's really something to behold right now as a missed shot from Lakers on the op. Here's one of those 3 weapons that you did mention. Last round. Spend your credits. Yeah,
you've got the blinded tree, the smoke onto tree, now the split through for Shitty, but there's so many potential snags that they could trip up on. A player under balcony, at least Nation's holding onto this cat control, so this is all going to be down to some of these crucial duels. The Couth is going to win one of them on the lurk here.
Yeah, and into the retake. That res is still here for the Shitty, but are they going to be afforded to use it? Great little crossfire to come on and through. A great advantage for them now to try and keep Mindfreak from getting double digits at the closure of the half. But as I say that, it almost jinxes it back in towards Mindfreak's favor. Still time to get this defuse on through. Both remaining players on the side itself. The TB's been heard, at least in the vicinity toward the door switch. Missed shots from Pex, very uncharacteristic, as it all leads on to Watts' hands now to try and bring it back. There's the first needed in this 1 versus 2. Spots out the remainder info. Both of these players are both too low to really be able to find it. But as the pistol's pulled out, the time is ticked away. The kill's there, but the round is to Shitty.
Yeah, a couple of duels that could have gone a lot cleaner for both sides there, but 9-3. It's looking very, very Mindfreak favoured at the moment. You know, a Ascent attack is where you'd expect Shitty to get a lot of work done. Unfortunately, you know, they fall a little bit short of the mark there, and now they're going to have to make up for it on the defense side.
Yeah, definitely going to have to try and find the pistol here, and I wouldn't really go to say a smooth pistol. If they can claim it and gather the second round, it might be a way back in for them. But as you say earlier, you know, if you're coming into this matchup for Mindfreak, you don't really want to see them kind of just falter around the quote puggish style of the Shitty that we're somewhat seeing right now with the early stages in where this roster is at the moment too. So for the Shitty, it's definitely going to be a case of try and crawl back on this defensive side in this map, and if not, just reset yourself going into map number 2.
Do you have the offensive turret just to be able to guard that B main push there from Norson? Nice little peek out there from Coldtop from Catwalk. That's what he does best. This man's a fragger. He just takes those aim duels. Got a wall across A main as well. That's going to slow down Mindfreak and allow Shitty to play a little bit lighter on that side of the map, at least until the wall has been dealt with. So double sentinel on that A site. Going to be quite hard to break through that one. Now, do have the all being picked up here. Nice smoke from Junior just to be able to keep that B main push going from going ahead at the moment. Now you're seeing Mindfreak start to walk up Cat. They're going to try and challenge. Nice little slow up to slow them down though. Not really a whole lot of options left here for Mindfreak. They're going to start to group. Looks like they do want to head towards B. So it's going to be up to Strax to try to hold tight on that bomb site, as well as Junior tucked away in market corner. Nice little crossfire between these two.
Yeah, 40 seconds to go. Any little slip up and the round could be, well, any of the teams really. Mindfreak are going to be able to find one in towards the market as Calv does get the trade. A little bit of the bounce shot from Strax and it misses, I guess, its intended target as well. Now stuck at the back of the boathouse will get decapitated, and shots to be found from Mindfreak again. Enough time to be able to get the plant now in toward the retake status. Sage and Killjoy, two not really, you know, frag-heavy agents in terms of leading into those duels. Of course, they aren't the duelists. They aren't those initiators. So, in towards it right now. They wait for the drone. The side of Mindfreak just too slow on by. Shots out from Coulter. You can't quite get it done. It's not going to be on the Nation. Two of these players are very low, but the crossfire, it's not really crossed, but it is at least considered. The dart. Nation reposition. Fagged on down to 10. And that round is Mind Freaks, the pistol. That is definitely not what you want if you're the Shitiots.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of however many rounds I've seen so far this game that, you know, that's looking like a round that they should be closing out. But unfortunately, yeah, when you sub someone into your team last minute, when you've got people changing around their agent roles and changing around, you know, what position they're playing, you're often going to have big gaping holes in situations where you shouldn't really. And people are going to feel a little bit more uncomfortable, not able to hit their shots as cleanly. You would potentially say the same thing for Mind Freak, though. They have had to change out a player, and they're still looking relatively comfortable here. So hopefully they've put that prac in. Does look like they're just grouping up towards the anti-eco here. No one from Shitiots with boots on the ground in that part of the map. Instead, they sort of look like they're more anticipating a default, and you can see Mind Freak, they more so sort of just want to work a bomb site and take that execute heavy approach. They're going to volley out the stairs there, get a smoke off the market as well as CT, dart on the tree, and then it's going to go straight into the site.
Yeah, and with these classics right now for the Shitiots, it's not the greatest weapons to try to contain it. Maybe a frenzy or these ghosts could get something done, but the classics are out, and the jury is out right now on whether the Shitiots are going to go in for a successful retake. Spike down, 4 players alive, make that 3 as Lakers manages to find one. This judge is a really scary weapon to be poised at the stairs right now as well, on for a cleanup crew potentially, and as we do wait for the Shitiots to get in towards this retake, Coulter is going to be able to find one. A trade to come on through. For now, it is only down to Coulter, but he gets found. And Mind Freak find 11.
Yep. Now Shitiots, unfortunately, that's both pistols lost, both anti-ecos where they found very, very little damage. And if they're still continuing on some of these rounds where they're a little bit inconsistent on closing, even when they do have an advantage, you know, that's how you end up at a scoreline like this. They have just failed to really find any momentum in this game so far. Even on this first gun round, you see a couple of players having to drop down to light armor after investing in a couple of pistols there, so they're not even going to be set up for success against, you know, things like the Spectre and Judge are going to be a little bit more effective against that light armor there. Straight into A here for Mind Freak.
Yeah, this could potentially catch the Shitiots off guard. That dash is to be expected. However, Junior lining up the dark cover to go on through as well, but overlooks the angle. It didn't quite catch everybody, and now it's almost an immediate retake nation, though, to find a great helping of frags, health as well. And now it's definitely in the driver's seat for the Shitiots. The aggression from Mind Freak has been welcomed with the just sheer number power of the Shitiots. Door closed for Norson as well. That is going to reveal his position, and now there's no time to really just get in toward the site to find out that defuse. It's just going to be taking this Vandal in toward the next round. Shitiots, it's a hope for them now.
Nice to see Strax rocking that Odin as well. You love to see it. The Odin on the Sova is like, it's absolutely busted. Like, it's the stupidest thing in this game by far. You can just wall bang out everybody. There's so many angles in this game where, like, I was playing with the Odin and I'm like, I don't think this is normally wall bangable, and I just try it and it works. There's like solid brick walls, like, you know, the back of that beep site. You can spam that all with the Odin. There's so many just like stupid angles where you can kill people. Just from Mind Freak now. There's the Odin spam that you want to be seeing coming through. Just to the right of the little dog there or whatever it is. Never really took too close of a look at it. Mind Freak showing us their first proper gun round here. Does seem similar to what the Shitiots were doing. Sort of a slow mid default, but they're going to pressure towards close middle here instead of catwalk, where there is a crossfire for Shitiots. So that sort of implies to me that Shitiots have done a bit of homework on Mind Freak here, and they recognize that this is the kind of style Mind Freak want to be going for, because I don't think they would usually be stacking that many people towards the middle.
Brawl brings out the Hunter's Fury. He gets pushed by Calth. Great usage of the agent, just floating on through on the Sage wall, and it's the frag. I guess the sound cue masked by the Hunter's Fury. Very unfortunate for Mind Freak. They drop a player early and an ultimate, but 7 rounds in stash. We definitely have a lot to see them, you know, be playing with.
Shitiots retake on this A site. Up above the smoke is Junior. Almost finds himself a frag, but now it's a scan through from a beautiful dart. This is just a total shutdown from Shitiots, and this is exactly what I wanted to see from them earlier on in this game. They've gotten started way too slowly here, Dion. I don't know if they're going to be able to recover, but let's see them actually show a couple of good rounds here to make everybody feel a little better, myself included.
Well, Mind Freak in that interview, remember, they did state that they'd like to start on the attacker's side, and they didn't choose to start on that side coming into it. This was the map pick of the Shitiots as well, so I guess with the defensive side of the Shitiots now starting to bring a little bit of light in toward the matchup, Maybe it's best that Mindfreak start on that defensive side.
Maybe. Mindfreak looks like they want to go towards B, but there's already Odin's spam and a Sage here, as well as the Jet. The Sage walls up and then falls away, so this is like a nightmare scenario here for Mindfreak. They are basically going to walk up, try to go for this B split, and then Watt's going to be like, oh, crap. There's a wall there. Not really much you can do about that.
Oh, wow.
See the 4-man scan as well from Strax. That's beautiful as well.
And through the wall as well. Now the punishment comes out from Strax. Spike is down over at that B site with the new announcement that has come in the latest patch. It is just damage that Mindfreak is trying to find in this round. They've gone into it with the sort of lighter weaponry of the Sheriffs, of the Bucky as well. Notice that new Ox skin to come out from what? Is it an Ox? Is it a Bull? I don't even know. It's just gold and we like it. Under a minute to go. Drone in from Strax is going to spot out the information. Nope, it's going to be missing, but still the shots from the Bucky, and now potentially Watt is going to concede his life as well. And the Spike.
Spike down B.
Good stuff. Starting to get warmed up here on Shitiots. Just Norson and Wildflower looking for damage, but Nation, again, just another good setup. Just having his turret down, and he's just going to spam away. He's so good with his positional plays. He's been rock solid over here towards the A side of the map, both on Catwalk as well as on top of Balcony, multi-fragging against that bonus round. So that makes you a hell of a lot more secure when your Sentinel player is getting those multi-frags and locking down a different side of the map. And now that he has his ult available, you're going to see this is something that Shittiers want to do all the time. They're completely changing their setup entirely. You see the Sova shift over towards A. Now you've got the double Sentinel towards that B side of the map, and you've got, you know, a very heavy setup on Cat as well as that Sova ready for that dart. So that's going to be a really nicely timed dart if he throws it over the top of that A side, but it is just the ult on the line here, Dion.
And one thing that I like from Norson in that previous round as well, just on the pistols, is realizing that he's 2 off that ultimate. So he grabs the ulti orbs and then losing his life gathers him that lockdown toward this new round where they do have their purchase. It's just those little micromanagement things that can really define, you know, really top tier players and just the situational awareness in a game as opposed to, you know, the lesser sort of tier.
Standing ahead.
Well, A contact doesn't work out for Mindfreak at all. You had the AWP on the line, followed up by the dart. They basically have to give up the fact that that's what they were going for, and they forfeit all map control doing that. So now he's going to start to see them slow down. They throw the smoke onto the mid stairs. Good timing on the drone through in A main. Doesn't see anything though with Lakers hiding up the top there, which means that they have very little info about what's happening here, the Shitiots, but they still have 3 players in position towards A. Mindfreak, they're not really taking map control. Instead, they're trying to just go back and make sure that Shitiots doesn't have too much info. Now Calf in a bit of an unorthodox position with that op, but it's going to be the walk back around towards the B side of the map. If Sage has slow orbs here, as well as this lane setup on all of the Killjoy utility, this is going to be difficult to deal with for Mindfreak unless they hit some sharp shots on the entry. This round might just be over. You see Junior even shifting over in spawn, drops the smoke on the B main as well.
Lockdown in. Shots out. Pex wins the duel against Coulter. The defender lockdown at the back of sight. Nation has to really hold on to this. He's even going to get tripped up by the lockdown, and now he's just so vulnerable that they can kill him and destroy the lockdown. This round should be Mindfreaks. They have to get the spike down. If it gets denied, that would have been amazing, but it's all going to be down to Calf. Nowhere near the site right now. An operator in hand. I think the same call just has to come out right now as well. They don't have the money to throw at the next round properly. This operator could be the one thing they need in the next round, but the corner to come on through as well. Calf gets some unfortunate timing, and that is now Mindfreak finding map point in this best of 3.
Unfortunate. That round is just one of those things, down to the timing. If that Killjoy lockdown in response gets thrown down a little bit earlier, you know, if the push through the market smoke gets a couple more kills, maybe you have that slow orb come down. Could have been a different story, but Mindfreak, they get it done even after a bit of a bad start to the round where they go and they take that A main control and they have to sort of spread out on their default, decide what to do from there. They looked a little bit lost for a little bit, but they put all their pieces together at the end, got that Killjoy ultimate, and were able to make it happen.
Leah's going to instantly be destroyed. One crucial piece of utility for Mindfreak on that flash department gone. So the 6 rounds of pillowing as well. If things do go awry, they can certainly look to recoup a little bit later on. For Shitiots, any single mistake right now, Pilski is really... Well, it could just be the map done and dusted there and then. So the barrier wall is going to be used nice and early. Slow as well. Coulter only got 1 to use. At least the resurrection available for a potential later scenario too.
Or he scanned 2 with the dart. That's a god tier drone from Strax. You love to see it. Oh, Galf on the line as well. He's going to find that opener. So Shitty's doing good work here. You can see they've definitely done their prep. They're aware that Mindfreak wants to pressure middle here. You know, they're not going in with zero game plan. It seems like they're very, very sort of cognizant that Mindfreak wants to pressure up towards that market. You wouldn't really see a Sage wall across mid like that too often, followed by the slow orb and the drone. Now you do see Nation. He's back on this A side of the map. He's got that set up for Catwalk as well with the alarm bot and the swarm grenade.
That reveal is going to be huge, but Lakers misses out the shots. Nation to find what, and it's back in the jailhouse for Mindfreak, it seems, although Scrawl, he might be able to have a bit of a bust out through the cell right now. Fake plant to go down. Here's the footsteps, gets dashed on, gets the shot through the paranoia. A 1 versus 2 right now, but they're both segregated from themselves. Again, another fake plant to come on through, pushing the issue. So low in HP. Oh my god, Scroll, are you actually going to find the ace right now? The plant's coming down. There's a res for the Shitty at the lobby. Looking the wrong way. Shots out! And Coulter will find the kill in the end. No matter which way you see it, the round is Shitty, but that was a costly one in the end that could have been avoided.
Way too close for comfort. Way too close. They had such a good idea in that round. There's so many things the Shitty did so well. You know, you had the Jet pushing into being main with the ult, finding that first frag. They were aware of the mid pressure, and they even shut down A towards the end there. You could see just how annoying for Mindfreak it is that the Killjoy just keeps changing up the setup every single time. You know, last time it was a Cat setup with the alarm bot on towards Cat. Then they had the lane setup with the alarm bot towards lane on B. Now you've got the alarm bot on towards middle, as well as the turret on B. Like, it's got to be so annoying to play against Nation, just changing up his position all the time right now. He's doing such a fantastic job for the boys. Now, seeing Mindfreak, they want to go for this A main. Wait. Hop on the line again from Calf.
Nowhere to run!
Good use to destroy the Lear with the Phantom instead. Shots to come on through the Blades, however. Lakers going to get them reimbursed by finding the counter Jet. Play down for the Shitty. It's the bust out. They're going to have to go for the retake. That Resurrection can't be used in the middle of the site either for the current time. Door would look to be destroyed a little bit early. Plant to go down to wherever Mindfreak wants to play it from. Here comes out the Hunter's Fury nice and early. Is it going to catch some info? It's getting the 80 tag on through, but it can't finish off the frag.
That was beautiful from Watt avoiding that ult. Now Norson coming in and flanking from Cat. Shitty's just completely surrounded. I don't think they're taking this one on the retake yet.
Well, we'll wait and see. Nation found one, so maybe he's able to get it on back. The turret finds Junior's informational position rather, but Norson manages to find the kill there. Taken so low as well was Drax taken out, and now it's just down to Nation, which was a great dink onto Wildflower, but that is it. 13-7 in favor of Mindfreak, the map choice here of the Shitty, which means, you know, the way you look at it, Mindfreak, they definitely have that leg up going into their map pick next.
Yeah, it's bittersweet. I think they just started way too slow on Shitty, and their attack side is not what it's meant to be. Usually hard to mix, you know, a different character into a comp and sort of mix that into the strat and make it work the same. So, you know, they unfortunately are playing without a raise right now, which is what you would usually see, and that boom pot really helps to be able to take map control and clear things out. So what can you do?
Yeah, well, speaking about map control, that's something that we're definitely going to hope to see in the second map, but we come into Bind. Of course, the gimmick of Bind is those teleporters. You can get some niche little information with a Sova Dart to go through and the likes. You might have a little bit more insight on what the Shitty are going to come forward in that map when we do get into it next. But of course, before we get into that, we do have to throw it over into the break. Go get yourselves a drink. And when we come back from this break, we'll be around the corner and getting into map number 2. So stay tuned.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya. Oh, it's still in the garage. Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Valorant Oceania Tour for 2021. Map number 1 has just completed between Mindfreak and the Shitiots. If you are just joining us, however, I want a little bit of a refresher. Gonna get one anyways. My name's Dion Komodo Parada. Joining me tonight is Mitch Pilipowski. And we just, yeah, as I said, witnessed map number 1. What are your overall first thoughts about it though?
I don't know. I feel like I'm slipping too much in the bias because I keep thinking about Shitiots, and I'm not talking about Mindfreak at all. I think, Mindfreak played a pretty good game, especially on their defense. They absolutely shut down everything Shitiots was going for, even from disadvantageous situations. They were making it happen as well. And some of those retakes were pretty superb. Like, he even had the Killjoy mollies down into wine and just being able to, flawlessly retake a site that easily after losing it was pretty amazing to see. As for Shitiots, though, it was quite obvious to me that they were way too slow to start. Like, for context, in open qual games, a lot of the times they would be ahead on attack. Like, we would be getting like 6-6 attack halves or 7-5 attack halves. So when they started game 3-9, like, it's just not happening for them once they switched over to defense. But at least you saw a couple of rounds there where on defense you saw what they're capable of,
Yeah, well, the little bit of sparks there, some individual capabilities as well. Specifically, one player that comes out in my mind from that matchup was Kalth, right? Just a lot of those opening engagements, a little bit of trick ups that caught Mindfreak off guard. I'm hoping to see that continue over in toward the next map in Bind, because that is where we are going next. And I want to ask you the question, of course, you're very familiar with the Shitiots roster. Are we seeing different things in this map?
In terms of their comp? Oh my god, yeah, we're seeing a completely different comp. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm just looking at the pick ban screen, I guess you would call it, or I guess the agent lock-in.
Select, yeah. Yeah,
Mindfreak, they're going for pretty much like the most standard bind comp that I see. So they're going for like that Raze, Jet, Omen, Sova, and Cypher. Because I mean, I don't see as much Killjoy on bind. Sometimes they won't even go for one of those like normal sentinels, like a Cypher or Killjoy. They'll just forego it entirely and maybe play a Sage or something else. As for Shitiots, this is actually the first time I've seen Junior not play a smoke character. So he's going to be playing a Sova, and then we've got Coulter on the smokes, you've got Nation on the Killjoy, and Strax is going back to Raze, which is going to be far more comfortable with. You don't want to be seeing him play Sova because he's got a lot of fragging potential, so it's always wasted. The whole reason why I play Sova is because I can't aim, and you could still have an impact on the game when you can't aim and you play Sova.
Well, let's wait and see if these Sova players are going to be able to get a little bit of their aim coming in towards the game right now, because we do get underway in towards map number 2 in Bind right now. A redemption for Shitiots is what they are going to be chasing to send us into map number 3, and I will definitely welcome Icebox with open arms, because as I've mentioned, it's a map that I really want to see played a little bit more. Of course, we've only got 5 maps in the pool at the current time. I'm waiting to get a little bit more to come on forwards, but for now, Pilski, it's Bind.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're going to have the boys on Shitiots be on the defense, I believe, at least to start out with, and Mindfreak will be on that attack, if I'm correct. Yeah, so keen to see how this one's going to go. Nation's already got himself a shotgun, so that already gets me excited. You've got the Sober Dart goes and scans everybody. It seems like they want to jet dash into U-Haul and look for that fight, but you can see it's a bathroom set up here for Shitiots, so they're just going to let them have it and try to play the crossfire between Showers and CT here.
That's already going to be an opening frag for Mindfreak, looking to get the spike planted now as well. It's actually the fake plant to bait out the paint shells of Strax, and it is going to work on through. 10 seconds for the refresh on the Recon Bolt right now too. Strax, position unknown, expected flank happening as well. TP heard. Is Strax going to get decapitated by the back of his head? The Cypher's lurking on through Showers. At least Strax has relocated himself.
You can see Mindfreak, they went and took that hookah control. So Shitiots have absolutely no info right now. They're just split up to a piece on this side. And unless Strax basically kills the whole team, then this is going to be an easy bomb plant here for Mindfreak.
Paint shells are going to tickle Strax as well. Was able to find a kill, but the Recon Bolt does get a great tag on out into Junior, just hiding on through. If anything can come on out, Junior actually does manage to find what? Sorry, it was Junior's Recon Bolt that got the tagging through. Lakers trying to bait them in towards the U-Haul with the shorty, but that's going to be heard now. Third paint shells into the round as Strax found another frag, but trying to get on through. They line up for Pex. He finds them.
One
Into the one frag, Lakers. The defuse is held.
Yep.
Wait, can you miss it? You idiots. On the board.
They just held it the whole time. Didn't worry about that U-Haul control, and not retaking U-Haul does find them in that critical round on the pistol, even though they're in a pretty difficult position. I think there's not a whole lot that Mindfreak didn't do correctly there. Maybe a bit of an overextension in towards bathrooms by their Sentinel player, just taking that fight rather than sitting back a little bit while that bomb plant's established, gave a little bit of an in. Because like I said, right, you had Shitty pretty much completely out of position. They had 2 over towards that B site when Mindfreak basically had 5 on A, but that raise was sort of the only contingency left for Shitty. It was Strax in bathroom. And when he's able to find that frag, then it makes all the difference there. Now you can see Mindfreak have 4 sport up, want to try to turn their fortunes around. I'm going to go for a B split. Hookah smoked off at the moment. It's a 3-man stack here for Shitty. It's a pretty decent setup for them as they kill off that drone pretty early on.
Elgato going down. Camera destroyed from Junior. 5 more seconds until that recon bolt as well. Could use the drone a little bit later potentially, but some missed shots to come on through on the side of the Shitiots, and it is to their dismay because they are getting dismantled right now. Mindfreak to try and get the plant down. Calc's down to 29 HP. Manages to find one with the trade on through. Away now for Strax to be able to clutch this out. Shots to come through from the cage, and that gives away the location to Spike retrieve, but that cage is going to go down, so there wasn't any way that they could have crossed over to CT. Missed jump from Strax potentially there as well, but jumping on down silently in approach, making some fake jumps now as well. It's great use of the noise, but he is relocating himself. His crosshair is all over the shot, and Mindfreak do get the round.
Yeah, he was just trying to bait out the peak with those jumps. Like every time he went for one of those jumps, he was just getting peaked by Lakers. Unfortunate for Shitiots. That really should have been their round. You can see they basically had a 4 stack on that B bomb site over there, but I think a little bit of an overextension from Coulter running through that elbow smoke. If they just play behind the site and just bide their time and sort of just take the duels as they come to them rather than running out into the open, I think they would have done a whole lot better there. But you know, sometimes that's how it happens when you get slow rolled by like a very slow push into the site. Sometimes you get a little bit antsy and you overpeak into a whole lot of players when you could have just played a pretty advantageous line for yourself and just sat back a bit.
Yeah, well, one apiece right now. Mindfreak on the weapons. Same for Shitty. It's not the greatest weapons around, however. It's going to be putting the feelers out for the beginning stages of this round. Marshall for Cal, Bucky for Nation, pressing the issue, but misses the shot. Going to choose to fall back. A little bit of the early engagements, treading the water, but it is the calm waters at the current time for both of these sides.
Yeah, the Bucky pretty strong at the moment, and when you combine that with an alarm bolt making someone vulnerable, it just absolutely shreds. That's what Nation's going for there. Very, very sharp shot on the Marshall from Cal there, and now they're going to be able to play retake on the side, dart towards the backside, just trying to reveal as many of the defenders' positions as possible, and straight across from Blot. They're trying to get this bomb plan established, but they don't have any cover here, Dion.
And Colts is going to find Watt. They overlook Norson, however. He flanked in the pistol round at this position, and now he's been able to do 2 better, as he did find 0 in the first one. 3 versus 3 situation, but with 30 seconds to go, there's no real time for Mindfreak to just trot on over towards the B site through that TP. Great little warning shots from Coulter to find Norson, but it's a trade out from Pex as well. Really putting an issue on towards this plant to go down. It's vulnerable when they try to do so, but they do get it down, and that dart goes out from Skull to try and reveal them. They take the fight to them, and now all the information is here for Mindfreak Nation with the Bucky trying to jump shot, trying to find something. Time is available for him, at least to try to get this retake happening. And as it does start to settle down, reposition comes in through towards U-Haul. It is going to be looked at, however, closely by Scroll. He gets his head absolutely ripped off, and Pex is there to at least salvage the situation for Mindfreak. A very tight round, though, all things considered.
Yeah, you went into that clown fiesta of force buying, and with only 1 alive for Mindfreak, that might incentivize a repurchase here for Shitiots. But at least from what I can see, it does look like they're only just buying up a couple of sheriffs looking for damage, because they definitely are keeping this economy quite fragile here for Mindfreak. If they find a couple of picks with these sheriffs, then they're still in the running here to try to force one of those economic resets and make something happen in that regard. Pretty spread out approach from Mindfreak though, recognizing it is a bit of an eco. I'm going to contest long. Ooh, I love this from Shadid. They're going to dart over the top and look to the spam through. They don't even need the dart. Dart comes over, too late for Watt to be able to kill that one. And that's exactly what you want to be seeing. I love that play. We used to do that so many times where you just smoke the bottom and you dart over the top and it's the freest kills. You just walk into the smoke, you get the freest kills. And they've even been able to find 2 of them there. That's gorgeous. You love to see it.
And the repercussions of that for Mindfreak now is that's just given over Blades as well as an Orbital Strike and a Hunter's Fury. Shittiest have gone into this with none of those. And now they've got so much available that they definitely, with the weaker weaponry, can look to find this round. Junior doesn't even need to find a kill here. Just some information will do. There's that info. Fall back. Can dart it on out to draw a little bit of more attention. But Scroll's going to dart on back. Mindfreak tackle it from here. Early Hunter's Fury out from Junior. Even gets the tag. The second one, though, doesn't get it. Coulter even comes out with the Sheriff shot onto Norson. This is really not going in the way that you want for Mindfreak.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, another Sheriff kill. I think they're just going to all clean them up. 5-0 sweep. Oh, you know how happy it makes me, Dion, when I see a strat work out that well. And, you know, I don't know who came up with that, but whoever came up with that, bit of a smart fella, that's for sure.
Pat yourself on the back there, my friend, because that is a round that you absolutely love to witness from, I would say, maybe an underdog team, you know, one map down, a little bit of the, you know, togetherness of a pug style, but yeah, definitely going to be welcoming that one.
You're definitely cool. Shitty, it's an underdog in this matchup. I was saying it for myself earlier, like, if Mindfreak lose this game, they are going to be kicking themselves. This is a team that you're looking happy to be drawing in the bracket, but not one that you can underestimate. Just on bathroom here. Strax under a lot of pressure, just going to drop the grenade, but he gets one returned back in his direction. I have no idea how he's alive right now, and finally Pex cleans him out. Only had the Bucky though, and gets him a fair amount of info.
Speaking about info, Lakers has already pushed through U-Hole and spotted out the information and found a kill onto Cal, doubling down on to Coulter, the Hunter's Fury. Run into the mix as well. Shitty, it's now 2 versus 5 situation, and they find a thrifty round, but now when it gets the rifles on through it, it's a little bit strugglesome for the Mindfreak, certainly giving them a run for their money in this one. Junior able to find Lakers, so the Blades are down. Just segregate all these kills, and potentially it is the way back into Shitty, but everyone's poised over towards their location. Another shock dart to keep them at bay, and that's the point in time. They have to call the save.
That's one thing that sort of caught me off guard when I started playing a lot of Valorant compared to Counter-Strike, is that anti-ecos, you feel quite confident in CS. You know, you go down the checklist, you think that, you know, as long as you do everything right, you can't lose against pistols, right? But in Valorant, you know, you introduce the ults and it adds a whole nother dimension. And nice exits there from Junior, just to be able to chip down the guns. You can see Mindfreak still going for the damage, but just to finish my point, like, that is a really, really good example from Mindfreak about how you utilize ultimates on a low econ round to be able to just outright win it. Like the daggers from Lakers to be able to dive into U-Haul there, as well as the Sova ult to be able to tag up that player playing in towards heaven. The round didn't look close because it wasn't. And, you know, there wasn't even a whole lot invested there from Mindfreak. Just some really smart use of their ultimates to be able to just completely outplay their opponent.
Yeah, and one of the things, touching upon the ultimates now, as well as we do just have a little bit of a pause coming on through, is where the orbital strike is going to be utilized on the side of the Shittiets as well. You know, they use it for the retake to deny the spike, use it to clear U-Hole potentially, or elbow or garden or hookah if it's over towards that B site. There's just so many different positions that it could look to be thrown down toward as well. But we've seen it held on to now for that last round, which technically could have been used to halt a little bit of that aggression from Mindfreak as well. So it is those things where it's a very costly investment from the Shittiets when they do try to deploy it on down, but it really needs to be an impactful usage for the Shittiets in my mind.
Well, we'll see how they do end up using it. It's just a bit of a tech pause here for Mindfreak. So, I mean, we can have a bit of a chat about how the game's going right now, because it's been pretty crazy, honestly. Like, you've had some very, very close rounds where the team with the pistols has been upsetting or getting a lot of damage done, which means that the money is going to be pretty cooked for both of these teams. You have the Raze ult available for both of them. The Cypher ult is there. I mean, the Cypher ult is just like, it's not even that good of an ult. It might be like the weakest ult in the game, in my opinion. Maybe, I mean, I'm not an expert on Valorant. It's my first cast, but I just feel like versus the Killjoy ult, you compare that Sentinel for Sentinel. I don't know about that one. Either way, do have Mindfreak. Looks like they want to set up for a bit of a B split. It's going to be the drone through instead of the boom bot into hookah, just to clear all of that out. The retake setup here from Shitiots. They're going to play from elbow. The Sova's going to look to try to dart over the top when the execute comes in and try to find some picks on the players jumping out hookah. There's a scan on one of them at least, but it's just a raise going across. Wow, what a pre-fire from Junior. As well as the raise ult going in from Strax. Did give them the man advantage here before Mindfreak even get that bomb down. So this is very retakeable for Shitiots if they play their cards right here.
Yeah, well, that was a missed shock dart as well on towards the default plan and no orbital strike to try and deny it. Now it's a even 4 versus 4 situation. I'm kind of surprised that the orbital wasn't utilized, to be honest with you, but now that they've managed to find 2 kills on the back of Nation and Calf on towards Wildflower, this round should be the Shitiots for the taking. What from the corner finds 2 again, cast a curse potential, but Calf is there, salvage it. The Shitiots, they tie things up again.
Thanks.
Yeah, this is something we haven't seen too much of from the last map from Calth, because they didn't really have a whole lot of defensive rounds where you could see it. But when Calth gets warmed up with that operator, he's going to be quite annoying for the other team to be able to deal with. Really nice retake setup there from Shitiots. It's something they do quite well, just holding onto that elbow. And now you're going to see them have access to a lot of ultimates here. Not that they're going to need to use them just yet, or they shouldn't need to use them, because you're looking at the boys on Mindfreak. They're only down to those sheriffs, and it's basically what I was getting at, you know, in that tech pause, is that this economic situation of both of these teams is so shaky at the moment that, you know, whoever loses that first round was going to have to take a save, and unfortunately in this case, that's going to be Mindfreak. Let's go on to the sheriffs for the time being.
Beautiful picks. Start off from the Shitiots. Again, you've already mentioned it here, Pilsky. It's just these pistols to come through from the likes of Mindfreak. See what they're going to be able to find in it, however. A bit of damage, a rifle retrieved over, and maybe save it into the next round. Does bolster up with that economy just a little bit. I think for the Shitiots, though, it's most important that they don't lose anything here. Boost a little bit of that confidence factor. Just make sure that they are all sharp and, you know, just establishing themselves that they can still take the fight towards Mindfreak in this map and try send it into the third.
Yeah, I think the confidence, it's a real thing against these anti-ecos. You don't want to be losing too many guns. Keep that economy nice and strong. Good stuff from Coulter to just fall out of U-Haul there. Gunner. Keeps himself safe from the shotgun at least. And this is going swimmingly for Shitiots. Only lost 1 gun. Try not to lose an extra one to Pex. Neither of them are covering bathroom, but Strax is going to spam him through the wall. So nothing really lost there from Shitty. It's just the 1 rifle. They win a couple of aim duels. They're going to get that confidence rolling. And here's where I want to see them really start to warm up and fire up here and take it to Mindfreak a little bit, because they were far too slow to start on that last map. A couple of the individuals not really sort of getting into the game there for Shitiots. But this time on the defense, it looks like they're a little bit more switched on. And I want to see, you know, even if Shitiots don't win the series, I want to see 1 good map from them, because I know they're capable of giving Mindfreak a run for their money if they get their stuff together.
And they certainly got the ultimates together to be able to find another round here. Bind, you know, CT side, run-amucks can definitely happen, of course, but that's where you definitely want to see the large round gathering from them as we do progress in towards the A site nice and early for Mindfreak. The incendiary is going to be dropped, but Lakers is already in towards U-Hole, forced on back from the taggings, and this is looking like Mindfreak have a lot of ground control around the A site already.
Yeah, Shitiots are just playing full retake on that A site. They've got the Brim ult, they've got the Killjoy ult on the retake, so they're just going to allow the bomb plant to go down and look for that retake. Nade onto the planter, does scroll down a little bit, but not too much damage. And Mindfreak, they're going to be allowed to set up for this post plant. Here's where the Killjoy ult will come in. There's no real response from Mindfreak other than fighting it and trying to kill it. What will their response be? Lakers starting to shuffle forward instead of falling out here.
Well, there goes the orbital strike that I've been waiting to see deployed in towards the round. A 4 versus 4 situation already on that defuse. Nation has got it halfway right now. It's not going to be able to be completely stuck as the 1-to-1 trade comes on through. At least it is halfway, but Wildflower peeks on out for a kill. Again, they're just back and forth right now. It's all into Calf, but there's no time. Mindfreak going to manage to tie it on up, surviving with 2. Calf with the operator in toward the next round.
There's a decent retake attempt there from Shitiots. They had the right idea, just the execute was a little bit lackluster, unfortunately. It was something that we did have a bit of an issue with, is those late round when you haven't played with the same roster for a long time. Once you get into those late round like retakes, when the comps get a little bit hectic, you just lack that player holding the bathroom smoke, or you lack that extra player holding the extra angle, and you get 3 people watching the same thing. And that is basically what that round was for Shitty. On top of the fact that Scroll threw an excellent dart to be able to scan the majority of them and allowed that first planter to just be spammed down. And Mindfreak able to peek the bomb one at a time from there. It's not really holding the right angles to be able to contest that post plant, but it was a good approach. At least they've kept their money pretty solid, so they will once again go for a buy here. And it does look like Shitty are kind of trying to play a little bit off this ace site. Nation with a hookah setup. Kauth has got all of that long B control. So it does seem like Shitty have the right idea, shuffling the Sova over towards A here this time. As for Mindfreak, very defensive setup. They're kind of anticipating some kind of aggression to come out from Shitty.
And they'll be welcoming that as well. Time ticking on down does make things a little bit more awkward for Mindfreak. You'd expect trying to tumble to get that spike plant down. But Shitty, just wait and see what engagements they can try to find potentially. But as Strax peeks on through, there's no trade available in Showers. Wildflower to find the first open free pick of the round, and that is putting a couple of pebbles on the road for the Shitty that they are now looking to have a bit of a stack on through. Lakers finds one, Junior out on that trade. Spike not yet down. Extra damage to come on through the Hunter's Fury on towards the Spike planted right now. Do you consider going for it? 3 versus 4. You've got a half tick on it. You've lost Junior now to a sharp shot from what? Money situation. It is on the save for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, you had a lot of info there for the boys on Shitty. They had, you know, all of that B long from Kauth on the op there. They had the extra player, the Sova over there towards the A site. Just lacking a little bit of patience, going for that push into bathroom late, solo being punished. That was kind of the linchpin on the round. If they just have that 3-man setup on that A site and good communication about what they're watching and the crossfire, that could have gone a little better for them, even if Mindfreak did have numbers on that side execute. But Impatience ends up getting punished there. And Mindfreak going to be rewarded for that patience. Take that round with a pretty nice post plan as well. And Shitty, at least they get to hold on to that op. Kauth could even drop over a rifle or something like that because he's got the daggers available, although you don't want to see him really drop that op. There will be another buy through here for Shitty though.
How does Strax fare on the op? Playing on the Rays, he can get out of dodge with the satchels sometimes.
He told me I hate using the op on this game. He used to be an AWPer in CS, so that's why you would probably think that. But yeah, he hates the op. I actually was the secondary op for us. But
that's actually one thing I haven't really seen too much. Secondary operating in this game compared to the likes of Counter-Strike.
Well, it was popular on the earlier patches, but now it's so expensive, right? That some teams don't even have that primary op sometimes. They won't even play it. And even some teams considering that to not run Jet. Oh, the blinded hookah though catches Kauth off guard.
Oh, no.
He's got it covered though, but a 1-for-1 should favour the boys on Mindfreak pretty well. And Kauth is getting spammed down as well, Dion.
Yeah, this is just a chaotic round to come out in the very get-go right now. A little bit of the slow start, but as soon as there's action in towards Hookah, it just all starts. That is the go button that has been pushed, but the TP has been heard as well. It's been doubly heard. You could kind of, you know, try to mind brain this one right now and not mind freak out, but there could have been the Shroud Steps to come out from what? Haven't really seen him use them, haven't seen the fake TPs coming out. But with all the footsteps going on this A site, Strax sees the spike going down. It's 3-3. The neural theft is available. You touch upon that ultimate, it'll grant them the information if they find a kill. What manages to find Strax, Retlock, or Coulter finds the trade. Still a workable scenario right now for Shitty. It's on this retake. It's the smoke available. I don't know if there's any right now for Coulter. I don't think so, at least. But this angle from Wildflower, he's going to take the kill. He's going to get his head ripped off as well. It's all on the back of Norson. Footsteps have been heard too, so now they know exactly where he is. But the tag does come on out. He'll see that the stick is being held right now. The stick's out. There's a sharp shot that pulls Norson off, but he's able to find the kill in the end. And once again, Pilski, we are tied up.
Oh my god. That's a classic play from Coulter though. Like, he's just such an aim-heavy player that, like, I'm looking at Peck's Wildflower's angle on bathrooms and I'm thinking, this round's done. Like, basically, as long as he doesn't misplay, he plays that off angle, they're going to come in very panicked on that retake. You've got the Cypher playing quite safe in Newhall. that round's probably done every day of the week, and then you just see the Ferrari peak straight across his screen. Like, that is just a classic one from Coulter. That's exactly how you'd want him to be playing. And Mindfreak, I mean, they still get that one done. It's just a hectic round. Shitiots, again, buying up, I think. You're going to see Mindfreak slow rolling this B split, trying to take some hookah and octagon control. He gets revealed there. Oh, what happened with the ulti there? He pulled out his primary.
Oh, this is a round that you'll love for the Shitiots. However, the rocket didn't even really get to be utilized, and shots are just connecting out on all these rifles. You've got 5 alive. You have invested the blades, but it is the second last round right now. What is going to get potentially revealed by the drone if it goes all the way through? And then it is just the Sova who is a little bit unknown right now. The blades charge in. Calf manages to find what, and this is a really well-placed round for the Shitiots that they'll be loving if they can claim it and not lose it to Scroll. We've seen a 1 versus 5 attempt that found 4, but Nation will find it, and it's flawless from the Shitiots to at least secure the half in a draw.
It's gorgeous stuff from Junior, as well as Nation there. I just don't even know what happened with Pex there. I think that must have been a peripheral misfire, right? Like, you don't just have your ult out and then equip your AK.
Pull it away.
Yeah,
maybe.
Something wrong with the keyboard or the mouse there, unfortunately. Either way, it's a fortunate round for Shitiots. I feel like if that rocket goes off and it goes 1 for 1, that's a lot more pressure on them. But maintaining that hookah control makes all the difference. Now the aggression up short A, there's a lot of players here. Calth needs to make sure he navigates this one carefully.
Can get the dash away. The drone, it'll find info onto Coulter right now, but the flourishment of players does come on through. A 1-to-1 trade. That's your smokes down for the Shitiots. You've got your own showstopper trying to deny the spike from going down potentially. Calth even on for a second frag in the round. He hears the plant. That'll be communicated over for the Shitiots. At least is getting away from the Raze boom bot, but with the plant down, it's a 1-to-1 trade again. Still a player advantage for the Shitiots. It might be a second one. Calth on for the 4K in this round. And Pex, he's going to get caught out by the TP player on 30 HP. That's information for the Shitiots. Are they in another scenario where they go for the 1 stick and 1 defend spike to be half plant or half defused rather? Get pulled off. The duel line up, but Calth, does at least find the 4K. Huge round to come through, and we're not seeing a tied scoreline at the half, Pilski. We're seeing Shitiots in the lead.
Yes, you love to see it. Up the Shitiots. That is just a great round from Calth. It's something that he always sort of stressed on that jet operator. You see Coulter's playing right behind him. That's not like a team synergy thing. That is literally Calth always says if he goes for an ult pick somewhere, he always tells someone to come with him, shoot the darts, shoot the drones, shoot the Reyna eyes, whatever there is there, to allow him to have an opportunity to actually not get flushed out of position. So that's come massive there. He's able to play all of those angles, even reposition back onto the bathroom line, picks up a rifle as well in U-Haul. That round's all just Calth and people playing around him excellently. So that's going to give Shitiots the lead towards the half time. But now here's the attack, and this is where they really sort of fell flat on Ascent. Let's see if they've remedied that at all.
Yeah, the switch up is definitely going to be a call to action for both of these teams potentially to see where their strong suits do lie. Of course, Bind leading in towards that defensive side. We'll see what Mindfreak are going to be able to tackle on towards right now. Or maybe Shitiots will just get activated on this offensive side, ride us out and ride us home in towards Icebox. The only engagements with these pistols, though, it's all that information play for the current stage.
Strax is going to get that hookah control. That's something you're going to see him do for the majority of the attacking side. Shitiots, again, they took Bathroom, but now it's been taken back off of them. Junior's got to hold on to that. It's a bit of a standoff in Bathroom. And now Mindfreak, they've actually taken Bathroom control at a really opportune time. They've just absolutely timed that. Now they can stack towards that B site, as that's where the hit will eventually be coming in. You can see they're just 5-manning straight back there. That is a very fortunate timing there for Mindfreak. Going to be very, very rough for Shitiots to break this hold now.
I have a bad feeling for Crash right now, trying to gather all of these engagements. The exchange of paint shells, the exchange of bullets right now, starting to get into the site. No time to get away. Great dash from Calth to be able to find it. A second one as well. Looking to get the spike planted, however. Shitiots will need to make sure that they are doing so. And Norson, while spotting information, doesn't really get the tag out of the camera, unfortunately. Player advantage for Shitiots, looking to contain everything. Sky smokes do fade away. 20 seconds now gone. Calth, third frag in the round, really just being the driver in this matchup for the Shitiots. Map 1 technically as well, but this one most certainly. How do you tackle it back into water from Mindfreak? Crossfires aren't really given towards you as Scroll manages to find Junior. Calpon for the ace, and it's stolen from Strax. Naughty, naughty Strax.
Oh, that's just like a bit of dicey inspiration there from Calth. I remember him even saying like, oh, I just watched this game of Valorant where Dicey was playing Jet and dashed on top of that big sight box. I reckon that would be pretty good. And then he's just made it work beautifully on the 4K of the pistol. Something else I noticed is that sort of skipped my mind initially is that Nation's actually playing Killjoy on this map. Where we initially wanted to play Cypher, and then he started playing Sage, and now he's playing Killjoy. So he's played like 3 different agents on this map, changing up what he thinks is good, and it's to be working for him, utilizing that turret, whereas Mindfreak are preferring the Cypher. Is a pretty good pick on this map. The cam, good for info gathering, a lot of angles, and the trip setup's always good on both bomb sites, really. Mindfreak set up towards the A site. This is where you're going to see Shitiots go for their anti-eco every single time, and most teams really.
Deploying drone.
Oh, hopefully the pistols doesn't pick them up. There's a shorty very close in proximity to this dark cover, and they're waiting for it as well. They know they need to be careful. Paint shells to clear the cubby. That's going to miss. Norsen's found Calf. That's the big sharp shot down for the Shitiots. And now look at this position as well from the shorty. Oh no, Strax is clearing it. I mean, smart from the Shitiots to do so. It is just going to be down to Lakers, 30 HP. Only dropping 1 player in the anti-eco. You'll be happy with that.
Yeah, this is exactly how you want to run your anti-eco, and how we found a lot of success running anti-eco and bind is you just smoke off U-Haul. You don't want to touch U-Haul against the shotties. You smoke off Heaven, and you just go straight into that A site. And even if you do see a stack like you see from Mindfreak there, like it's just so many unfavorable angles for the pistols on that bomb site there. You know, you smoke off the key angles that the defenders could use quite well. And you just take those duels going into the site, and you know, even the 5-on-4, they're able to make that work. But this is where the going might get a little tougher for Shitiots. They are gonna go for the bonus round here, although they do have a couple of rifles to work with.
Well, Spectre at that distance isn't going to be too strong. Get a little bit closer, and you'll be welcoming these engagements. For Mindfreak, however, prodding in towards showers to gather a little bit of information, stacking 3 over towards the B site, see what they can contain nice and early. Already paint shells down, our drone out as well, Kelf getting tagged. So 1 away from the Blade Storm as well, potentially can bring that on out and have a little bit of a Blade Fest.
They're going to walk back towards the A side of the map though, and that's where you're going to really see the strength of the Cypher. Oh, they're actually going to go back and pressure A. And this might be a B end, or Strax is either just going to commit Hookah and you're going to see Kauth teleport. Kauth wants to get scanned by that dart or to kill it. Oh, he actually doesn't. There's the advantage on that angle. Fluffs the shot though. Lakers is going to win that aim duel, and that's going to put a lot more pressure on Shitiots in that 5-on-4. That's a big missed opportunity, and they're going to lose Strax in Hookah as well. That's gone disastrously. That could have been literally the freest round, and Shitiots just unfortunately missing a couple of the details there.
And that was inside the teleporter as well that, you know, the body's been sent to. So if it wasn't a situation where a rifle to be recovered for Shitiots, they would have to TP over towards A. And we saw Shitiots start to go over towards A, but now they're back at the B site where it all began. And Pex has just found a couple of better frags as well. There's no time really to try and get the plant down as Lakers finds Nation and just ends in shambles for the Shitiots.
That was a very winnable round, but you know, it doesn't matter if you're playing Counter-Strike or Valorant or any other game. Timing can be literally your worst enemy, and if you miss the most important shot of the round, you're not going to be winning it. It's a big one for Mindfreak to win, though. They keep a fair amount of guns alive. They keep their economy nice and strong, but now Shitiots an opportunity to remedy the mistake they just made.
Yes,
to get their rifles working for them. I think they had the right idea there, really. Just taking that B side of the map control, limiting the info, and then just wrapping back to A to keep the rotations honest. Really could have worked for them, but fortunately, not going to be the case this time. Shitiots now in a very passive default. Mindfreak changing up their setup here. They're doubled up in Octagon instead of contesting Hookah this time.
I do like this play to come through from the showers. Watt's got ready on the Paranoia. The camera available to see if they creep up in towards the short area. The trapwire is there as well. It's relying on Norsen's first engagement and then Watt to blind them. That dart will get destroyed. You can see they're getting very proactive about it. Again, another smoke's going to be available relatively soon, but they hear that drone come in. So this is some stellar information for Mindfreak nice and early.
Yeah, and the key detail is that that drone breaks the tripwire, and the raised block can also break the tripwire on short. So the cages are the only thing available to the Cypher here, as you're seeing Shitty. It's really contest this bathroom area, but in the meanwhile, Lakers pushed all the way through B, has all the info that there's not a single soul over there. The Sova now rotating through CT as well. So this is going to be Shitty. It's walking into a brick wall here. If Mindfreak hit their shots, this round's over.
Yeah, they need the sledgehammer right now, these idiots. They need to make sure that they are just knocking down that brick wall, and very swiftly as well. Lakers in a very powerful position for the late flank shots to come on through. They're really just buying time, aren't they? Mindfreak, what smokes? Keeping them contained at showers time and time again, and now Lakers has found Calf. You're even just considering a save at this point from the idiots. They were trying to peek in towards bathrooms for almost the whole round. It hasn't worked their way. Junior's been found out. Lakers is just toying with their mind in spawn. What more could you want from Mindfreak?
Yeah, that's unfortunately where you really need to see Shitty. Not just work one part of the map. It's too obvious. You know, there's too many info gathering tools on Mindfreak. Like you're playing against a Cypher and a Sova. Like there, as well as the Raze as well. You can even use that Raze to gather the info with boom bots and things like that. Like you can't just pressure one side of the map only. Like it's just too one-dimensional, and you're going to get flanked. They're going to gather info that you're not in a certain part of the map, with the Cypher towards that A side and Sova on the opposite side. Now you're going to see both of those info gatherers maybe group up on the same side. Not sure where Scroll's going to go. But either way, you just see that that's why you need to run a proper default and just keep the other team honest, because you will unfortunately get found out. Now Shitty, it's just going to work back to something a little simpler. Going to use some of the rifles that they saved, buy up a couple of sheriffs. You got the knives on Kauth. I'm going to test this B site where the Cypher is set up with all of his util. Dart ready here for Scroll though.
That's definitely not the worst purchase for the Shitty, that's for sure, but Calf has done that position, that trick one too many times already that it's expected from Lakers. Hunter's Fury's out as well. At least it's early in the round that they can recover if things do go awry. And awry they're starting to. Coltas try and get the plant on down, Watt pressing the issue and charging with W. Now it's all down to Junior, whose head gets absolutely ripped off. The bull rages through, and Mindfreak, they gather another round where now Shitty, it's money. It's not really there. They're going to have to cop a bit of a half by force. No, I think it is just there that they can get everything that they need. So they don't want to see it tied. Potentially, you know, use these ultimates to get into the round.
Yeah, they do have 3 of those very strong ults that you point out there. They use the jet knives to try to get a bit of damage done or give themselves a round win. But I mean, Sova, Raze, and Brim ult. This is a lineup for Shitty. It's where, like, when the other team has all of their ults, like you are shaking in your boots. Like, they are some of the most impactful ults in the game. Scroll, gonna get a bit of info with that dart. That's a nice play from Watt to actually go into the smoke. He should have had the advantage there, but that is just the classic Kauth kill right there. Just winning an aim duel that you would never back him to win in a million years. And it's that kind of magic that's going to get Shitty. It's into an advantageous situation now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they go to drop that orbital strike down U-hole just to clear it out and then pressure in toward the front of triple, clear out your bench, clear out your pocket, and try to get that plant on down. The flip side of that is there still is the Sova available to dart you and try and get those shock darts out. So with a minute on the clock for the Shitty, they definitely have a lot at their disposal to try to get in. A dart to be lined on up to lead as the entryway. That drone's going to be seen as well. They knew that he was vulnerable, and that's why he's gotten off the drone so early. Calf, an extreme shot on towards North, and Scroll's been taken down to 30 as well. Does get traded out in the end. Still the orbital strike down. Shitty now. 2-player advantage, and I think if you're Mindfreak, you're calling this round a save.
That's a really nice round from Shitty. They just keep things really simple after getting that first pick, and you could see with those smokes just why it's so strong to play Brimstone on Bind, in my opinion. I mean, you obviously see Mindfreak running their Omen, but like you look at that wall of smokes across the A site, like you could get the smoke on top of Truck as well as the 2 smokes to the right. You can also run like the wall of smokes across the right side of the bomb side and one in U-Hall. You can run like Heaven smoke and like U-Hall smoke. Like there's so many different variations, whereas other smoke, the other smoke character being Omen, like you're only limited to those 2 smokes that you can throw. So like with the Brim, you just see how strong the whole wall across the A site on top of the Truck, as well as both sides of that triple box. Like you are not going to be able to get an angle from the back of sight there.
It's one of these things that, you know, any situation now that goes a little bit awry for Mindfreak, it could be sending us into map number 3 now, Pilsky. It's, you know, the money situation for them, I guess, at least is another purchase guaranteed for the next round and maybe the round after if the loss bonus does come on through and they balance everything out. So with all these ultimates, it's definitely a situation where they can, of course, come back from here. It's just those interesting scenarios, you know. Can you really predict where this game goes from here?
It's going to be interesting. You got the dart up long and the dart towards the backside there for Sprawl. That's not one you can really shoot. You don't really see it coming over the skybox and all of those buildings there. It's not really going to be one you can sort of track in the air on the attack side. This is all just going to be down to timing this round here. You can see Shitty, they pressured Hookah. No info there for Mindfreak, but they've got Lakers on the line here towards long. That's a really nice pick for Scroll as well. That's the strength of that op position on long. You could just take those cheeky angles from sight into Hookah and get yourself some free picks.
Clinical open up, better from Lakers, but the dash doesn't work out as well. Traded on through. Now the showstopper from Pex, it completely misses the mark. Gets a little bit of damage onto Cold Toes, now being taken down to low HP, and now put in the grave as well. Spike down outside of a long TP to come on through. Does get denied, or rather withdrawn. Nation brings it somewhat back into a recoverable scenario from Shitty. Shock dart on through to Sprawl, tagging him down to half HP as well. And that is a very early lockdown that can't be destroyed from Mindfreak. They're going to let the Shitty waltz in towards the site, let them try to plant, and use a numbers advantage to go in for the retake.
Yeah, you've got that dart in towards CT. Does reveal a little bit. You see the spam trying to go through the glass, just trying to even up the numbers disadvantage Junior. He's got this Hunter's Fury, but that's not going to be enough to win this round. You do have to try to contest a little bit and go for the pick, and that's what Nation's trying to do, but he just gets spammed out of the equation straight away, so Junior's going to have to 1-on-3 now.
Yeah, I don't think you use the Hunter's Fury if you're in this situation. As soon as you bring it out, you know you're going to get charged. You could toy with the idea of using it like fakely, bring it out, put it back. But in the 1 versus 2 now, Paranoid on through, they both go for the swinging challenge. And what wins out the duel? Mindfreak survive with 2, claim the round win, get some extra cash. And they do use a lot of their ultimates to do so.
Yeah, it's not
mean that we are one step closer getting it to you know, a tight game, Pilsy.
Yeah, it's not the worst round in the world from Shitty. It does put economic pressure on Mindfreak, and exactly like you said, they utilized a lot of ults that round just to be able to try to keep themselves in it. All they've got left is the knives available to them. I'm not sure if Nakers is going to want to pop those with the op in hand. Depends on what situation he finds himself in. Either way, though, do have the Sova and the Razor available to the Shitty. Does seem like they're setting up more heavily towards A this time. Only the Killjoy over there towards the B side of the map, just to try to keep tabs on with the turret. He's going to start to fall back. Boombot to be able to clear out some of those close angles. Lots of players on short here. Just the save here from Shitty. Need to be able to get a couple of kills here.
You know, the showstopper, he gets brought on through. Lots of information for Strax getting in deep, but he doesn't even use the showstopper because they'd already cleared out U-Hole. So just the pressure that's established from using that ultimate, and the kills gathered off in the distance does mean the spike goes down for the Shitty. It's getting out of the U-Hole location as well could be opportune for them, as Retlock, Mr. Coulter does get taken down. The guns are here for the Mindfreak crew. We can't say the same for Shitty. It's used these pistols in the close proximity duels. And they get away with the round win here. Lots of utility being used by Mindfreak as well. Just trying to find a pick, see if any one of the Shitty does give up the frag, and Sprawl's going to be able to find Cal. The reload does cost 1, but Strax gets that trade on through. 2 versus 2. On towards the defuse. They need to try and get it on through. Nation's got the information. He wins that duel, and now there's nothing that Norton can do. A single point of HP. He needs the headshot. He needs it now, and the jump comes out from Junior. That could have been costly. At least gets it done, and Shitty, with a lackluster purchase, they use their ultimates nicely, and they get the round.
I think they did buy their... You did see Strax had a frenzy in armor, which threw me off, but I think he only had 400 credits, so they did force buy and then utilize the ults. Junior still holding on to his Hunter's Fury. Both of the Sovas do have their ults available, and Shitty playing a very, very good attacking side. It's good to see them actually get warmed up in this series and give the boys a run for their money on Mindfreak. And
safety's off.
I don't want to see them take this map. Starting to swing back into the full bias now, but it's another gun round. This is going to be an important one for Mindfreak.
sure that they get things aligned to destroy the turret. What's going to get tagged out by the drone.
Yeah.
Potentially gets shock darted out, but nothing too out of the ordinary yet. That is 2 shock darts, though, used from the Shidiots very early.
Oh.
It does find Norson.
Nice stuff from Junior. He utilized his drone to be able to break that trip. They're doing that really well, and you actually had Coulter walk up short and break the other trip as well. So they're really nullifying the usefulness of this Cypher quite well on Shidiots. They're just waiting for the push. They know they're in a 5-on-4. Just really good discipline from Shidiots to be able to just punish Mindfreak from overextending, and they're just getting further and further ahead as this round goes deeper.
Yeah, you don't want to see anyone of Shidiots give up their lives freely, though. As I say that, Strax walks into the crosshairs of Lakers. They need to be very careful because Scrawl's found one, the TP now, and this is the scenario that Mindfreak are very lovingly taking back into their own grasp. Coulter's going to be able to gather the spike and bring it on back, trickle over towards B, because look at where Nation is. It's already pushed through the side. If this information was tallied a little bit earlier for Shidiots, maybe there's a world in which we saw them just retrieve their forces from A, go over towards B, get a an advantageous plant instead of a disadvantageous net now that they are facing, because it's a player disadvantage. There's no ults for them to be able to utilize. If Coulter gets 1 kill, has the Hunters, the Orbital Strike at least to try and buy a little bit of time, get them off that defuse, we could see the Shidiots claim 12 here, Pilly.
This is going to be a tough one. They have the Raze ult on Mindfreak as well as the Hunter's Fury. This is all down to Nation's multi-frag.
Well, there's one. Is there a second? Unfortunately not, but now Coulter, the element of surprise, where does he play for? He's planted in a bit of an off angle. The dart's going to miss him as well. Do they expect him to be in hookah? The smoke comes through. 4 seconds on that cloud burst, 4.5. It's 3.5 for that defuse right now. It's half ticked. There's the orbital, and he's going to use it early just to push off position. Does not have to win the duel, does not have to use the orbital for the fight, but he wins the duel anyway. And as I say here, Pilsky, Shidiots, it's map point. I want to see Ash boss.
That's beautiful. That's an absolutely gorgeous play from Nation, gathering all that info, being the contingency plan that they never should have needed if they threw the correct smokes across the wall of smokes across the A site. But look, I can't criticize Coulter for throwing the wrong smokes when he clutches around like that. That's just beautiful. Yep. Yeah, absolutely love to see it. Still Junior's holding onto his Sova ult. I know the feels. You're just holding it for the whole game, never get to use it. And the fact that the Raze was on the entry there actually makes all the difference. Pex was the first one to die on that retake. That's the only kill Nation got, but not having that Raze ult to be able to deal with that post plant from Octagon actually made a massive impact there.
Yep. Flowers definitely blooming in garden there for the Shidiots to claim map point. One of the biggest things that I love about Brimstone, and I'm not the greatest in the world. I'm not, crazy at Valorant, but Brimstone is the agent that I've played the most of, right? Orbital Strike, in my mind, never intended for damage. It's to off-put your opponents and to force a favor in your position. And Coulter, he's just done that to perfection.
Pressure up short now from Shidiots. Trying to keep things a little simpler. Looks like it's just going to be the smokes across the site here to try to get in there. Shidiots really pressuring U-Haul here with the jet knives. Dart over the top to try to spam one through the smoke. Now having a tough time getting comfortable on the site here, though, and Scroll almost picks one crossing, but it's actually the TP straight back through hookah. It's only Norson alone here on the site, going to try to pop his cage.
And he's only got a classic right now. That's good right click to come on through, though. The Hunter's Fury as well to try and deny something. He's actually going to pick up Strax, a player advantage now for Mindfreak, investing everything in this round to try and keep themselves clutched in towards this matchup. Blades from Calf, very off position, but Lakers on the flank, unexpected. Calf loses his life, and it's all onto Junior. Don't use the Hunter's Fury here. You've got 3 HP. They'll pepper you down through the wall. Use it in the next potential round. Concede this one is looking to be the call. Oh. Wildflower is just going to push it anyway. So it's double digits for Mindfreak. Are we getting overtime feelers just yet? Ooh.
I'm sad. I'm real sad. That was the game. Shidiots could have just locked that round down, but a hell of a retake from Mindfreak to be able to keep themselves in it. It was a good call, You even had the Cypher, the only one on that B site. They sold the fake to perfection, but unfortunately just couldn't hold on to that post plant. And now they're in a rough economic position. I think they're going to have to take a save and try to close it out 13-11, but you're right there, Dion. OT is definitely on the cards here for Mindfreak. I want to just close this out 2-0.
Well, we'll get on to a bit of a different topic in a 2-0 closing out a little bit later after this map, because there's some information on that, but we'll get to it, of course. Pistols here for the Shidiots. See what they're going to be able to do.
Yeah, I like the setup from Mindfreak. Pretty safe, just chilling back in towards the elbow there. Cal's going to dash up on top of the tube. Mindfreak, they don't want to contest here. They're just looking for exactly that. Waiting for the trips to be triggered and just spam one through the smoke. Give themselves the man advantage on the retake. This is exactly how you want to see them play an anti-eco or anti-half buy here against the Shitiots.
There's a lockdown available and a Hunter's Fury. That's a lot of time for Shitiots to just force the hand of Mindfreak, but in losing Strax, that's a clinical player down. Kalth as well. It's on to Nation to try to bring it through with Junior, and it's just not going to look too crash up for them. But Nation catches another one with the Sheriff. A third would be absolutely blissful, but it doesn't come on through, and the defuse is already nearly fully stuck, although the shots are out. Junior might have bought a little bit of extra time for his team. Dropping on down, Junior. Oh my lord, this is it, Pilski. Is he going to be able to get at 20 HP? Comes through the smoke, and Junior gets the 1 versus 3 to send us into map 3 at Shitiots, 13-10.
Oh my god, he should never have gotten away with that. That was just absolutely ridiculous. The amount of times that some of these Shitiots players are getting behind Mindfreak and just finding themselves in some disgusting positions. Got to be frustrating, but it's really good to see them take a map there. I think that first map from Shitiots, especially their attacking side, they were just way too flat. That's not how they usually play. So to see them take bind in that fashion, full bias coming out here, 10 out of 10. You love to see it.
That's flustered me, that play there. You've got the combination of Coulter's little clutch that comes on through, Junior's flank there, the sharp shots of Nation, even on that Sheriff. Absolutely wonderful. You're ecstatic because they've got a map. I'm ecstatic because we're going in towards Icebox, which I've been really waiting to see as well. But I mentioned that 2-0 thing just a little bit earlier. I'll go ahead and bring this little thing up here. So off in the distance, in the no stream land, we did have Fun Crew play over Palastrike off stream as a reschedule from tomorrow today. So the verdict of that one is 13-5 first map binds to Fun Crew and 13-6 second map Haven. So that game is done and dusted, and we say farewell to over Palastrike, which is a little bit unfortunate, but it does mean Fun Crew advance in toward that next stage as well.
Yeah, it's good to see them win a game like that. I think Shitiots actually played Fun Crew in the open qual, and that was like 1 million OTs, if I remember correctly. And just the reason why I bring that up for context is I was pretty sure Shitiots hadn't even played Icebox, but I remember in that series, they actually played Icebox. So I don't know. Fingers crossed. We'll see how map 3 goes, but it's good to see this go to 3 maps.
Yep, 3 maps, of course, is where this is going, guys, and we will throw you to a short little break, and when we come back, we're going to Icebox. I'm happy, Pilski's happy, I hope you guys are happy as well, so bear with us, and we'll be back.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya. Oh, it's still in the garage. Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Good evening and welcome back to the VALORANT Oceania Tour for 2021. What a massive, awesome, blissful close, explosive close to the second map in Bind there. Of course, guys, you are witnessing myself, Dion Komodo Prada, joined by Mitch Pilski Pilipowski tonight being on this broadcast. And I mean, you hear it in my voice still. I'm a little bit lost for words after Junior's clutch on the back of that one there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you. It was nice to see Shitiots come and play their actual game on Bind. I feel like one really bad half sort of told the tale of the whole first game, which like Ascent was Shitiots' pick, right? And then you had Bind was Mindfreak's pick. And I was looking at that video and I'm thinking to myself, like, Shitiots basically get their best 2 maps or 2 of their very best maps in the first 2 maps. Like if they actually show up and play their game, they can 2-0, but too slow to start on that first map. And now going through to Icebox, this is where I would expect Mindfreak to win. This is not a map that Shitiots have really played too much of, maybe once. Whereas Mindfreak, you know, being a proper team, you would expect them to have practiced it and fleshed it out properly.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's still in the early stages in, I guess, our region. We see it a little bit more picked overseas, but here, you know, I've been a little bit of a witnessing from the God Squad, for instance, when they've done it, and of course bringing it all the way back with our little show match way back when with all those marshals. But of course, we do start to get in towards Icebox. We're getting ready in towards the game nice and early. Of course, we've already brought over that it is myself and Pilsky here on the cast, but there's another player in the background. I say player, he's on the cameras. It's Crash giving us all of the views, the action. Makes it a lot easier having that dedicated observer. So big shout outs towards Crash as well. And to all you guys tuning in wherever you are around the world. But Mr. Pilsky, it's Icebox. It's map 3. I'm excited. Are you?
I'm reasonably excited. I want to see Shitty actually come out and do a good job here, but their comp does not fill me with a whole lot of excitement. I'm looking at Mindfreak and I'm seeing they're playing Killjoy, Sage, Sova, Viper, Jet. And I'm thinking to myself, you know, not a bad comp on Icebox. Viper is pretty meta at the moment in like at the top tier of pro games. A lot of people really preferring that character. Then I'm looking at Shitits and I'm seeing no Sage. So the walls in Tube not going to be a thing, or the walls for some of the post plants not going to be a thing. You've got Omen instead of Viper being that smoke character. And you've got Strax on the Omen, a junior who usually plays smokes, playing the Sova. So everyone's shifting around roles a lot. Now Colt is going to be on that Phoenix, which is not something I've seen too much of on Icebox. Slow walk into the A site for Shitty. See if they're able to get anything done here.
Well, Pex is going to start off by finding Strax. Colt is going to fall as well. At least one in return from the Shitty side. Another one from Calth as he dispatches of his counterpart Jet right now. Looking for a spike clamped down. Would be relatively nice from the Shitty. But Calth again picking up another frag. You'd think in a situation 3-2, you would just let the spike go down and play a little bit of retake on the side of Mindfreak. But now they're going to be without that extra third player. A duel taken is what can't quite piece together the headshot. No abilities to be used on the Viper now as well from the remainder of this pistol. It's all in the aim game. Come out from almost every player right now. Junior and Calth, though, they do lock it down. And Shitty, they claim the pistol.
Oh, Calth's just put the boys on his back there. And I think that's what you're going to have to see from Shitty. You're going to have to see some big individual plays to be winning this game. Because, I mean, it's something that I'm familiar from in MOBAs a lot. But obviously, us casting CS for such a long time, you don't really think as much about, like, straight up draft wins in terms of the champions they're picking, or the characters, or whatever you want to call them, agents in this case. But if I was to call like just a draft victory off the back of what agents I'm seeing, I would probably be giving it to Mindfreak every day of the week. But that's where Shitty need to come in with the big plays and keep all the boys on the right page. Oh, I love this. This is something that I really wanted to do when we play Icebox, which is anti-eco through middle.
One of the things as well that you can see the Phoenix get the better of the Viper walls, and the smokes, the curveballs, able to just get thrown through at a moment's glance and potentially just overwhelm them. And speaking about overwhelming here, Idiots, as you say, down mid, Mindfreak, all lands to the slaughter. Yeah, I mean, and you even saw how many players were around middle there, and it still works out well for Shitty. It's like, when I look at that mid area, what I think of is like in CS, like outside on Nuke, how you see a lot of pro teams, they smoke off Annex and they smoke off Windows and they wrap through Warehouse and take long angles. That's how I look at that whole mid area on Icebox. It's like, if you can smoke off under Tube and the top of the rafter and you wrap around towards their spawn, there's not really much you can do about that with the pistols on the defending side. Either way though, time for the bonus here for the boys on Shitty. See if they can extend their luck even further and check out the rifle buy here from Mindfreak. Very slow approach from Shitty. 3 towards A. They pressure B a little bit. They pressure mid a little bit. Just fire a couple of shots, and now they're going to group towards A. Drone coming through middle. I think Nation's going to keep that one in check though. They've pinged the floor as well. They're aware of a sticky situation potentially arising. A little bit of damage already delivered out onto stage. Heals to come on through, but they've overlooked Lakers, and that's not something you'd like to see. Coulter at least does get traded on out by Cal picking up the frag. Strax as well to alleviate a little bit of pressure around this site. And with the spike going down, it's only a single shock dart, but it could have potentially found out the frag. At least it goes in the Shitty's favor again. Getting out this plant down, not going to be denied. Scroll to use this recon bolt in a little bit of the retake scenario. How do you tackle this one if you are Mindfreak? You don't have too much utility now to abuse this site around. You don't have any smoke swatch, at least able to get this good sharp shot onto Junior. Nano Swarm is just used to buy a little bit of time from the Shitty's right now. You can see how low that Strax is. No paranoia available. The smoke you could use potentially, but where would you put it in this scenario? Calf to find one. Nation as well. And now the onus is all on towards North. Norson. The jig is up in his location. A tap on toward the spike. 4 bullets. Has to be really precise with these shots. There's 1 left in the chamber. The reload out. His time away from the spike, and he has to call it. It's not half-ticked, unfortunately, and he will get found by Strax in the end as well. So Shidiots, that's 3 on the board, unanswered.
That's actually beautiful. The double nano swarm onto the bomb in the post plant from Nation wins them that round, but it's more so than that. Like, if I actually look at this comp from Shidiots, in terms of Icebox, I don't really feel like it makes sense as much. But in terms of the kind of players that they are, it makes sense. Like, if I'm seeing, except for Strax on smokes, like if I'm seeing, Coulter on a character like Phoenix in combination with Calth, that's like a scary entry duo. Like, that's not something you want to be playing against. Both of these guys are so sharp. They want to just get in your face and just create space and take duels. And if you're not sharp enough to be able to deal with that, then you're going to be finding yourself in some very difficult positions. Love to see that from Coulter, by the way. He's just changed his crosshair between maps. Really not feeling whatever he had before. I always think that's funny when you see players just shift around their settings. But to be fair for Coulter, the man has really not played that much Valorant, and he's already like somewhere in the top 200 in OS and SCA. And he seems to be doing pretty well for himself right now.
Yeah, the old new sense, new me. Change the res as well, although it doesn't do too much in this game as opposed to just changing the UI. But I digress. We got some blade action from Lakers. Put to rest as the Pistols try to do something. That's a pretty sharp 2-tap to come out from Watt. But the sight is, of course, in the Shidiots' favor. They look to get the spike planted down.
He's going to smoke off some of those angles, make things easier for themselves. But Watt is finding some entries on this retake. One comes out from Strax.
That was a perfect paranoia to go on through. Blinds out all 3 of them. Strax finds Norson and gets out of the situation as well with the Shroud step. Now on to Watt to try to do something. Sitting in the nano swarm. The gun barrel's been seen through the toxic screen as well. Strax on for the 3k. Anti-eco frags, but it's frags nonetheless. And Shidiots, that's 4 for them.
You can just see how much confidence they're playing with right now. Like, they're just walking in and they're taking the aim duels. They're keeping things simple. You can see how hyped they are from some of those clutches on Bind. Like, this is a team that if they start cold, it's very hard for them to get going. You saw that on Ascent. But once all the boys get pumped up, they win a couple of big rounds like you saw on Bind. You can see things are really starting to flow now for Shidiots. They're starting to be confident. They're starting to take aim duels against Mindfreak. And it's working a treat for them. But this is where the change-up comes in. You have the op on Lakers. This is a very, very big win condition for the Mindfreak side. He's very strong on that jet op. So that's going to have to be something that Shidiots are going to have to find a way to deal with. They have the Phoenix ult available to themselves now. He's going to send it through mid on Coulter. He's going to get a lot of space and information here. This is a chance to find himself a pick, but does communicate the info.
And the runner back does get expired. Does get destroyed. No, it doesn't get destroyed, actually. So he still has the shields behind himself. But the re-creep up towards the kitchen. All the ingredients for success for the flawlessness for Shidiots. 5 rounds on the attacking side of Icebox. You'd absolutely love that for the start, especially, you know, that you talk about new teams, Pug Styles, Icebox being a, I guess you would say, non-liked map in the competitive community, but the point in play is that Pex has found Coulter to start things off.
Oh, the shots almost killed the bomb planter as well. If Coulter wins that duel, this is a very easy round for Shidiots, but now they've lost that kitchen control. The res is available, they're just getting spammed, the planter goes down, and this is all falling apart for the Shidiots.
Well, Calth is going to be able to bring something back, at least for the Shidiots. 30 seconds to go, however, and they're going to choose to relocate over towards the A site. Rightly so, as they can get the spike planted down to Strax's heart's content. It's going to actually be out in the open. Up in the site is Watt going to be able to deny, and he's charging on through, and he sees the body. He gets the headshot as well, and that's going to be the round done and dusted right here. Norson's going to find Calth. Now it is all going to be on to Nation. 67 points of HP. He's been seen as well. He's not even going to be able to escape with his life. It's all 5 alive for Mindfreak. It's the flawless first round that they gather on the board.
Yeah, that's just one of those situations. We've seen a couple of them where Strax is the main person who's had to shift his role around a lot. He's had to play 3 different characters across 3 different maps and 3 completely different roles. He went from Sova to Duelist and now to Smokes. And you can see on the Omen, he's unfortunately thrown a smoke straight into the ground when he was trying to smoke himself up and plant the upper and set himself up, his team up in a very, very strong post plant. Obviously, if you plant in the top of that tube on the A site, like, it is quite hard for the defenders to come in on that retake, even from a numbers advantage. But not going to happen this time. And Shidiots grouping up towards A now. Unfortunately, you see the op on the line. That's a very free pick for Lakers there.
Yeah, it's not really expected, I guess, from the boys over on the Shidiots, unfortunately. Coulter walking straight in towards that one. Now the toxic screen is going to buy a little bit of time. At least the R-drone spots out a great amount of information that Strax is able to find Lakers, and with the lockdown going through, we should by all means see the counter lockdown from the side of Mindfreak, but they're just taking out these duels, trying to catch Shidiots, potentially walking in towards the side. It's now a 4 versus 2 situation in favor of the Shidiots. The Nano Swarm has been seen from Strax. That's not going to be able to deny anything. I actually think it's from his teammates anyway, so look at the colors just there. It's, you know, would give away the information, but for Mindfreak, Scroll, try and bring something back here with Norson. I think they might have to just call this one here, Pilski.
Nicely done. Even after losing that first pick, Shitty, it's a good recovery, but you have to sort of focus on why they're even able to recover in the first place. Mindfreak just kind of peeking out one at a time and taking tools and sort of not really on the same page as to whether they wanted to contest in that Killjoy ult or not. You saw literally 3 different players after finding the man advantage just peek out and feed angles on those long angles of sight on the A site after getting the advantage. It's not a round that Shitty should be allowed to get back into, but they're basically given it by Mindfreak.
It almost feels like it's still early days for Mindfreak when they're trying to tackle out Icebox. You know that they do have their new player in Pex being brought into the fold, of course, but I guess an active map pool, you know, you do get one ban. If you're not banning out Icebox, you have to be expecting to play that it could be possible, right? So,
oh, for sure. I'm loving how Coulter's playing on the Phoenix, by the way. He's just hard entering for the boys, and that's kind of something that we sort of lacked in Shidiots, I think, is someone to just go in and not care and go take those aim tools. And I think he's doing a fantastic job of that. You know, Kauth was only the hyper-aggressive one really on the team previously. And I mean, you've already seen what Nation and Junior and some of the other lads are able to do once they get put in a clutch situation. You know, they can really read those rotations quite well all on their own. The way though, just the gun round coming in. Drone comes through and does tag up Watt on that fiber towards the A site. Very heavy setup towards this A side of the map from Mindfreak. They're well aware that that's where Shidiots wants to pressure. So the ult being held for that lockdown. So Junior just holding onto that one, expecting the Killjoy ulti to come in for the retake, and he's going to be able to hold onto his Hunter's Fury to be able to contest that. Now Nation clearing out that B side of the map, well aware that there's no one over there for Mindfreak. They're playing completely off the B side. They want to go for that full retake setup.
We're just pulling up the history for Mindfreak on this map. 13-2 against Kanga. And Kanga aren't no pushovers when it comes to this game. And they got that victory 13-2, as I just mentioned. So, you know, it does go to show that Shidiots are actually, you know, doing pretty well, all things considered, off the get-go. But 30 seconds to go. We'll see if it does turn into Mindfreak's favors. Everybody's still alive in the server as Spike goes down. Shock Dance aren't going to deny that.
How's he got away with that, Dion? Strax has just smoked into a miscellaneous area. TP's in. Puts the bomb down, TP's out. Now the bomb, the ulti coming in for all the Killjoy, but this is where the Hunter's Fury is just going to come through and deny that straight away. And Mindfreak are going to have to work out another way to retake it.
Oh, and the barrier wall's gone up as well, but it's gone over the spike, so it actually destroys one section of it, and that causes the smoke to have to go down from the side of Mindfreak as well. They're going to have to get potentially just Viper onto water to try and gather the stick. It's Shambles coming on through, but it's actually Shambles in the way of the Shidiots because somehow Mindfreak have managed to get everything back, and there's enough time for the defuse as well. So it's 4 alive. It's very close, 2 seconds. But you think by the lockdown getting destroyed of the Hunter's Fury, the fact that the barrier wall misses the chunk as well, the spike is seen, that potentially the Shidiots are able to lock it down, but unfortunately not. The shots aren't here.
Yeah, that's basically what it is there, Dion. I mean, even in a game full of abilities, at the end of the day, holding down that post plant, you don't win the aim duels, you can't win the round. And that's what Shidiots are missing out on there, just not sharp enough to deal with Mindfreak coming in on the retake. Unfortunately, too many players hiding on the angle rather than taking the contact off of each other and not really playing cohesively off of each other. And that's where they, unfortunately, aren't able to lock that one down. Loving the orb farming that I'm seeing, though, time and time again over this A side of the map, even just enough to get that Sova in on that angle. Just grab that orb, drones back through middle to be able to find that pressure. Drone in response from Junior. Both of the Sovers just seeing each other, checking each other out. Calth now in a pretty strong position to be able to pressure in towards the late round. And it's up to Shitty. It's where they want to go from here. They've still got pressure towards A and B. Nation's consistently just walking through B solo, getting all of that info for himself. He knows that Mindfreak aren't playing anywhere over there.
This is a huge position from Calth, as you've already mentioned. You can see that Scroll doesn't seem to be aware of it, chucking over a couple of his darts as well to try and reveal the areas. If he does put another recon bolt, potentially forces out Calth in the open, and he's not in a tradable location either. There's the dart, but it's a little bit too deep. This could be a very large play to come through from the Shittiest. Here comes the ultimate, however, from Scroll, and does catch off Coulter. He's shock dart pushing Lakers out of position with 4 HP and getting healed out. He's still alive and kicking. There's that pick from Calth, and here's the call from Norson that the rotation's potentially coming over, because look who's already into the B side.
Yeah, Nation, again, this is exactly what Shittiest want to do. They have 2 players in lurk positions. You have one up mid, you have Nation all the way through B, and they're able to just play the clock down and walk through, but unfortunately, Calth not watching the right angle, and now you can see the Killjoy actually dive through and deny this bomb plan if they don't cover it.
Now Spike is starting to go down. As you mentioned it, they have to try and deny it, and there it is. No, actually it's not. I thought that Norson got the kill onto the planter, but no, it was Junior actually doing it. We've seen a clutch from Junior before, 1 versus 3, into the 1 versus 2, shots out as well, but there's all
no charges left
in the favor of Mindfreak. The classic shot is just the distraction used for the frag to come out. Pilsky.
Feeling some heartbreak right now. Like 2 of these rounds that Mindfreak have won, very winnable for Shittiest, that one included, but they're just lacking on the execution. They had the right idea, rerouting back towards that B side of the map, keeping the lurks in position to make sure that they're able to just run down the clock. This is how you want to be playing the attack side as Shittiest. Just run the clock down, play with the rotations, and just make the late round call wherever you want to go. And unfortunately, at the end of the day, it comes down to the timing. Calth loses his life in middle to the player flanking through tube. It's a big play from Norson, pushing down the tube there on the defense side.
The blade's going to be picked up here now from the Shittiest. Colt has had to heal up very early in those hot hands as well. You'd expect a legging potentially from Lakers nice and early, but for what to drop the snake bite does already mean that Shittiest are putting the pressure in towards this round. Calth on those blades has found the first one, but a trade to come on through. He's going to destroy the dart, not get seen by it, lurking under towards rafters right now. Shittiest just trying to get this spike down. But there's a res available for Wildflower still.
Yeah, he could hold and res Watt here, but he's feeling very pressured right now, and the peak's starting to come around. Scroll not really on the line. Refresher, the smoke comes in towards screen side, and the bomb's going to go down. Not a great pose plan. And there you go, the res in from Wildflower to be able to put Watt back on the field. It's going to make this a 5-on-4.
And Wildflower seemingly just doing everything. Finally, Watt does get one on the board as well. The resurrected soul in this round, and it's all onto Cal for dash on through. The Cloud Burst will cover it through though, and a couple of missed blade shots will spell his demise too. The wall wasn't even used for the res though. It was used to just secure off the spike to get it defused. And Mindfreak now, we've gathered 3 in a row, as I believe it to be. Shittiest starting to crumble a little bit when Mindfreak have these rifles.
Yeah, it's basically the post plants where Shittiest are falling down a little bit, unfortunately. They're having some decent reads. They're getting into the sites, but Mindfreak has just been so good at coming in on those retakes and winning those key aim duels, whether it's sort of Lakers dashing in there. I like the fact that they're holding onto the wall rather than just chucking it in tube every round. They had the Killjoy set up in tube a different round, and then they're able to, wall across for the post plant and get that spike defused. Scroll again, just doing such a great job farming those orbs over towards the A side of the map to be able to get extra Hunter's Furies, one of which he was able to use to shut down one of those A pushes you saw there earlier. Shittiest again. Just try to walk into A. Lakers knows there's no one towards this B side of the map. He's on the line. Killjoy ult comes in. Nothing to really stop that here for Mindfreak, but you can see again, they're sort of contesting it.
Yeah, Wildflower's going to have to escape now. He's actually going to get caught in it as well. Nope, does just manage to get out into the corner and actually pick up Coulter in the fact as well. A little bit of the cover coming out from the dark cover, of course. A redeployment as well as Junior manages to find Norson. Strax is getting in amongst the smokes, trying to be a prickly thorn in the Mindfreak side. A TP up one towards top rafters, and they've actually overlooked it. I don't know what the call is here from Mindfreak. That's a very audible ability, but with all the kills starting to be calculated in the round, it's going in the favor of the Mindfreak squad. Hunter's Fury doesn't get the job done for Junior as the defuse is being held. And Wildflower picking up another 3k to back up the previous round does spell a tied scoreline now.
Yeah, really well played from Pex there. Just staying in the ult just long enough to maximize his chances, then darts back out of the edge of it, punishes the smoke push from Coulter there. That's another round where the timings, you know, going a slightly different direction could have worked out. Definitely had their chances, Shitiots, but you cannot discount Mindfreak right now. They are very consistently winning all of these post-plant scenarios. The retakes have been impeccable. And Shitiots don't seem to find an answer for it. They do have the Phoenix ult available once again here, as well as that Omen ult for the late round TP on the rotation. Keen to see what they're going to go for with it. Last time did see that Phoenix ult through middle again. It seems like the pressure is going to be towards middle. It's a bit of a half buy here for Shitiots. So I'm not sure if they're going to invest that Phoenix ult in a round like this. Nice little tag onto the Killjoy though. He's going to push him off the line and create some space for the Phoenix to come out towards B side.
Oh, that's massive. That's a huge first pick to come through as well. We've seen Coulter be punished a couple of rounds as the first fallen soldier for Shitiots, but now that he's been able to at least find one kill that isn't resurrectable just yet, and I say just yet because there's one off the resurrection for Pex. Lakers manages to find Strax, and off the beginning that you think the Shitiots in this half sort of buy this eco round, they might be able to get something established. It's kind of going in all sorts right now. A 3 versus 2 situation in favor of Mindfreak. Couple of ults to deploy upon if they want, but Kalpa snuck in towards the site as well. No one can track where anybody is in the round. Pulling out a dart for Scroll. It does tag Kalpa, lands in him as well. He can't pull that one out, unfortunately. It's a little bit of just fun in the server. Fun in the comms, yelling up through that he's stuck, but a spike down, a 2 versus 1 situation. What does have all these abilities available, but pulling them on out, I mean, he'd be vulnerable, and now that he's brought into the 1 versus 1 situation, you have to see that operator just get removed from the hands of the Killjoy, has to get into a rifle to be able to try and get off the defuse. There's defuse, still got the operator in hand. Definitely does favor Watt in this situation if you can get him off the tune. 40 ticks on towards this poison cloud now. But they're both running out of bullets. I don't know what I'm seeing right now. The shots come out from Watt eventually. At least there is time to get the defuse, but they could have gone the other way.
Oh man, I thought Nation had that one for sure. He had both of his nano swarms on the bomb still. You saw Watt attempt to shoot one of them, but he didn't quite get the lineup right. I'm not sure why Nation didn't drop both of those nano swarms. I think potentially being a little bit too greedy, holding on to them for a long time, or maybe just being a little bit too focused in the clutch situation, which was made very awkward by the fact that he only had access to that operator. But at the same time, you know, it's a 2-on-1, and Kaut gets caught under tube there rather than playing the post plant. I don't know if he had access to his dash to get off the site there. That definitely would have been the play you want to be going for, but him taking the fight into middle, there was no trade potential because Nation had an op. If he has a rifle there, it's a different story.
Yeah, and it's also with the nano swarms, you might as well pop them because it's not like that you sacrifice pulling out an ability to just pop them. So it's all comes down to that sort of feeling of what you want to do in that round, that it doesn't go Nation's way, unfortunately. But for the get-go of this one, Kalpa's kind of just LW and stuck it through them. Scroll is down using that Hunter's Fury. I don't think it got a tag in the mix. It potentially did if I've missed it. But the res out, and now they capitalize on it. 2 more kills. Scroll does manage to at least get one in the trade, and so too does Lakers. 3 versus 3. Curveball out from Coulter, completely blinding it, but Scroll manages to get the headshot, and Coulter does not.
Turned from that quite nicely. Now into the 2-on-3 there. Very chaotic situation in the middle. Strax has the key position though, but he only goes 1 for 1 because Lakers is in position to trade, and now Junior must clutch again. That's a great start though.
Ooh, how does he play this one right now? Lockdown down, but it's all a bait, and there's the shot from Junior! And he does manage to tie us up 6-6 here. The salt in the wound. It's as close as you can get. I don't know which way this game is going to go right now, but we're seeing some really cool plays. We're seeing some really fun plays, and we're also seeing some questionable things right now from a viewer's perspective, because remember, it is always different when you're in those clutch moments yourself, Billy.
Yeah. Oh my god. That was a crazy situation. But again, it's just so beautiful to see Junior in a post plant or in a clutch situation. Like, you know, I swear to God, Junior is like the epitome of that player where if you put him in a default and tell him to hold an angle early in the round, it's like his aim isn't activated yet. But then as soon as he goes into like a 1vx, you just see him flick heads so effortlessly. It's gorgeous. Looks like Mindfreak now. Setting up towards this A side of the map. Killjoy just keeping tabs on mid. The smoke up in towards the front side of A from Strax, who is spotted out by the drone but not tagged, as Kaut is up there on the high ground just hiding for the moment. Sova coming in on the retake. On the rotate, rather. Pressure in middle, almost won there by Coulter. Really nice duel to be taking to pressure that Killjoy on that angle there.
heals can come out as well as the early stages. They can come through from Tex as Strax manages to find one. So too does Cal that is traded out. There's no smokes available for the Shitiots anymore. You still do have what available with the Poison Cloud because it's pick upable, it's retrievable. He's still got it in his arsenal at the moment. That Toxic Screen, however, that's not redeployable. I wonder if we'll ever see an update where potentially it is. I would welcome that. I like Viper. But for this pistol round, it's a player advantage for Shitiots as we look to retrace our steps.
Junior's a bit of a liability on this A site, being so low on HP. And he is starting to get isolated here. Wall goes up for the Viper. Hasn't been spotted out, though. Wall going up from Sage. Junior's kind of behind enemy lines now, but
Spike planted.
I don't know how much he's going to be able to get done. At least he stays alive until the post-plant. Bomb being established there by Mindfreak, putting the spike down in a pretty optimal post-plant scenario. Junior clearing out the site with the drone as Coulter starts to walk up towards the right side.
And he can even utilize the recon bolt now as well, a little bit deep. You can see that the Mindfreak squad are starting to throw in a couple of these nano swarms on the spike as Coulter does manage to dispatch of what more shots coming through, and it's all down to Norson. But at that point in time, maybe try to utilize the nano swarm again. But with all the bodies still alive for Shitiots, works wonders for them. They claim the pistol here.
I absolutely love how Coulter's playing right now. It doesn't matter whether it's attack or defense or, you know, what gun he has, whether it's the pistol round. He just doesn't give a crap right now. He's just rolling in there with the Phoenix flashes. This is how you want to be seeing Phoenix played. I mean, you saw some of those NA Grand Finals recently where Phoenix picks are very, very popular. You know, you're seeing like TSM utilize him, and it's just like, this is exactly why you want to be picking him. If you have some crazy aimer on Phoenix, it is just such an annoyance to play against because the man could just, he's self-sufficient as a character to just roll in and just blind his opponents and take entry duels.
Well, hopefully we see some sort of entry duels, one on the side of Mindfreak with only rocking one duelist in the form of Lakers on the Jet. You would hope to see that dash potentially used as a little bit of a disturbance, and then another teammate to flourish on through for the frag, but I digress. The wall's up over at this B site here with the plant going down. Calter's just waiting for the right time to try and get it done. They're sticking it through it. The dart will get the job done after the Nano Swarm couldn't. So the spike down for Mindfreak, and Shitiots 5 alive still to try and go at the retake. Deep Dart has to get destroyed. A big reveal of 3, however, buying a little bit of time. A bit of a preemptive shock dart, all things considering. The second one is going to do a great amount of damage, however, but this is the time for the Shitiots to all run in towards the site tenfold and try to mop it all up. Missed shots from Watt, and it's all down a scroll. Nothing can come on through. You roll the dice there, and it lands on 5 for Shitiots as it's all of them alive, and the defuse too.
Full bias showing here, but what a bloody retake from Shitiots. Like, you got to remember that these guys have like barely played together and they barely played this map. And just look at how they went and retook that. Like, you had the Omen smoke up on top of the cargo container, and then the Jet smokes across all of the angles, and all of the lines that Mindfreak wanted to play, sort of cutting down the cross to the bomb and towards yellow, just instantly taken out of the equation, and then all of a sudden they got 3 or 4 players on top of them. Like, yeah, absolutely love to see it. That's the force being dealt with by Shitiots, who now have an opportunity after having a fair amount of players alive in that last round to really build up their money. Dart for that B push from Junior, just checking out what's going on over there. Doesn't see anyone on the angle there. Majority of Mindfreak were hiding from that. Nation now being pressured, but does at least find the frag before falling off the line. This is going to be an issue, though. This is what I was worried about when I saw no Sage being picked by Shitiots. Someone is going to have to worry about Tube. I'm pretty sure that you might see, you know, obviously Junior's minding it now. You might see aggression through middle is what I'm thinking from Coulter, or you might see a Killjoy set up in towards Kitchen.
With the plant going down from Mindfreak in the last one, but not winning it out, and the force buy. It does mean that they're not having the stellar weaponry in this new round, but if they can overwhelm Nation here with their numbers, a 2 versus 1, maybe they're able to do something. Wildflower has found Coulter off in the distance. Nation able to find Lakers here, however, and low HP now down on for Mr. Killjoy. It is all just down to what? 1 versus 4, Sheriff in hand. This is the time to show your individual prowess in the video game. There's a good dink. There's a good finisher. The flank's already starting to come on down. The shot doesn't come out as well. So Shitiots, that's 3. But now finally, we'll see the purchase come through for Mindfreak.
Yeah, Shittiers did a really good job on that attacking side, getting a 6-6 half. A far cry from what we saw on Ascent from them. So now this is where Mindfreak, they really need to flex their muscles in terms of calling, and they need to show us, what they have here for Icebox. Like I said, they have a pretty decent lineup. They don't, like you said, only one duelist. They don't have as much entry power, but that's where they need to be able to have some really, really solid executes and plays. They need to have those Viper walls in line and know the ins and outs of how they want to play with the Sova as well as the Killjoy. If they have their ultimates available, this should be really, really hard for Shittiers to deal with. I like that. You got the Viper Orb to provide the cover in middle for them to walk towards tube. This is what I was expecting. You got the alarm bot in tube there, just to be able to provide Nation with info, so he's not caught off guard too much. And now playing off of that B site, and that's what I expected from Coulter as well. Just aggressing through middle on the right timing, going and taking duels, and just keeping Mindfreak a little bit less comfortable.
Out of charges. Scanning ahead. There they are.
Guard into middle now. Does reveal one of the Mindfreak players, but the rest of them grouping up towards A, where there is only the Jet. Shittiers, pretty big misread on what's happening in this round. You can see they're very heavily set up towards that B site. Actually, an op on the Jet here from Calf. Needs to be careful not to get caught out of position. Does seem like he's just trying to find a player on that upper platform, get that pick and fall off the line. Now the rotate back through for Shittiers, so stacking that A side again.
Yeah, this operator needs to find one for Calf, at least isn't going to get revealed by that dart. It does get destroyed in the end. They're not going to be expecting him in this position. You can see just that. Coulter as well, able to find one. Time is of the essence now from Mindfreak, but they're just getting flashed out. And Strax manages to find Norton. Eunice is now Lakers to at least try to find something, but it's not going to be the case as it's all 4-4 Shitty. It's superior information. Just the job done for them. And it's double digits now, Pilsky as well. Mindfreak, they might be shaking in their boots.
That was the bonus from Shittiers. The operator was purchased by Calp, so a very, very beefy bonus, but that was still the bonus, and a handful of guns getting upgraded into Vandals there. Mindfreak yet again have to take a half buy. This is looking very, very dangerous from them. I'm not going to call it too soon, but this is really looking like an upset.
No, I agree with you. The way that Shittiers have been able to just plant their feet in stone and really just be very proactive in how they're tackling this defensive side off the get-go is just superb. Yeah, they've even found... Okay, Cal, take a bow. You found one through the wall. You take a collateral any day of the week, and now you can't avoid Shittiers just for this really free 11. There's a fourth verticality to be brought through, ladies and gentlemen. And Cal gets the ace in the end. Would you have it any other way? That's 11 for Shittiers, and I'm losing my marbles.
I've known him for 8 years, guys. I've known him for 8 years. I always knew he was good. Look at him go. Oh, yeah, I absolutely love to see it. Just Calth on the Jet. Big, big plays. It's like one of those players where it's like, he goes quiet for a little while, but then all of a sudden he'll just explode out of the server and just come away with some massive play like that. Let's be real, though. Settle down a little bit. Was only against the half buy. Mindfreak now into another buy with 4 ults available to them, and they have a very, very strong amount of characters. Surely Coulter hasn't just disconnected. No, he's back. Maybe just an ult tab there. I was getting a little bit worried.
Got to get to my next official very quickly.
Yeah, I think he has another one lined up in a different game straight after this one. Either way, it's good to see him stick around for the boys. Just get this one done. He has got the Phoenix ult available to him as well, so he's pretty much the biggest threat outside of the op here for Shittiers. Mindfreaks slowly making their way in towards this B site. Do have, like I said, 4 ults available to them. That's the Viper ult for the post plant. They've got the Killjoy ult ready.
Yeah, the runner back to come out from Colton now. The spike planter has already been made work of. Nation to do so just there. Information from that runner back, but the flank from Norton actually working wonders to keep Mindfreak invested in this matchup. As Lockdown going to go down, however, from Nation. Web issues to deploy if he even going to do so. Would have needed to win that duel, however. Still on the back of Calf with this operator. That didn't even look like the shot was connected over to the body, but little downwards flick, and it does work out in the end. 1 versus 2. Viper's Pit still is alive and kicking, however. Now it does make things a little bit more difficult for Calf to be able to get into it, clearing out all of the angles outside of the pit first. Both these players, however, playing inside it. You get those outlines, the highlights from what, if anything, is seen. Calf, a milestone of work to do, however, here, Pilsky, and I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately.
As long as he just keeps these 2 players locked into the side. He's got Watt behind him, but knife out for Watt means he will find the frag, and Laker's going to run away as well. to keep that rifle alive. That was a very expensive round for Mindfreak in terms of ultimates and in terms of the rifles. No, not even in terms of ultimates, just the Viper ult. So they've still got Sage, Sova, and Killjoy ult available to them. Killjoy ult ready for Nation as well, but with his own Sova not having access to that ultimate himself, that's a pretty big advantage for Mindfreak in one of these post plants. You know, you usually see the Killjoy ults being exchanged, but when you can guarantee that yours will go off for the most part and that the opponents won't go off, then it's going to be a little bit difficult for you. Wall being deployed over towards that B side of the map for what? Trying to deny some information to the boys on Shitiots, who had a good streak of rounds, Dion, but let's be real, this game is very, very winnable still for Mindfreak if they play their cards right. Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, this is dangerous right now. Kalth again poised on the line with the operator. Smoke does at least blossom to offset it. I just want to give a quick mention as well. The stream has just re-seen the operator pick from Kalth. Crash did not miss a single kill on that round. That is massive.
Good plays on the obs. It's always good to see. Unfortunately, what's not good to see is 3 kills for Mindfreak out of nowhere. Just as he praised the obsing. Didn't see any of those. Pick it up, mate. Come on. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. It's rough. It's rough out here for our obs boys. Junior on the op now. Just waiting for that wall to go down. And Mindfreak, they're looking pretty good these last couple of rounds here, Dion. Starting to get worried.
As the wall goes down, the recon bolt goes through. Anytime Junior still stuck on that line of the operator, potentially could have found the frag. But for the Shitiots, you know, take the weapons in toward the next round, see what you can do, go at it again. For Mindfreak, though, it's a bit of fresh air to get one step closer, to not see this game, I guess, go to OT first, maybe, if we're thinking first. They want to try and, of course, win at 13-11, because remember, at the end of the day, you would say Mindfreak were the hard favorites in this matchup.
Yeah, he would. It's another good round for Mindfreak. They really don't invest too much in that. It's just the Sova ult getting that first pick onto the Jet. And I have to say, you know, I praise Kalth when he gets a 5k with the op, but when you get killed by a Hunter's Fury on a Jet, either that's like an incredible ult or you've screwed something up. Like updraft and dash available to you, you are like the least ultable character out of all of them for a Sova, who's just got such a rigid ult to be able to line up those angles on the big laser beam or whatever you want to call it. Jet is just so nimble and able to navigate around them usually. So shouldn't be losing your life first pick to that, especially if you have the op. But just to return to what I was saying before, Mindfreak, they're really doing a good job picking up rounds while spreading their ults out. You know, it's only the Viper ult. That round is only the Sova ult. They still have Killjoy, Sage, and now Jet has knives again, which is, you know, not as big impact. But without that Sova ult now, this is where you're going to be able to see Nation get something done a little bit more. Oh, that's a really, really nice angle from Kalth. Gets off the line, but misses his shot, unfortunately. Mindfreak creeping up towards A here.
You should run.
Good news is, like I was saying, that the Killjoy ult will come out here for Mindfreak, but you can retake with the Killjoy ult on Shitiots at least.
Yeah. Tracks from the shadows now to get out of it, catch out some information as well. Potentially, if he does deny it, but that's a bit of unfortunate timing from Strax already. Mindfreak were overwhelming the site. The spike goes down, and for the Shitiots now, do you use that retake lockdown? You've got no smokes to at least upset the balance in your favor, and as Mindfreak are all situating themselves in for the retake, I think you just call this one if you're the Shitiots and you go at it again in the next one. Yeah. Take this weaponry into the next.
That's just another one of those moments where you've seen Strax play 3 different agents over this series, and 2 of them I know he's not particularly comfortable with, and that's another one where you know, if you're an Omen player, you know how many seconds on the Killjoy ult you need to TP. If you don't get out of the ultimate, the Killjoy ultimate, until your ult is done on Omen. So you can see he's mistimed it. He's fluffed the timing on it, and unfortunately he gets locked down and he can't get out of there. And if you're a little bit more comfortable on Omen, I'd say 100% you don't make those kind of mistakes.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. Of course, Valorant isn't just a go around and shoot game. It is a lot of the information that you need to gather up, how the abilities work, how long they last as well. And a lot of players, you know, if they are picking up a new agent, sometimes they just want to get the groundwork done first, and they do overlook a little things like that. And of course, a 5 versus 5 situation where the comms can be chaotic as well. Anything can happen, and anything has happened, unfortunately, for the side of the Shitiots. But they survive with 4 there, Pilski. They go at it again in this round with all 5 alive and the weaponry to back it up.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about Valorant. I really think to know the ins and outs of all the agents, you need hundreds of games. This time, Calth's able to connect his shot, and you still see Strax up there. Hasn't been checked yet. The res comes in on Scrawl. Strax could multi-frag here if he's unchecked.
Oh, he is going to be unchecked as well, but Scroll gets a bit of damage. That is superb aim. Lakers has made quick work of, and so now has been what? After finding the kill on Strax, Calth eliminates him, and Calth finds Pex. It's all shambles for Mind Freak. At least Norson had crept up in towards the kitchen, but is he going to be burning the stew? Not for just yet. Coulter also falls, but down in low HP. Calth looking to bring out the classic. See if he can finish it off with the 4K. A lot of time for Norson to lurk around, but there's no idea where these remaining players are. The lurk as well is starting to come through on the other side down towards spawn. They're going to meet up with each other. He might have gone on towards the hut. This is actually some crucial information for Norson. If he can get up, if he can find the frag, the operator does miss its shot from Calth. That's a 1 versus 1 where potentially he's able to find it. Is he going to be able to get the right timing, the right angle? It looks like it. There it is. Free kill.
Yeah.
Spike plan available if he can go get it, but there's 30 seconds. Does he have time? I'm just thinking now.
He has time. Shitiots are throwing this round. Like, all you need to do is either group up or put your butt in the corner and play a one and done angle. And that's the second time this game we're in a critical round. Unfortunately, Calth has just sort of just been caught out. 13 seconds on the clock. You'd say that Nation should be able to close this one down, but he's unfortunately gambled the wrong site. Fate comes out from Norson. That will give a little bit more time for Nation to actually come through kitchen. Is he going to wide swing the angle? Is he going to choose his timing instead?
What?
Falls off the angle, but he's found the right timing. Game of timing there, but it should never have come down to a one-on-one, Dion. That should never have gotten that close. That is just big misplays coming in for Shitiots.
Yeah, you see the bot go down there as well, reveals Nation's position, but he does get the shots out, connecting in the end to put Shitiots on the 12th round. But as you do say, that's a 1 versus 4 brought into a 1 versus 1.
Yeah.
Definitely could have gone, you know, if Shitiots lost that round, as you would say, I wouldn't quote like the throw word out there, just a lot of miscommunication.
That would have been a throw.
It
would have been a massive throw. That's the kind of round you can't really recover from psychologically as much. It's quite hard to sort of chuck a round away, especially when the score lines are getting this close. I have to give credit to Norson though. Seems like a really good positional player. That's the second time here on Icebox that he's come through with a big flank or a big sort of positional play, anticipating all the positions of the opponents. And he's made big impact. Now you're seeing a big setup towards the A site for Shitiots. You can see they adapted their setup, played heavy towards B, and now they're just trying to preempt what Mind Freak is going to do after getting shut down on the B site. It's kind of like, you know, I don't know how many layers deep you want to go, but this is the very basic level of like, okay, we just completely shut you down on B. Surely you've got to go A.
Cover going on.
And then, you know, sometimes it gets, you know, multiple layers deep off the back of that, but Shitiots have made the right call. Do still have the lockdown available to them again. Can't put a toe out of line though. You don't want to be peeking into Lakers' angle at any point. The man will not miss this shot.
And the thing is as well, there's nowhere to destroy the lockdown. There's no ultimates to be able to do so. It's all going to come down just to letting it go through and going in for that retake at the end or trying to destroy it with a nerd dart if you can get that lineup. Unfortunately for Coulter, what does manage to find the first kill? Lakers find Strax as well in the Shroud step, and this is actual shambles. Now the wall is blocking off Calth's vision. He could Blaze Storm and maybe get up above the wall, but Lakers has already pushed over towards this elbow area. How do you tackle this one if you're Shitiots? You do have your lockdown available still, but you're really at a big disadvantage.
Yeah, I wouldn't be blowing it on around like this, especially in a game this close. Junior is one off the ult as well, so if he's actually able to find an exit, that could be pretty impactful, but he's quite low on the HP. Norson trying to find himself some kills. Junior hasn't seen him. Could have been a freebie for Junior. Calth's going to find the kill, but he's dropped the ult now. See Pex really on the chase, wants to try to lock down as many of those rifles as possible towards the late parts of this game.
Yeah, the spike down. He's not going to survive with these weapons, of course. Spike out, sit frags as Junior finds the train, but you really would have liked to see the weapon survive over. Oh, I thought that potentially a couple more bullets could have done that one in, but Junior, by the skin of his teeth, does manage to survive the territory now for Shitiots. 3 ults. I think that they do have a comfortable buy coming into this round as well, but if not, Well, we could be seeing overtime. I'm looking for it. An operator, I think, has been purchased up from Calth as well. So, yeah, there's definitely enough money for a buy.
Yep. Well, Strax has to go down to a Bulldog and light armor, so a couple of the players light on the money. But this is the kind of round where Shitiots, you've got that off on Calth. You've got two very important ults. You've got the Hunter's Fury and the Killjoy ult. If you're a good Valorant team who knows their stuff, this is the kind of round you should be locking down. Good play from Mindfreak in that last round, though. That's one of those things where the Shitiots, like, because they're not really a super structured team that practices at all, really. You know, you have the Phoenix up on that close left angle. You need someone to be watching for the dart, and I'm sure you would see much better teams make sure they're doing that. It's been the same dart again here. Mindfreak starting to get into that site. They want to get the Sage wall down and try to get themselves into the post plant here. Also looking for Jess. He shows them his right timing, but he bluffs his shot.
Yeah, that is not a situation that you want to be losing a duel by any means. Watt's not even looking at you, but he does manage to decapitate your head. And with the spike plant starting to go down, Hunter's Fury does get brought out nice and early from the Shitiots. Scrolls now managed to at least find Nation, but look at this flank coming through from Lakers. He's got the information and he's found the first frag. Now it's in the mind of the Shitiots of that flank still being in potential. But the spike down. Is it another case where we're saving and we're going again to try to hold Mindfreak from getting into overtime? It has to be.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury just not really hitting the mark there for Junior. I mean, again, I want to highlight it. He's not someone who plays sober. You know, he's usually playing the smokes, or before that, I think he was on a Sentinel. So it's just the role clash that comes through from having to shuffle players around, not being 100% comfortable on their characters. You've seen it have a pretty big impact for Shitiots over this game now. Mindfreak really on the chase. They want to try to lock down Junior. He's getting caught on the cross count now, trying to stay alive with that operator. Needs to make sure he does so, because he has been a massive win condition for Shitiots, picking up multiple rounds. He's going to find the pick on the scroll. Doesn't really help him get that ult or anything. And I think Mindfreak have well and truly good enough money to be able to replace that Vandal. So all it really does is pad his internet points, the good old VLR, GG stats, or Spike stats, whatever you want to say. It makes everyone feel real good about Calth being a great player. Is that Op going over to the Killjoy? Okay, so Op's going on the Killjoy, and Calth is just going to use his daggers now.
I mean, you got to do something out of the ordinary, I guess, if you can't get a stellar purchase into your last round. I feel like the momentum of Shitiots is well and truly gone now as well.
Okay, I don't mind this call, actually. So you've got retake A with the Killjoy just looking for an op pick, and then wants to try to put the ult down and play retake. I don't really mind that. You have got the counter ult on the other Killjoy, though, and no real way to deal with it after the Hunter's Fury fluffed in the last round. There's the ulti in from Norson, as well as some swarm grenades towards the back of the site, clearing everything out. So that's going to allow Mindfreak to come in and try to get this bomb established. Drone comes through to just make sure that it's not a fake. I would have probably preferred to see that held for a little bit longer. Now he's going to be the ult in from Nation. This is going to be the game on a platter for them potentially, but Norson on the lurk again. He's checked by the... Oh wait, the lockdown got killed.
Yep, I was waiting for that. There was only one tick away from the Hunter's Fury, and it's been gathered, so there was no way that the lockdown was actually going to be able to be completely utilized and explode on through. That's a couple of missed shots to come through from Pex, however. This is just a tarnish situation. Junior coming towards Lakers. Junior again onto what? Okay, maybe they are able to clutch it. It's Norton to try and hold them off the defuse right now, but it's Scroll on those shock darts. The nerd darts line up, and it gets it done. Folks, it's a weird last round of the regulation phase, because we're going to overtime.
Yeah, I think Mindfreak just kind of out-abilitying Shitiots, honestly. Like, this was a very winnable game for Shitiots at multiple points, but I really feel like it came down to the fact that they're just not really comfortable on the agents they're playing. And Mindfreak just playing a little better, honestly, on that comeback there. Really should have been Shitiots' game every day of the week, but now we go into OT, and that's going to make it a little bit harder to purchase up those ops for Calth. He was a big success factor for the Shitiots on their defense. Lakers is going to go for the glass cannon op on that $5 grand and try to find some impact there. Let's see what Shitiots have come up with on their attacking side now. It seems like they want to go for a 1-3-1 here. Dart does scan some of the players towards middle. Good thing Coulter's not getting over aggressive on the A side of the map, shouldering a little bit, but does get picked up by Lakers. I was waiting for that. You don't always gather the fact that they're going to have an op in OT, but there it comes into fruition and gives them an advantage to Mindfreak.
Yeah, it really just feels like all the momentum and the mojo from the Shidiots has been ripped out from Mindfreak, just getting 1 or 2 rounds and forcing Shidiots again out of the sights, not even able to contest in toward the retakes. And time again, you see that the Shidiots are looking poised, looking readily available to just go in for the retake, looking to hold it down. It just one single player of Mindfreak almost just brings it in towards their favor exponentially so. And Shidiots just crumble. So for 50 seconds on this clock, Mindfreak a player advantage. Shidiots, there's 3 players around this A side, 4 if you include Boiler.
4 on 5. Looks like Strax just trying to contest towards A, but all of that Viper utility keeping him back. The rest of the boys starting to walk back towards B, but Norsen's just got all of his util on this site. Alarm bot in towards 2, double nano on towards the default plant. I'm not sure Shidiots even have the time to win this round. I think it's just done.
Oh, Wildflowers even found Strax over at A. That might start to bring back the rotation. You can see that Lakers is starting to disconnect himself from the B site, but as soon as that bot does reveal it, it was revealed, and now it's been known that it's all over at this B site. Nano Swarm, it does miss out where the spike was getting planted because they stuck it. Now that turret can get destroyed. The missed shot from Lakers, but there's 5 players still alive for Mindfreak to go in for this retake. Junior with his shock darts available. No time on the recon bot, however. And that's the free kill gone. That's your shock darts. That's your denial of the defuse gone. Cal at least able to find Scroll, but with 46 HP, make get another one on the board. The Nano actually gets Norsen. Okay, 2 versus 2, 2 versus 1 in favor of Mindfreak. Still 17 HP from Nation. No way to deny the spike from getting defused. And shots missed as Pex does get the 3K. Mindfreak now, they claim the lead for what has been a very long time in the run.
Switching sides. Match point.
That was still just such a winnable round for Shidiots. Unfortunate. Couldn't quite connect all of the shots, but good stuff from Lakers. He really gets Mindfreak through a difficult round on the glass cannon op there. Finds the early pick towards that A side of the map, and that's where you see Shidiots really slow down a lot. You know, Coulter was kind of that entry force for them on the attacking side. As if he dies like 5 seconds into the round, 10 seconds into the round, you just see how much they slow down. And even after getting into a post plant, they almost get it done. Now aggression again from Coulter, goes across the zip line. Not sure if that's going to be checked by the Sova drone. That actually takes that one out. So he's in a very strong position here. I wonder if they're going to be checking him on the jump spot.
Yeah, it could be a really powerful position right now. We haven't really seen it come out at all, and they're even clearing it. Oh, that's not what you want if you're Coulter. Something sneaky beaky that just gets absolutely obliterated. 6th Sense from Mindfreak, just making sure they're clearing out everything that could be brought out in OT. And what more could you want to start off? Free pick.
See Mindfreak just pumping the brakes. Norsen minding that B push. All the boys just waiting for some aggression from Shidiots. They know it's going to come out at some point. It's going to be middle, the point of contention here. Dart through from Junior, and he is found on the left side. I think Lakers is going to find yet another big note. South actually onto the line there. Does return 1 frag. Strax is up middle. Finds Norsen. Things get interesting now here in the 3-on-3.
Oh, that shot almost needed to get hit by Calf, and he's going to get slowed, at least able to escape away. The plant's on down. Watt does have 2 snake bites to at least be able to throw in toward the mix right now. But remember, Calf, he's not an operator in this retake right now. That's no shield. Has to be posted up on the line. The wall is going to get destroyed by Strax. The reload comes on through, but there's that second slow orb down. Now, Wildflower only has heals available in the mix. Time is ticking away. There's a bot here for Nation. It could find a little bit of info, but how does he do it? How do they pick this one together? The operator's been seen. Nation finds what? Clinical frags. Wildflower brings one back, however. The spike has been tickled as Nation finds it. Scroll brings it back. It's 1 versus 1. All the headshot will do, and Scroll catches the headshot. That is it. That is the 14-12, the comeback to come through from Mindfreak in a situation where potentially we should have seen it being closed out a long time ago from the Shidiots.
Unfortunate. You know, just not necessarily having everything that they needed in terms of the cohesion and in terms of just different players shuffling around on agents. But no excuses for Shidiots. You know, they played a hell of a game. They probably could have won that series, but end of the day, Mindfreak just a little bit more composed when it comes down to those really tight rounds. A really, really nice comeback from them as well. And they're able to win that series. And, you know, for me, as someone who's going to watch the rest of this tournament, going to sit through it and cast it with the rest of you guys, I think it's a better thing that Mindfreak wins that game, to be honest. You know, upsets are exciting in the moment when you win that game, but for the whole continuity of the tournament and to see the most competitive bracket possible, it's better for Mindfreak to win.
I just want to give a big shout out to their Calf throughout that whole series as well. That's my first time witnessing him, across a cast, and I was thoroughly impressed by him. He's dropped 35 frags in that game, and admittedly, it got into overtime where he got a bit of things happening as well. But, time and time again, the multitude of frags that came through from him, I think that we've got a player to watch in the region, and it's another player to watch because we've got a lot of players that are just, stellar in this game.
I'd say all 5 of them players to watch, to be honest. I mean, Coulter I'm not as familiar with. He's sort of grinding the ladder and doing pretty well for himself. Don't know how serious he is about Valorant. But Kauth, hell of a jet player. I play with all the boys. Junior is really, really good. You saw him in those clutch situations. Nation's really good at the multi-fragging on the Sentinel, and Strax. You didn't get to see what Strax is all about in that series. He had to literally shuffle around, play 3 different agents across 3 different maps, and IGL when he wasn't IGLing before, and they still almost won. So, that just proves that this team's got a lot of potential. All of the players, hell good.
Well, congratulations over towards Mindfreak in a best of 3 that's gone the distance and to OT for the final one. But guys, we're going to take a break before we get into the next one.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya. Oh, it's still in the garage. Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant Oceania Tour for 2021. Number 1 series for the BO3 has been a nail-biter today. Of course, for those of you that might have just joined us or are joining us from the future, my name is Dion Komoda-Perotta, and joining me today is Mitch Pilski-Pilipowski. And Mitch, let's wrap up that first series because I know you're going to have a little bit of some heated words after that one.
Heated words? Nah, I don't think I ever have heated words, to be honest. I'm just sad they didn't win. But grand scheme of things, there's only so many slots to go through. They're playing a pretty tough team in Mindfreak, who, let's be honest, looked really shaky. That's a series that Mindfreak should have been winning every day of the week. And Shitiots, after basically playing pretty badly on their best map, in my opinion, still almost won. So I'm looking for Mindfreak to tighten things up as they move through the rest of the bracket. I'm sure there's a lot to reflect on and sort of iron down, but that series is in the books now. We've got another one to look forward to.
Yeah, and speaking of the bracket, let's go ahead and bring it up to see exactly where we are at in the current stage. So as it do be, Mindfreak 2-1 over the Shitiots does put them to play the winner of this next series that we'll be getting into relatively soon. And also, Pilski, as mentioned a little bit earlier on in the broadcast, Fun Crew and over Palace Track was played off screen due to a little bit of a reschedule, and Fun Crew kind of obliterated them.
Yeah, I mean, they're an interesting team. They've got some pretty strong players on Fun Crew, who I've seen sort of grinding ranked a little bit. I think they're a decent team. They're another team where I'd sort of put them around that Mindfreak level. Maybe they haven't had as much time to sort of prove it, but they're going to be another team that sort of sits below the subtop and kind of acts as a gatekeeper for a lot of these other teams. Obviously, I think on the other side of the bracket, it's going to be Kanga and straight out of the zoo. So I think that lower bracket game, once it gets through with that one round, should be a pretty good match. But this match in particular that we've got coming up is going to be an interesting one as well.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one for me because, God Squad has always been the team that has been hailed at the top of the region. So for Paradox going up against them, let's see who these players are. Let's have a refresher because we've seen them in this tournament before. But do they have what it takes to go up against the God Squad tonight? It's going to be Rice, Azuliate, Exempt, Jordan, and Dilusion. Roster of handsome faces, and I'm glad that we've got the faces on as well. For teams that haven't submitted player photos, please do. It makes things cooler.
Yeah, especially if you're just going to go ahead and meme it like these boys. Some unflattering angles, some serious faces, some happy faces. It's a little bit of everything there, but the team itself, we've got some players who have some decent skills, and overall, they're an okay team, Paradox, but I think all things considered, they have pretty much drawn the worst possible team in this kind of competition. You do not want to go first up against God Squad. I mean, earlier we had an interview with Mott. He literally said it. You know, you don't want to draw this team first round because it is a death sentence.
Yeah, well, speaking about the God Squad, let's go ahead and have a look at who these guys are. Of course, that player image, the team logo rather, does get me every time. But it's going to be Iron, Dizzy Life, Crunchy, Plix, and Bob. I gotta say, I love Iron's photo, man.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, I think this is an interesting team for me. I was kind of surprised that these guys went straight to the top of Valorant in OCE, to be honest. You know, when I'm looking at teams like Demon and like Order, who have some proven talent and experience on their side, those would be the teams that if you ask me right at the start of the game, who's going to be the top team? Those are the guys that I would pick, in all honesty. So when I look at God Squad, like, you know, if we go back to other games like Counter-Strike, we've got a bunch of guys who had some pretty decent talent and had some okay achievements on some of them, but never really made it to the top level of OCE competition. But now in Valorant, that these guys have come together and put together some of those talents that they have, both in terms of individual ability as well as some good brains on these guys and some good game sense. And they put a lot of work in as a roster. You can see how it's sort of come in as a sort of success story. You know, it's just 5 good players who, you know, they aren't overly reliant on the aim, aren't overly reliant on the game sense or anything. It's just a well-rounded squad of good gamers, really, is how I would put it.
Yeah, and of course, we bring it on through for them. They are definitely going to be the favorites. I think no one's going to be able to say otherwise, but 2 players that we'll bring into the fold who potentially might look over towards is going to be Exempt over on the side of Paradox, you know, picking up that duelist role on the Jet and the Raze, but then also on to Bob on the God Squad side. You know, Bob is the brains. Anyone can really be the brains on the side of God Squad if you think about it. Iron picking up that IGL, but there's been times, you know, where Bob has just taken the reins. He's a very, very capable IGL, just doesn't like the role.
It's interesting. I mean, yeah, I don't have as much insight as you do into the team itself. I've watched a couple of their competitions, and I know of the players. A little bit more familiar with them than I am of Paradox, but from what I've heard from playing with Strax a little bit, who I think did spend some time on the Paradox team, if I'm not mistaken, he seems to really rate Exempt as a duelist and a Jet player, so I'm keen to see what he's going to be delivering with, because let's be real, he's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, you're not wrong. They do definitely have their work cut out for them on that Paradox side, as I've already mentioned it, and I'm sure a lot of people would know. God Squad, you know, one of the big teams formerly known as EXO, but we got some words to come in before the match from Rice over on the Paradox side. So coming up against God Squad, let's hear what they had to say.
Which is like a step up for me.
The different versatility of his weaponry as well. The shot down finds one there. Jordan's able to find Zico. Ninian was good for one, but gets traded out by Rice.
But yeah, now I'm straight into the gunfight, like entering, doing all that stuff. And it fits my playstyle way better. So like the team, we're feeling much more confident than we ever have been. No, we're not worried at all. I mean, we could be versing T1 or Cloud9 for all we can, still play the same we ever would. You know, confident and just stick to the game plan, see what we can do.
Delusion again, just picking up another for his troubles and pouring in and trying to find an opening for his teammate. It's just not going to happen. They're forced to save.
Well, we're all really good friends. We have like a lot of laughs. We sit in a call hours a day, so we're all pretty tight like that. And I think that works like in our favor quite a lot. Our team prefers attack. We're much better at attack, but our defense is not as good. I'm not quite sure why. We just haven't quite got there yet, but definitely attack. It just feels like we're way more comfortable and we're really good at trading each other out. We've got a lot of synergy when it comes to that stuff. We're expecting to put up a really good fight and probably take that win.
Expecting to put up a really good fight and probably take that win is definitely some big words coming up against the God Squad. It's been good to see Rice's progression throughout Valorant, of course, picking up in the beginning of the Sage, you know, and a couple of different agents, but now being brought into that duelist role, Pilski. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they're going to tackle the God Squad here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he did that interview before he knew what opponent he had in the first round. You know, he seemed quite optimistic there. Look, I don't have high hopes for Paradox. If I was going to tip a game to be like 13-5, 13-5, this would be that game. But I'm keen to be proven wrong. I'm keen to see what Paradox is all about. That's the thing that I always look for in an underdog matchup. I don't care if you win or lose, you know, especially if you're versing a top team and you get a rough draw like this in the second round of a qualifier, mind you. What I look for is a team with a good game plan that gives the other team a run for their money, that I can kind of see the pieces coming together, even if they get outskilled or, you know, the other team's just a little better in the case of God Squad. I want to see Paradox puts forward something that I could see, oh, if they play another team, this could be a good squad.
Yeah, and of course, hopefully we're going to be able to see that being brought forward into all the map vetoes. Of course, at point in time, you know, Bind was the kind of do not touch EXO on that map. Now, after they've played over on Icebox, it's kind of also gone over into that vicinity. So we'll see where it does get brought on in towards for tonight. And it's going to be Haven first by the God Squad's pick. Then it's Paradox on Ascent. And we do last out onto Bind. So Icebox and Split being the vetoes. What do you think of this pool, Pilski?
I have no idea. Honestly, like I don't know a whole lot about Paradox's pool. I've seen a little bit of EXO here or there. If I was going to say anything about this veto, especially on a map like Valorant, where there's only 5 maps in the pool, I don't think it matters. I think this is a 2-0. You could chuck them on any of the 5 maps, and I don't think Paradox are getting one.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting thing, isn't it? Although the thing about having played a lot of maps over on this EXO side is going to be those anti-strats that we could potentially see come out from Paradox. The mix of the anti-strats with their own strategies as well. And at the end of the day, you know, Paradox, they are very capable at the game. It is going to come down to a lot of these duels. We say the same over about the God Squad. So I think that this is going to be an interesting one, but I will agree with you that I think it is going to be God Squad 2-0.
Yeah, something else that I've sort of noticed that's interesting is that I'm watching Crunchy hover the new character, what's her name? Astra. Yeah, I saw that. Crunchy. You can't be cheeky like that. He does lock in the Omen, as we'll see the lineups once we get into the actual game. But this is the thing about the top couple of teams in Oz. I feel like a lot of the teams below that sub-top, they don't play Breach, really. They don't play a whole lot of Breach, at least from what I've seen. But when you look at Order, when you look at EXO, you see the Breach come out quite regularly.
It just does come down to EXO's clan, EXO, I'm so used to it. God Squad's fundamentals when it does come down into it is their retakes, right? That's what they are really well known for, coming into their retakes. And it's just the intuition, just the game sense, the knowledge, and the attack that they do in towards those ferocious retakes that, you know, it keeps them a little bit scared. And I've heard a couple of people over in NA even say that, you know, they don't really think too much about the EXO clan, the God Squad. Then they watched the game and they were realizing, whoa, these guys retakes are actually really, you know, impactful, powerful. They have to be careful. So hopefully we see some good retakes. Hopefully we see Paradox force God Squad onto some retakes. I think those would be some pretty neat tools tonight.
Potentially so. This is the thing, though, like that I worry about is that, you know, Haven being a map in the pool, I alluded to it earlier. As a player, I hate Haven, and all my homies hate Haven, I think, because like it's just so attack-sided. And then you go and pick Haven, and God Squad, it's their map pick, but they're starting out on attack. It's almost like, hey, you've just been given a nice start, not only in terms of the attack side, but also in terms of Crunchy just diving out long on the Smokes character and just finding that angle win.
Yeah, Crunchy's got to be feeling it. I mean, these guys have been putting in the hours in those streams of their own, trying to build themselves up and also just testing out the waters on the new agent. You talked about Crunchy trying to fiddle farm on towards the Astra, but yeah, not going to be able to come out, of course.
Things slow down now for God Squad after finding that first pick. They get that Cypher lurked all the way towards top mid. There is a trip there, which I'm sure he will have seen, and he does actually just shoot the trip and start to fall back. That is one of the big win conditions, is just having lurks in towards that top of B site and Garage on the attacking side. Smoke towards top B to deny the info, and it does seem like God Squad going to start to just walk up towards the top of C. The Cypher cam just being checked incrementally, but does get shot there by Dizzy as he dives onto that C site.
And while we do get in towards the C site, of course, right now, the plant is going to go down from the God Squad. How is Paradox going to be able to bring this one back, however, on toward this retake? All 5 alive from the God Squad. They're looking to lock down everything, even in towards the flanking Garage. Of course, Iron, very authentic on his lurk experience. However, Azuliate will manage to find out that pick and double down on towards Blix as well. A couple of kills left, right, and center, and it's all in the favor of Paradox right now. Crunchy only has 2 points of HP. The spike is playing in the open, but they're just on an off angle, and Paradox are going to pick up the pistol.
Very nicely done. And that's going to be the start that you'd want to be seeing for them, especially when they went down 5v4 very, very early on. Man disadvantage, and they still make that pistol work for themselves. That looked very favorable for EXO, but they turn it around nicely, Paradox, and that's going to put them in a pretty decent position here. See, EXO looks like they are just going to buy up a couple of sheriffs, look for some damage in this round.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate start for them, I guess. Shake off a little bit of the nerves. They have to just tackle their game, of course. They can't underestimate Paradox, you know. It's always one of those stories where you got to just take the game with all of the seriousness behind it. Make sure that you just go at it with everything. Of course, that's exactly what the Shitiots did in the last best of 3 series, and it went the distance. So you just have to be really careful.
Slow walk through A. Can try and farm that orb, but it looks like they just want to go deep into the site. It's a retake setup for Azuliat. He's got his troops there, which will just be shot by Dizzy on the entry. He's got a Bucky. Very nice pick there. It's exactly what you want to be seeing from a Cypher player, just playing off his troops. As soon as one of them does get triggered, he's able to spam one through the smoke there. Shock darts coming in. Try to deny that plant. And nice spam through from Azuliat off the back of that Sova dart. This is a really nice retake setup from Paradox.
Yeah, and the plants start to go down from the God Squad, but they overlooked where the camera was, as Dizzy did get revealed by it. The dart, however, to reveal Delusion as Crunchy picks up one. Azuliat to drop on down from the heavens, and his third frag in the round on that Ares. So the plant is found by God Squad again. They don't gather the round. So it is a little bit back to the drawing board for them to see how they're going to re-tackle in towards this matchup. When you do get the rifles into their hands, hopefully we do start to see something come out for them. Remember, they have picked Haven in towards this matchup too.
I mean, already, it was good to see them turn around that pistol, but that's exactly what you want to be seeing in an anti-eco there from Paradox. Just playing off of the utility, utilizing the Sova darts as well as the arrow there to reveal on the spam and the Cypher trips, just to eliminate risk. Make sure that you don't actually have to take those aim duels up against the Buckies and the pistols. And now the bonus here for Paradox. Up against the rifles, it's a bit of a tall task. All being farmed there by EXO. Or, I mean, God Squad, half of them have EXO in their names, so I don't really know what you want me to do with that. As Sova looks like the target for the orb in that case, and orb actually available towards this A side of the map as well, because I believe the Cypher is just playing on that side for the time being. May change later on, but that is going to allow God Squad to be able to farm plenty of orbs for their ults, and they're not really being touched by the defensive side at all at the moment.
Yeah, it is just slow and steady right now for God Squad, clearing out all the corners. A minute left on the clock as finally the arm drone starts to go down through towards the sewers. Bob to clear out over towards Long, holding hands with Dizzy as they creep on through. You expect a flashpoint to go up towards Short here from Bob, or over towards Long to try to catch out Azzy. The Cypher cage is going to be just at the top of the sewers. The cage destroyed. There goes the cage as well. Sorry, the trap wire was destroyed, but in towards the site. Bob is destroying all the Paradox members, and it's now going to be on the retake for them. And Iron, would you have it any other way, Pilsky, is on that lurk.
I mean, you know, that's how you play Haven. And this is why this map is cancerous, and I hate it. You know, 3 bomb sites, you can cut the rotations in half. Attempted retake here from Paradox, and they can get into the site, but there's just so many players here for God Squad. I don't think they're going to get anything done. The spacing is just too good. They've got disadvantageous weaponry, and that's going to be a round nicely done there from God Squad. Just farming the orbs, going back, putting themselves through their paces, clearing out that opposite side of the map with the drone and the breach util. And you can tell the confidence is on point from God Squad, because I'm literally seeing like the Smokes character on Omen just taking dry duels. Bob was the entry into the site on breach, just flashing himself in. They just don't care right now.
You got to remember as well, when you do only run Rock 1 Duelist, you need that sort of pseudo entry as well. And when you've got it on through, a character like Breach or an Omen who has the flashes available can potentially be that. And you couple that with sharp aim and sharp intuition, could definitely be a force to be reckoned with. Although, at the beginning of this round, I'm going to say farewell to Dizzy Life. Yeah, he gets an operator to the body.
That's a big pick for Exempt, and a bit of a nerve settler for Paradox, at least in a round like this. Cypher trips going in there for top of B. I guess that was Sova darted by Plix, because that trip just got taken out there. He's got another one in towards Gary, though, which is where God Squad are heading. Crunchy just making sure he's holding down the flank, even in a 5-on-4, dealing with that drone. So not too much info there for Paradox. They will still stay towards that A side of the map as God Squad now starting to move through Gary. Not a whole lot of control on the extremities. Haven't dealt with the trip just yet, but they do see it. They're just waiting for that window peek from the Omen. They're waiting for a mistake from Paradox before they pounce on one of these bomb sites here, Dion.
Yeah, the split choice. Do we still group up in towards the garage and go out towards C, or do we trickle back and try to maneuver in towards B? They're kind of locked in towards the garage, though, as Jordan gets his head absolutely taken off through the wall by Crunchy. And with that cloudburst going out from Exempt, he still was alive at the back of Flat, as Bob also catches a headshot. Just the very sharp aim to come through from these players right now. God Squad, they were a player down, now they're a player up. Crunchy lurking in through towards mid. Iron found Azuli8, and now it's all down to Rice, who is on the Phoenix. I always welcome a Phoenix when it comes down to the map of a Haven. You see RDW bring it out from wildcard, but for right now, Iron will close things out, and God Squad, after dropping Dizzy, they run it back flawless.
Yep. Very, very nice round. Even after losing, like you said, that op pick right at the start of the round, it's almost like it didn't matter. You know, they're just waiting for that Gary peak. Eventually it comes out, they punish instantly, and they get that flash onto the line to deal with the Jet op who was over towards C site. And they still close it out, even with the man disadvantage, what looked like in an easy fashion. So now you see Paradox, unfortunately, being put back on a save. And this is where I'm imagining you're going to start to see God Squad really get rolling here.
Yeah, you could potentially see them run amok in toward the server. They're settled the nerves with the pistol and the anti-eco. Now that they've got those rifles in their hands, like I said, they could definitely look to just capitalize on nearly every situation, I guess, that they are very experienced in towards. That's not to say that they're going to have the free run, though. Paradox, it's still the very early stages for them as well. The Blade Storm's been brought out nice and early, and Iron is just waiting in spawn because they've destroyed his trap, and he might be on for a little bit of a fragging action right now. They've overlooked him, and he's pinging out the info.
Just literally
the next
sitting
player,
in
the next player though.
Where is everyone?
There you go, chucks down a Cypher ulti. Almost got caught out by Dilution there, but, you know, he's clued up. He knows what's going on.
Nice shot from Azuli8 to find Crunchy. But the shock dart does get it done in the end. It's just the name of the game being damaged right now for Paradox. See if they can catch any of these frags. A good little curveball to come on through. The ball is going to bring out the fault line down towards the side. It's actually forcing out a Hunter's Fury as well. This is an eco-ish round, remember, to come through from Paradox. They didn't go into it with all of the best weaponry. Only really this Blade Storm, and now it's just down to Exempt. No Cloudburst, though. Spike wasn't tagged all the way. He's going to get revealed, and it does get done and dusted, but you bring out a Hunter's Fury from the God Squad, and you're kind of okay with the outcome in the early stages, I guess.
Yeah, not too bad. One ult being invested there by God Squad. Still do have access to the Breach ult and the Omen ult for some late round rotations or some kind of a cute execute. Trying to get it to an annoying position, or even just to gather the info. Got the Cypher ulti, Sova ulti, Omen ulti for Paradox available. So that's the thing about Paradox, you know, this is a lineup where they don't have super impactful ultis outside of the Sova ulti, really. None of those game-winning ults like you see on a Killjoy or Brimstone. You see up on the off angle on top of the box. Both of them whiffing, actually. Neither of the Jets hitting the shot. And Rice, this is a big push. It's a bit risky sometimes to just walk down B. But gets them a lot of info here.
Yeah, it's just the mid-round breathe out right now for both of these teams. See what anybody can sort of find. I do like this mid-creep up from the Paradox crew, but it could be quite vulnerable if God Squad, you know, went out through the courtyard area and started to look for out all these cross fires, but it's starting to trickle up towards the ace site. We could see a world of hurt. Here comes the Rolling Thunder.
Lightness here from God Squad. So get the smoke and the tremor in. Now it's the ulti there to clear out the site from Bob. Create a little bit more space. Nice little tag on towards the Cypher there. As Hunter's Fury does come in, but only gets a couple of tags there before the bomb does start to be put on the floor for EXO.
That's some good shots to come out from the God Squad now as well. Could have gone the flip side with the lineup of that operator, but for Crunchy, he was already tagged out by the Hunter's Fury earlier on. The Aftershock not going to do anything from Bob. The swing is out, and the swing is nice, and it's all going to the Paradox side. Down to Plix.
Weapon
And
here.
from the first 2 picks that we see in the beginning of the spike plant, there's not a single one back from the Godsword. That is a phenomenal retake.
Spike defused.
Yeah, I mean, that's the second time we've seen really good retake setup and really good retake in general, I guess. I can't think of a better word, like really good resilience from Paradox. And I guess that's why they picked this map, and it makes sense, right? Like Haven, for me, like I said before, I feel it's a really attack-sided map. So you need to be able to, one, have your rotations in order, not get caught out by some of those annoying lurks through Gary or through top of B. But also, I mean, it never really occurred to me as much as what I'm seeing Paradox do here, but the retakes need to be solid and on point, right? You need to be able to come back into those sites, because sometimes you just got to spread yourself so thinly.
Yeah, you lose a player somewhere, and it's not like you just have to look after one site on this map. You have to look after, 3. So in losing a player somewhere, you lean over towards another side, or you just completely disconnect from one side as a whole and go for the full retake. And for Paradox, seemingly they're happy enough to do the latter there. So in a ward, this garage area again, Crunchy is going to open up the opportunity. There's no Sages here, so there's no resurrections. There's no heals even, apart from the Phoenix, I guess you could say, in the hot hands. But Phoenix is already down for the count.
He's going to find a pick onto Delusion towards top of mid. And you can see Bob still pressuring that C site. EXO still sort of keeping them in position on the rotates. And this is what's so annoying about Haven when you verse a good Haven team. It's like, you can never really be sure what's happening 100% sometimes, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the Cloudburst does fade out at the beginning, or the front of the site, rather. There is still the Omen Dark covers that could go down. Dizzy missing a shot on that Operator. Jordan coming out in the flank, but Iron, he is the flank master right now. Manages to find that kill, and another Cloudburst to go down at this current time. There's no time for the defuse for Paradox, really. They just have to kind of concede this round, a 5 versus 2 scenario. Take your weaponry into the next one, go at it again. See if you can claim any exits, as Dizzy has navigated over towards Garage, and on the low HP with the Operator, you'd like to see him survive and take that over into the next round. So it is going to be God Squad once again gaining the lead here. And Dizzy does, in fact, drop the Operator.
Oh, well, they win the round, but things get a little bit messy from there. Either way, though, God Squad getting that round lead now. Starting to get rolling a little bit. Surely Paradox's money is probably looking a little bit weird at this point. Got a couple of guns saved over, a couple of members who are probably low on the econ. God Squad, they're looking very comfortable. I'm not really getting the sense that this is like their top level game or anything. It really just kind of feels like at the moment they're just cruising through this match, kind of going through the motions, and everything's sort of coming together.
I wonder if it'll be another case of Plick staying up for over 24 hours coming into the official. I know that was the case for one of their open matches.
No, it's not ideal. Oh. Drone again. Drones have been really, really good from Plix. That's the second or third time this game that he's forced the Opera off the line with just the drone. Double long push though. Wasn't actually trip. Oh, there is a trip there. Never mind. Can't usually see that on the observer sometimes. So 2 players are sitting behind a trip there. Bob's going to find an opener again. This breach entry, it's
something.
It's a music.
Oh, Exempt again, going to get flashed off the mark this time. I don't think that Bob has any more flash. Oh dear. As Uli ate caught with his knife out in spawn.
Both of the ciphers.
If you can lurk, I can lurk better. Plix is stable and stellar lineups to go down towards the defender's spawn entrance. Although, I don't know how they didn't catch him. I thought he was in the middle of both of them there.
Oh my god. As a Sova player, that is just like, that's beautiful to watch. Rice actually make this happen with the Phoenix ult. 2 picks on the retake here.
An upgrade of a weapon. Great shot to come out from Dizzy Life as well. It's back into the vicinity that God Squad have the advantage. Here comes the Blades, nice and late in toward the round as Bob finds Exempt. Dizzy dashes on through and Rice does miss out a couple of extra shots. The runner back was stellar. But Bob will close it out for 3. And I remember watching Plix a long time ago when he was just randomly throwing darts and he found that one on stream randomly. It was something nice and then he perfected it. So it's kind of cool.
I mean, I love to see it. And that's what I'm going to enjoy casting so much. You know, I get to see some of these Sova players who are about I don't know. I'd say like 400, 500 times better than me. Just use the character to its max potential, and I can just sort of take it in and utilize it in my own games. Love to see it. Paradox really changing up their setup quite a lot right now. Now going for an A long push, which has been tripped by the Cypher. He's going for a pick there before the smoke does bloom, and now the all being picked up. The Sova ready with the dart as they just go straight up C long. Jordan completely blind drops his own paranoia. Had to save himself, but sprayed straight through it. Now the C side's open for business.
And Flix has even found his Oleate lurking in the dark cover from Crunchy. Shambles to come through from Paradox because he had a gun there as well to try to toil with in toward that smoke. And you're in a 5 versus 3 situation. Bob's got that Rolling Thunder again in case they want to re-go for a bit of control in the round. They don't really need to with the big player advantage that they do have right now. Iron's containing Delusion, even manages to win out that duel, and with Flix losing his life potentially in towards the garage, it makes things interesting for Paradox. There eventually comes out that frag, Exempt, making them have a run for their money, but the wide swing from Iron outside the cage gets the better of him, and God Squad, they do manage to gather another round. Iron one away from that neural theft, and things are really starting to formulate nicely for the God Squad.
Kind of surprised that you're seeing Paradox pick this defensive side. I think in the interview they said they like attack a lot more. You're on one of the more attack-sided maps in the pool, and you still choose the defense side when your opponent picks it. And the issue with that is now that God Squad are really getting rolling, I'm kind of wondering, like Paradox, they need to pick up a couple of rounds here, or they might not have an attack side to show us.
Yeah. Not wrong by any means in that one. Great reveal, great dart from Plex. Forces them out of garage. Rush to try to bring something back. The hot hands to buy 4 seconds in case there was any push from God Squad, but they're just being really passive. You know, they're utilizing that timer on the clock. They're making sure that they can just put some feelers out, see if Paradox are pushing anywhere themselves. It's just, you know, well-versed early game Valorant.
Yeah, they got the trips on either of the flank. One of those being picked up now and replaced properly by Iron on the attack side. Is he just trying to punish anybody over peeking in garage as the defensive smoke goes towards top of B? Exodus kind of biding their time at this point. They've still got that breach ult, and you see Bob creeping up towards the top side of B. Wants to just chuck that down to get the push rolling. Dart comes in from Flix. Yeah, smoke onto C-Com there. Dart into the back of the site. They don't even use the breach ult. Bob just runs straight onto B site and chucks the bomb down. Why not?
And he will manage to escape from the second shock dart as well, so only taking 75 points of damage or thereabouts from it. What more could you want? You've got everybody alive, bar one now as Jordan finds Iron on the lurk towards C. He keeps on lurking and it's going to have to be expected. Dizzy to bring one back, and now they just wait for the spike to start to be defused. It's at least been half ticked right now. So a redeployment of the dark cover could actually catch them the round. Dizzy manages to find Delusion. Jordan catches Bob. They can get the smoke. No, there's 10 seconds till the next smoke. They're not going to be able to reestablish that. A Paranoia out as Rice lost a couple of shots. Jordan again for another frag. Jordan for a fourth one. On for the ace, but he's sticking it. Dizzy with the operator. Doesn't have enough time to get out the next pick. And whilst he does get them all, the defuse come on through. It's 4 for Jordan. It's 4 for Dizzy, but it's a 4 for Paradox on that board.
That's a massive play from Jordan on the Omen there. A 4K to be able to secure that round as well as the defuse. May as well just give him the ace. Fair enough at that point. Kind of interesting. You don't even see the breach ult deployed there to take that B site. It's like one of those things where in my brain it's like you have to utilize that ulti to be able to create the space, but it's always good to watch players who have a much better understanding of the game than you to know when and where to use your abilities and your ultimates. You know, you only get so many in a game. I get maximum usage out of them if possible. And the daggers here ready for Exempt. It's a bit of a scuffed buy-in from Paradox after only winning that round with a couple of players surviving, whereas God Squad have really been getting rolling on this attack side. Really nice usage of the Omen TPs there to be able to dodge that ult. Jordan, I'm already impressed.
That was beautiful.
My co-caster's usually called Jordan, so I guess all Jordans are just PogChamp.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that one. Mine's the same. Normally called Mitch, so I guess it follows in with you.
Must be, yeah.
Must be a Mitch thing.
Oh. TP for the info for Jordan does spot out a player, so they know that it's going to be a play towards his A side, which they would have worked out at some point anyway. Same thing for Azulian. Again, waiting for someone to trigger his trick so that he can spam through. But you can see Exo very, very familiar with where he's placing his tricks. Just shoots both of them. Doesn't get an opportunity. Nice tag onto Bob. Really get that spam through. Can't spam through that part of the box, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little bit too thick there. Dizzy with 3 cloud bursts available. If he could work some magic and curve them away, maybe he does something, but exempts a little bit of magic for 1 and done. Crunchy tossing and toiling around in the short location, an upgrade of his weapon. He's even going to escape here with From the Shadows. It's a player advantage for God Squad. Iron now going to try and catch the frag on a Jordan. Doesn't get it out. Crunchy, he cancels it to get another frag, but it's all shambles. It's left, right, and center. It's on to Rice to be able to bring it in, but Plix will get it. What a chaotic round, but God Squad, they do manage to get it within the confusion of all the players around the site.
Yep. And 7-4 for them on this attacking side. And I'm not sure what Paradox's money's looking like after that. It was already shaky to begin with in the start of that last round. You saw them having to go down to dives for some of their players. So, yeah, I'm looking at Sheriff Armor. This is not a good round to be ending the half with. I'd say this is probably going to be an 8-4 for God Squad, which... you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. If Paradox can still get that pistol, let's be real, it's Haven. It's still a very winnable game.
Yeah, don't count them out just yet. We've seen, you know, big old comebacks before in this game from your 12-0s, from your 11-1s, so... 7-4, it's not the end of the world, of course, but the creep up through towards C, the reveal on towards Jordan as well. The dash is up from Dizzy as the paranoia does get out. He misses a couple of shots. Bob at least able to solidify him 1. Crunchy likewise, and the spike starts to go down. Bit of a preemptive Hunter's Fury does come out, but it gets the tag. It can't quite finish off the frag just yet. Iron will manage to find 1 as it's again Raid Central starting to come out through. Great neural theft to gather all that information. Now the spike is down, and it's in God Squad's words. It's in their half of the court to be able to win this one through. More tags out. And that's now unfortunate.
Yeah, nice securing that last one for God Squad. That's the one you want to see them 100%. Paradox did not have the best of buys into that last attacking round. So I'd say God Squad well and truly in the driver's seat. You know, Paradox, it was a good start for them. Those first 2 rounds looked really good, but once God Squad got the money together, they started to run their game plan. That did not look like a close half. End of the day, though, this was Paradox's pick, so we're going to have to see what they've got for themselves on attack. I mean, like I said before, I feel like I've said it 5 times now, but look, you picked Haven. You got to have a really strong attacking side. You know, this is the map where you can really abuse the attacking side pretty hard.
Yeah, we'll see if Paradox are going to be able to do so right now. A clean run in for the pistol might be able to get things started. They did pick up the first round of this matchup and then the second one as well. But when the rifles did come on through, God Squad kind of just contained and ran over this map. Some missed shots from Dizzy. That was tailwind out of there. A lot of damage in that exchange.
Good job getting rid of the trip in towards Gary, as well as the trip on top B. Puts a fair amount of pressure on the rotations of Exo. You see a bunch of players over there towards the B side, but this is where you're seeing the boys on Paradox just go straight into C. They're going to potentially be able to get themselves an open plant along their Rice. Still outside of B, applying pressure with the Phoenix. Ooh, almost some really nice shocks to be able to deny that bomb plant, but it does delay it for long enough for this retake to get kick-started here, Dion.
No, you don't.
You know, Rice is going to be able to find Dizzy on this frenzy, and the Ghosts is getting the job done right now, denying God Squad of a potential retake. More sharp shots caught in the reload, though, and it's all onto Bob, and they already pushed through towards Spawn. So Paradox looking to go flawless in these pistols so far. Picking up the first, doubling on for the second. If they try to contain this next one, they'll bring it into that 6th round, but then it's in the realm where God Squad does have their weapons, but defensive side, you know, it can be strugglesome.
Yeah. Good rotations back around from Paradox. Seen that a couple of times from them this game. The potential's there. I think some pretty good plays. So one thing to show the potential though, and to take some rounds off a better team. It's a whole nother thing to secure that upset once they start to respect you a little more. That is a cute camp spot. The back of the box there in middle. I haven't seen that before. Can't be shooting that.
Yeah, you wouldn't be expecting. You would not be expecting that camera.
I would never check that. That's just like free info. That's disgusting.
Trust Iron to be able to figure out some new things, but now all has been revealed for you Cypher players out there. You find yourselves in your pugs or your ranked games. New camera location.
Regroup for Paradox now. Exo gathering some info. The push onto long A from the breach does get them a fair amount of that info there. Sheriff in position on a decent line. Oh, he's going to continue pushing though, and that's not going to work in his favour. Exempt already on the line, able to deal with that, and now you see with the over-rotation for God Squad, they had the right idea. This is, you know, kind of what you want to be doing on a round where you're trying to make the Sheriff armor work and a bit of a force buy, but
30 seconds
unfortunately, the timing doesn't work out for them. You could see they were trying to put the pieces together, but Paradox, good job from them to sort of go back and gather that info and punish the push.
Well, that's going to be a huge reveal and a denial of the spike. Look at the time, though, here, Pills Kids. 15 seconds. They have to get in. The shock darts are still here from Plix, but where do they get utilized? Plix has to try and do something there as Iron catches one. Crunching out with the Bucky. That's the spike down again. At God Squad, they don't need to force these engagements, but they're making it look easy right now, and easy is the name of the game as they somehow, with the over-rotation that you mentioned as well, over towards that C site, they bring it on back, only dropping one player. And the Buckies and the pistols, I mean, the force up is justified.
I mean, I don't know about that. I feel like that's just a massive misplay from Paradox, and I'm sure they know it. Like, you can't just be planting open under heaven with not a single person watching the post plant. You had like 4 people running down long there into the post plant positions before the spike even went down, just assuming they were going to be allowed to plant that one for free. And fair enough, it was a bad timing on the omen smoke fading, but I think it's one of those fundamentals, you know, you've got to cover the planter.
There's going to be a Garage Bust to come through from Paradox right now on this lesser weaponry. Exempt going to try and get up in towards Garage. Iron's camera is going to spot out all the information and attempt to wallbang from Dizzy Life right now, but not expecting anything big to come out of it, all things considered. God Squad definitely not going to lock them in, but they are going to just disconnect from the Garage, and Bob's now in a world of hurt. At least it does adjust his crosshair for one. Like that little how do you do right click from the Classic, but another mop up from the God Squad as Spike hasn't been allowed to really get anywhere in this round. I wonder, are they going to be able to utilize this Spectre that Bob has now gone into the grave before holding?
It's kind of crazy watching God Squad's rotations at the moment. They're kind of just zooming around the map. You know, one player gets info and 4 people stack the other side, crunching now low on this C site, trying to do what he can, and he's passing the test pretty decently. The Paranoia creates the space for the rotation to come in as well, and that's a nice mop up from Plix. Very nice stuff from Exo. Get themselves a 10-5 lead there. Now Paradox sort of step back to the drawing board. At least that wasn't a full investment from them. They're able to go for the buy now. See what they can do with it. Phoenix ult's available. Sova ult's available for God Squad.
Yeah, I do wonder how Plix is going to use this Hunter's Fury. You would expect on the back of a Recon Bolt or a Aldrone information, or to try and deny the spike. It's always interesting for God Squad, you know, it's on that retake scenario for them on this defensive side. They've already proven that they're very capable enough to do so, and it's actually going to be utilized off the get-go to allow Bob to creep up through sewers.
Yep. He's been gathering a lot of info on both attack and defense so far for God Squad. And again, he's just got all of that info on A, able to watch the push. Saw very near spam for both Crunchy and Iron on that long C line. If Paradox had walked into that line for like the first couple of clips, they probably would have lost a player or two. Instead, they are biding their time. Cam high right, just to be able to spot anyone crossing into that cubby potentially, or into Garage, watching for the feet. Very strong position for it. And Paradox not really doing a whole lot of anything. They're just chilling in C long right now, waiting for their time to go out, wondering if they're going to commit off the back of that Phoenix ult. Dart is being prepared here by Delusion.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Crunchy's already spotted out a little bit of that information, giving a nod on over to that entry lurker. But Bob finds the first frag in the round. They'll run it back to try and do something. I'm surprised no one's shooting through this smoke. We know that they've got some Phantoms in the mix to be able to not see the traces. Dizzy good for one, traded on through. Spike looking to be planted in a safe position, not planted for long at all. It actually does come out now, but the shock darts do miss. It's Crunchy to find Jordan through the wall, through the corner of it. Crunchy to lock down the round for 3. We saw Plix gain 3 when they went into the retake at C. It's Crunchy's turn here. It's God Squad's found 11, and for the money situation of Paradox, I mean, they've got that loss bonus in toward their back pockets, but it's not going to be too much.
That's one of those situations where Breach just shows his strength as a character. I mean, like I said, not too many teams outside of the top couple in Oz are really playing him, but he's damn broken. Like 3 flashbangs? Are you serious? With how strong they are? You just see how good that is on the retake. Just the flashes being thrown through the boxes on those C site. None of the Paradox players can even see a damn thing. They can't even get comfortable into a post plant, let alone put the spike down.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting when Astra becomes available if God Squad are going to pick it up. Heard a little bit of rumblings that we have to be prepared for when Astra is allowed on through. But speaking about prepared, it doesn't look like God Squad are for this round going in towards the B site. There's Plix getting overwhelmed by the Sheriff of Azulier. Spike down, Neural Theft into action, info revealed. But for Paradox, are they going to be able to contain this B site from the retake? It is a strugglesome site to be able to both retake and hold, I guess.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare to hold, especially with the pistols here. Let's see how they go for it, though, Dion.
In toward it. Jordan's good for one on the Sheriff. These pistols, this little force up from Paradox is working wonders. Dizzy also punished, and he's going to be just down to Crunchy. Not allowed to do anything. It's flawless to come through from Paradox on a Thrifty, on an Eco.
Gorgeous. You love to see it. Those are the kind of breaks they need at the moment, and trailing for quite a couple of rounds. Do you think the buy's coming through for God Squad here? Seeing a couple of rifles being purchased up. AWP for Dizzy as well. Or Op, rather. I keep saying AWP, man. It's just... Don't know why. Start, stop. Too much muscle memory. See what Paradox wants to go for on a round like this, though. Free shots available to God Squad for some of those retakes. Flash through on the Phoenix, but no commitment. And Plix now being the one to fight. Nice little wallbang from Dizzy there. Where was that? Through the wall into the connector, all the way to the back of the A site. I think the Jet was up on top of the stack there. Or on top of the little boost spot. Dizzy's just wallbanged him. Well punished for that mid push though. Puts it into a 4-on-4. Much more workable for Paradox here. They are going to make their way back towards that A site.
A minute to still work with right now. You've got a single curveball for Rice. You've got the Blaze Wall to at least cordon off a little bit of vision over towards A long. Get God Squad feeling like there might be a little bit of pressure, who we can see from the radar aren't deploying any of their forces over toward it. They're comfortable enough to play a little bit of that retake, spreading out their forces on the defensive side here, Pilski. It's one of the things that, you know, you've got those 3 sites. If you lose a player, you've got a gap somewhere.
Oh, absolutely. Especially on this map. Like, you know, you talk about CS, like 2 bomb sites, there's always a gap. It make it 3 bomb sites, there's like 3 gaps. Either way, it's up to Paradox to take advantage of that. They need to make sure they have that trade potential coming into these sites. But they're not really doing anything. There's 20 seconds left. Yeah. I guess they're going to go into B late. Hopefully they don't lose a player to Cypher yet. Hold from that Akon. He has been smoked off, but no guarantees he won't just come through and that bomb plant will spam. But I'm just going to buy his time, allow that bomb plant to go down. And now into the post plant, the retake here for God Squad.
Crunchy smoke front of B site is going to keep them interested in getting in toward the site. Dizzy, an updraft onto the top of the site. It actually makes things quite interesting. A free operator pick is guaranteed, and he's going to come into play as well. Plix is able to find Illusion lurking in the smoke, and the stick of the defuse is just very ballsy to be able to do. But 4 versus 4 situation, if you're comfortable in your teammates, go on for it, son. And 4 alive, everyone alive at the end for God Squad. What more could you want?
How about 4 ults?
Yeah.
I mean, given that these aren't these super impactful ults, you know, that I was talking about before, you know, Jet Knives, Omen TP, Cypher, whatever you call that, Fedora ult, or I don't know what it's even called, to be honest. Probably should look that one up. But, you know, compare that to like the Killjoy ults and the Brimstone ults. It's not like they're round winning ults, but it's still scary.
You can hear the dart going all the way on through. Crunchy's going to destroy it, get revealed. It's not the end of the world. It's just a dart that gets a little bit of information. You can see a little bit of rumblings come through. I love the bait, though. Dizzy not getting revealed and Crunchy doing so. Gives a false sense of security for Exempts to peek, and with no trade, it's just really unfortunate. Crunchy's now been heard stomping down on through, spotted out a bit of information, can just withdraw, can TP behind him. It's all in God Squad's favor. They've got the ults, they got the info. It's just what are they going to do with it?
Well aware of that lurk up towards the top of B as well from the Omen. Jordan's just going to post double smokes on either side and fake TP in while the rest of the team walks towards A. Which is decent to pull some rotates. But with full C long info, they're just going to full play retake here, God Squad. Cypher, ready to try and spam anyone who triggers his trips. They're a bit of off-angle trips, I guess is what I would call it.
TP is going to get destroyed as well. Jordan playing the lurk role now into the B site. Rice opening up on the A site rather, as Iron's utility is now all but naught around it as well. Crunchy's TP actually should be heard by the sound cue in range, but here comes the Rolling Thunder. All of the ultimates have been used by God Squad. Jordan on the flank though, and Bob's aware of it. At least he's able to catch it. Now Delusion, 30 HP, gets traded on through, and God Squad will be taking the victory here. Paradox finding 6 rounds. I think we've seen enough from Paradox that they might be able to get something happening on the next map, but it is certainly still going to be strugglesome for them, Pilsky.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's basically what I expected from this series. Like, EXO, you know, kind of going through the motions, not necessarily playing their absolute A game there, not taking it super, super seriously. As for Paradox, there were signs of a couple of things. There were signs of a couple of good plays and some really, really good setups on the defensive side, especially. But let's be real, they had a really rough draw in this bracket, like especially in the second part of the competition. Like I said before, you wouldn't be expecting a top team in the region to be in this portion of the competition, first bracket round.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I guess the whole region was kind of waiting for God Squad or EXO-Clan to go overseas internationally, but that has been postponed or withdrawn. No one really knows. It's all hush-hush in the rumblings of those guys. But for now, they are playing in towards this qualifier right now, the closed qualifier area, to try and get in toward it and try to qualify themselves, get a little bit of extra cash as well. I'm sure they'll be chasing, but it does mean that at the end of that map number 1, that we'll be going into that short break here, Pilsky, and when we come back, we'll be getting into map number 2. So guys, don't go too far, and we'll be back.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya. Oh, it's still in the garage. Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Alrighty, everyone, welcome back to the VALORANT Oceania tour. We're getting into the later stages of the night right now, and we just have witnessed map number 1 finish between the God Squad and Paradox, and it's gone in favor of God Squad for the first one here, Pilsky.
Yeah, it was Paradox's pick. Unfortunately, not able to get a whole lot done on it. Some of the individuals on Paradox, you know, looking strong enough to sort of contest in the matchup. I was impressed with Azulia, as well as Rice, I believe it was, and Jordan had a big round or 2 as well. So a couple of the individuals playing a good enough game to sort of give God Squad a good run for their money. But overall, unfortunately, I think just too much quality on the God Squad side. And, now they're moving over onto their map pick. I don't have great hopes for Paradox, but maybe if they can regroup and have a chat about what went wrong in that last map, they can pick things up a bit and prove us wrong.
Yeah, so a little bit of a refresher of what the map picks are going to be coming through as well. We did just see Haven be concluded. We're going to Ascend now, so hopefully we'll see Paradox be able to run. I don't know why I'm saying it's back.
Paradox's pick.
And yeah, the other way around, actually. Yeah, I just noticed
it's
that
because
too.
I got thrown off by the fact they didn't start attack. I always thought that they would start attack, but they chose defense, so it threw me off on the map pick. So maybe it's not as bad, actually. They had some nice setups considering it was their opponent's map pick, so I'm keen to see what they have for Ascent, actually. You know, I changed my mind, Dion. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. You know, I was kind of drained because I thought it was their map pick. I thought, series probably over, but now their map pick. Okay, let's see. This should be the best version of Paradox, right?
Yeah, well, you would hope so. We did see the little inklings of start of something new, hopefully, for the Paradox roster to try and really get in towards somewhere. You don't want to be turned away from going into these qualifiers from the top team. Take what you can from this. Hopefully try to beat them out, but if you can't, learn from the experience. And I think that's a good thing as well, because if a team can qualify for overseas, you can definitely learn from that.
Yeah, for sure. It's a great learning experience. Anyone, I mean, it sucks to get banged out of a qualifier. Don't get me wrong, when you draw a really tough team, but at the same time, it kind of it should be. If you're a true competitor, it should be a motivating experience. You know, people who don't have a strong mentality, they tend to get demotivated. Those are the guys we probably won't see playing Valorant in 2 or 3 months. But the true competitors out there playing a team like this, it should be a motivating and a good learning experience for you for sure.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the agent pool is going to be actually coming in towards this map here of Ascent as well, because, you know, you got a lot of teams that's hard to, you know, deep a little bit diver into the map pool and explore some different things on the rosters. This team is one of those, you know, they're always changing up their rosters dependent on the map. It's not like you've got 5 players that are the same agent across every single map. And another team that's like that is, you know, the wildcard guys. They love to change it up as well. So I always rate the teams when they look to change things up and just be very adaptive, I guess, in the strengths and weaknesses of the agents over on the maps.
Yeah, not only map to map, but also just over time, opponent defendant. You know, this early in a bracket, not really something you'd probably be expecting, especially in our scene, but definitely as the game gets older and develops, as we see more overseas competition, who knows, maybe even a draft sort of thing. Once we get a really fleshed out agent pool, it might be a thing for sure.
I would definitely love a draft system in this game. I think you might want to see upwards of 24 agents before we start to get something like that, just so there is, you know, more of that versatility to be able to pick on through. Because if we brought it in now, you know, you would probably see your Jets banned instantly, or even like your Omen or something. So it definitely is a bit too early for that.
Potentially so. This map always makes me feel good vibes, Dion. I'll be honest, you know, lots of cute little things going on. Some great like home deco ideas. You know, you got the hanging light bulbs there. You know, it's nice little dinner date going on. A lot to be happy about.
Well, Paradox is their map pick, so hopefully they are going to be happy about it. It's familiar territory, though, for God Squad, and we're going to start things off from the get-go from Paradox. A little bit of the break straight in towards the A site. The tramway is going to be destroyed, and Exempt is trying to dance around the site, although Dizzy's missing a couple of shots.
Yeah, potentially was a free frag for him, but unfortunately just kind of being caught off guard. Sometimes, you know, you're looking for specific aim duels and then you get caught off guard by the kind of pathing that your opponent's taking into the site. Either way, Lurk gets taken out of the equation by Crunchy there, and now the retake's a little bit weaker for Paradox.
Oh, and Rice is going to be peppered down through the flooring as well from Dizzy, who hasn't really been tickled too much in the round. Delusion going to be playing out through towards main. A tag out as well on towards Exempt does make things really interesting. The Paranoia even did go through, but the jump on down from Dizzy catches them off guard, and Bob will look to close out the round. It's going to be all 5 alive for the closure of it for God Squad, but at least Paradox did get the plant down. They might want to invest in the next one. I say that it probably would be better if they gotten a couple of kills in that round, though.
Potentially so. Get that kill reward. Always helps out in some of those forces. And look, I don't know how I feel about the forces, to be honest. I think this is the patch. Oh, I don't know actually. Is this current patch?
This is current patch, yeah. 2.04.
I mean, marshals are nice, but like you don't have the stinger, the broken stinger anymore as much. I mean, I was kind of feeling the forces a while ago. I feel like you get some good strats, you get some stinger rounds. The forces are really strong, but current patch, I don't know, man. Not really feeling it. When you got sort of gimmicky weapons like Marshall Bucky, I almost feel like it's more of a defense force that you want to go for. Whereas before, I felt like stinger buy on the attack, you get a good execute in there. That's a recipe for success.
Oh, another recipe for success could be do what didn't work in the pistol round again, and maybe try and change the outcome. 5 alive Paradox, the door is broken, but it might actually be a repeat of the previous one. It's all of the players still alive for God Squad right now, and it's going to be the exact same. The definition of insanity here, Pilski. Try the same thing and expect a different outcome.
It's kind of interesting how EXO changes up their picks as a team. Always sort of boggles my mind a little bit, because you see like different players sort of flexing to different agents, where it's like even 2 different players playing Sova, like Bob is playing Sova now instead of Plix. Not something I see too often, actually. You know, some of the overseas teams, they will change up who's playing the Sova from time to time, but like for the most part, I'm pretty used to it being the same player. Whereas, you know, here you got Plix going over to the Sage, whereas Bob's going to go towards the Sova this time because they don't want to run a breach, I guess.
It's just always one of those things where, you know, you deepen out your strategies and you do what works for you as opposed to what is following in with the meta. And I think that we'll start to see a lot of more teams just change themselves up to go in their favorites. You know, if they're a team that loves to play the attacker sided as opposed to the defensive retake side, definitely does kind of just fall in tune with all of that. That's why, you know, our region, you don't really see Sky at all, but you look overseas, yeah, they kind of bring it in. You look at Korea, for instance, and they just have breaches for days. So, yeah, it definitely is different.
That's filthy from Plix, by the way, to right-click on that line, because it's only the single pellet, so the extra pellets... Oh, he's actually just spotting it. I thought he was actually going to try and go for the shot there. The effective line for that Bucky there, and then you get the dart in on top, which sort of throws off the aim, and it's just a farm for Plix there.
Oh, and there's the Nin peak as well to try to get something else established in the round 3 of the Bucky. You're going to absolutely be loving that. We'll get put to rest in the end by Exempt. The healer's going to come through. There was even the tag on towards Exempt. You know, this is the distance of the left click versus the right click when it comes down to the Bucky. But this round is maybe almost done and dusted. Iron peeks on through. It's the crossfire that works out. Iron getting ambitious enough to go for the challenge again. This Dizzy Life misses out a shot. Rice finds Crunchy now. This is an interesting scenario. If he gets an orb at a plant, that's a res available. Or kill and the orb.
Don't think he's going to be going for it.
And
Cage is going to give up the sound cue as well. I'd say he's not going to be able to make this one work. Goes through the Cage. Dart reveals him as well. He just gets spammed straight through the wall by Bob. Even if he made it to the site, he had the Cypher ready and waiting, arms wide open. And that's God Squad winning their bonus round with some brilliance on the Bucky. And they're going to upgrade a couple of rifles. And that is the dream start to defense for the boys.
Dream start indeed. And they'll carry over some weaponry, upgrade themselves, get one step closer to the ultimates. Yeah, for Paradox, I mean, you know, you've been pressured over at A twice in the retakes. You've not been able to even get in towards B main. Not looking too hot for them, for sure.
Oh, that's brutal. Quick little one tap from Dizzy and then just dashes out of the way of the preset dart from the Sova. Not much you can do about that, even re-aggressing, fluffing a couple of shots, but still getting a lot of damage done. And this is just the confidence of EXO or God Squad right now. Wow. They don't even care. They're just Wing at them. It's 4-0 for them. They haven't lost a single weapon in this round either. Their economy is absolutely booming. This is a nightmare for Paradox.
Yeah, well, getting into the later stages of the night, feels like maybe God Squad want to just have a quick little run in and get some shut-eye. I know that over on the side of Paradox, you know, they've got university tomorrow, so need to get things done a little bit early, especially for the people who are playing over from New Zealand, right? It's 1:10 in the morning.
My favorite was always the playing on a team where we had someone from NZ and WA in the same team. Always screws over the guy from NZ. Nice little pick from Dizzy. The re-peek from Exempt. This man is absolutely cooked. He's going to lose his life playing out of the open and middle there to the cat peak, which does get traded back. And this is just EXO playing with full confidence. Look at him. Just repeat multiple times, again and again. They do not stop.
Yeah, not letting Paradox in anywhere. The trap wire reveal does come on through, but Plix finds Delusion and Plix finds Azoriate.
Yeah. This game's over. Like, unless Paradox can force God Squad to go back into that respect mode where they're playing properly, and this is not a winnable game. Because this is one of those times where the better team just gets into that mindset that they're going to stomp you, and that's where things get messy and strategy goes out the window. Like, no longer is Paradox going, this is our map pick, let's run our default or whatever our main go-to sort of strategy or plan is. None of that matters anymore. God Squad is just Wing at you, and you have to worry about dealing with that first before you even get towards, you know, steps 3 to 4 or whatever.
It's almost as well that you can't just run a default against a team, you know, as well versed as the likes of God Squad, EXO. See, we're still going to be doing this. Order as well, you know, like they're just expecting or knowing what to do in those scenarios. So you've just got to do things, you know, uncharacteristically, untoward, and just trap them up in somewhere.
I don't know. I think it just depends on your experience as a team, really, at the end of the day. And if your default's not necessarily going to find you any success against this style unless you are really punishing the peaks. And after EXO goes hyper aggro, you're just seeing them go back to a really passive setup now. And Paradox, you can see they waited the whole round for that aggression. Only now they're just setting foot on that A site, which is being played full retake on.
Spike planted.
And we go again. Iron is going to be able to find the first kill in toward it. Finally, there's a trade to come out from Paradox. The blades is to be brought out from both of these sides. We're going to see Paradox be able to lock it down. Good use of the paranoia, but a good reveal as well to come out from the Sova on Bob this time, as opposed to Plix. Crunchy from the back lanes of main will get the job done that he's needed to do, and his exempt falls. Azuliate follows in pursuit, and LetsPlay will come in for another retake. That's already the half of the first half. That's 6 rounds done, and that's what has them all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say at the moment. I mean, fair enough, that was a bit of a half-buy from Paradox. They didn't get their guns in yet, so let's see them get another gun round together. But it's not looking like this is going to be a close game at the moment. God Squad just kind of making it all happen. They've got the res available to them. They've got the Sova ult. And that Sova ult is basically going to nullify this Killjoy ult, so you won't even have yourself opportunity to set up a post plant. Paradox are going to give it a crack anyway, though. Just group up towards this A side of the map, and again, it's a Cypher playing here. Iron set himself up some trips, as well as a cage and a cam there, and just play towards Catwalk with the Omen. Have a tree setup, so again, just playing retake. Drone goes through and does trip out that, trip wire. Oh, wow. The smoke. That's a nightmare for Rice, trying to get himself established on the site there. They do let the ult go off, actually, and they're going to just try to deny the plant with the Sova ult this time.
And there's already damage just coming in through. Rice down, and they line up for exempt. He's good for 2. Plix is able to get the resurrection. That's the point that I wanted to make on Rice. With him losing his life, there's no slows to keep God's got at bay. There's no resurrection as well in case someone does lose their lives. They could quickly try to get it back on up. Player advantage, God Squad now across on these cloudbursts. They'll fade on through. How does Dilution tackle this angle? Looking for the headshot opportunity. They are providing it so, but they're not able to quickly find it. Jordan finds 12, but there are the headshots that we've been expecting to come on through from either of these teams, any of these players. And Azulia is going to be stuck in wine. The defuse starts to come on through. It's half kicks right now. They get off it to try and tackle it out. And whilst Azulia does get 2 kills, once she gets it in at the end, and the defuse again comes on through for EXO. God Squad.
Yeah, a good crack, Paradox. I mean, they're being allowed to waltz onto that A side and get themselves into post plants, but they just couldn't hold the post plant, unfortunately. A little bit too long on some of those key abilities, like you saw Delusion holding under heaven there. I was just looking at that dart timer, just waiting for it to come down. He also had the shock darts available to him and things like that. Like you said, the slow getting taken out of the equation fairly early on after that spam comes through the smoke. A couple of unfortunate circumstances. Ooh, a little off-angle wall here for Plix. I guess he screwed that one up. Wanted to go for a little pick into tiles there, maybe.
Yeah, well, the early stages in the round again. Plix isn't going to be spotting out anybody through these dark covers just yet. And yeah, that wall is trying to go on through so they can just elevate and see over towards mid. And that not fading. Well, that failing, rather. Allow Busy to get out with this operator at the back lane to spawn. Now that wall does keep things interesting. Plix's slow misses as well. Has to drop the second.
Not pressured though. Let's keep himself alive. Smoke comes in from Crunchy there to make it feel a little safer. And there is a big concentration of players here. This is an interesting call for Paradox because they haven't really pressured A at all. And they put a lot of pressure on Market, which has actually pulled the rotations towards B. And then they start walking to B. Dark comes in as well, which does gather a little info for God Squad there. Now, the feet spotted on the cam. That's cheeky for Iron. Or has he spotted that? Doesn't seem like it. He's just going to die for free. Azulia in a very strong position. That's all of the trips that go down. And now Paradox could just walk into A.
And even if they lose a life, they could potentially get a resurrection out. Crunchy, however, gets that frag and used it from the shadows as well to keep things guessing a little bit. It's over in towards Wine, and that reveal, that dart, they now know exactly where Crunchy is coming in for this retake from. The rest of the God Squad, they're taking time to get in toward this side as well. Xeb still lurking in towards mid, has a opportunity to expel Dizzy from this round. He's going to be able to find it as well. Maybe here, we finally get around a bit of substance in the game from Paradox. Player advantage, Spike is down. It's ticking away. Crunchy now finally has to get in toward the site with his teammates. Paranoia does work out quite well as Rice finds one. Bob and Plix do a little bit better by finding two. They're on towards Steve Hughes. Don't tell me this is how they bring it back. Bob gets the trade. He's looking for Stick It, but he's overlooked Jordan. He surely heard the step. He's not heard the fall down.
I think it was too little time at that point. Just too late in on the rotation for God Squad there. And you can pretty much pat Azulia on the back because he's won the boys that round for Paradox. Just walking in, avoiding that cam, sticking towards the back wall. I thought that I saw his toes, but just being able to avoid that cam line, I mean, of course it's the other Sentinel player to know exactly where to put his little toes to avoid the Cypher cam there. And walks up, catwalk, and just kills Iron. And as soon as that Cypher goes down, the Sentinel on that side of the map, that's all the troops, that's all the cages gone. And Paradox know they can just W straight into that site.
Big first pick.
You will not
Fall now.
my ally.
Unsettles Paradox a little bit, but the res comes in straight away. Now the push straight through from Crunchy. There's just no respect. There's 4 players in mid from God Squad. Are they playing defense right now? Dion, tell me.
They're just playing information, run around, go shoot them and win the rounds because they've done that 7 times and it's actually looked pretty flawless, not going to lie in the one round that Paradox has found on the back of Azulia's brilliances. Is ended up in a 1 versus 1 in the end. But Crunchy now to find them looking the wrong way. There's one, there's two, make it a third one. He's just Kovaxing on them right now as Flix and Bob get something done too. And again, it's another flawless. Is this 4 flawless rounds now? We saw 3 and 4 rounds in the beginning too.
I don't know.
Flawless.
But
Something like that.
yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. Once a team like God Squad, or any team for that matter, stops respecting you as an opponent, you can throw all strategy out the window. They just 4-manned into mid that round on defense. Like they had 4 people in mid. You just can't anticipate that as Paradox.
Where 2 for Paradox now as well. Like, you've lost 8 rounds to 1. You've got ultimates to play with. You've got a little bit, maybe, of a working of what God Squad are doing. But when you see them run down like that in mid, it's just throwing everything out to the wind. And you kind of just have to almost just play this game again. Like you never expect this from Flix, and he's won the duel.
This is going to continue forward as well. Dark goes in as well.
1 enemy remaining.
I mean, this is... you can't commentate that. Like, what is there to say? There's nothing to say about that, Dion. It's just sad. It's just sad to watch.
I mean, for God Squad, it's showing that, you know, they're not letting anything upset them, I guess, is the way you can look at it. You know, they're playing their game. They're making sure that they're doing what they need to, even if it isn't, I guess, forward in the way that you would expect games to be playing out from them, because they're doing things just like running down mid, jumping up on their walls.
No more charges left.
You know,
They're
at
doing
least
it again.
them just being proactive.
Again, Paradox is good. They're going into the A site, and we've got already a flank straight down the middle. Crunchy trying to spam through the smoke. I mean, fair go to Exo. Ooh, hold on, we should just treat. He's making the duels here, Paradox, as they put that bomb down. Not just the one-dimensional post plant there. They actually contested tree to be able to try to make this a little bit more playable in this post plant here. They want to try to contest catwalk. Now the retake coming in through tree, Dion.
The spike is ticking away. A couple of trades going left, right, and center. It's the 3-3, but they overlook Iron as well, being very quick in through towards the tree area. And with the more frames going over towards God Squad, it's just singing the same song here. Pilski, the lyrics are filled with God Squad.
Very repetitive, not fun. No one likes those battle songs unless you like. I mean, let's be real. That's just like all the house music and stuff like that. So I guess everyone likes that kind of music if you're one of those gamer kids. It's like us. I don't know, man. not a whole lot to read into this though. Like Paradox, they're basically doing I don't know what the word for it is, but it's like, okay, we can go into the A bomb site because we're being allowed onto the A bomb site, but we're not winning any rounds. They're trying to get themselves into post plants and then win them, and they're just not winning any of them.
Alrighty, God Squad. Last round of the half for Paradox. They want to really be claiming this. Dizzy's on the line. Crunchy's found Azuliate. That's the hot potato over to the rifle. And you're just seeing Paradox kind of falter. You know, they drop those kills. They don't try to run on through to get that quick trade. Jordan at least trying to do something now, but he's missed a couple of shots, revealed himself. He does manage to dispatch of Dizzy life, but Flix has found Rice. And again, a little bit of shambles. You can't count them out though. 2 versus 3. They bring it into a workable scenario. There's that drone. Can't though quite find the frag from Jordan. Zion will find him, and back to Delusion now to try and bring it back. Shot dart does miss, but he's at the back of the boathouse, and this is just a very expected position you would expect from God Squad. There's one. They know where he is. Crunchy to take the next fight. Half HP for Delusion. Pepper down a little bit more, and the toes won't be tickled. It's the headshot to be decapitated, and that's 11-1 here, Pilski.
Yeah, it's not a pretty scoreline. Fortunately, a little bit more one-sided than the last map. Paradox not really getting too much done on that attacking side. So, I mean, I don't know what to say. You know, it's hard to be critical of Paradox because really this is just a nightmare of a draw at the end of the day. I'd love to see what they can do against a different team that's not like an EXO or an Order or something like that. Maybe chuck them against a Mind Freak and see what they can do. But on this side of the bracket, it's just not happening for the boys.
Yeah, well, never say never, Pilsy. I think that's the thing that we have to keep in mind right now. It's not impossible for Paradox to bring it back. It's just improbable right now. So we'll see how this pistol does turn out. They've been all right in their pistols. It's like from map number 1, they claimed them. We'll see what they do here. Rice is attaching in that wall already. A 1-to-1 trade. A good reveal of that dart. Maybe Delusion's able to spot out a frag or two here, but they'll just walk their way through this dark cover. Dizzy's still in the old famous updraft and dash on through, but Crunchy loses his head. And Dizzy Life does too. Now things are looking a little bit unfortunate for God Squad. It's trying to bring something back, and done so nicely, but the 1-to-2. Don't count out Bob.
It's a fearsome handle. Bob. Of all the gamer names that you could choose, you call yourself Bob. Bit better than his last alias even, which is saying something. But comes through. And Azuliate's going to lock it down to double up the rounds for Paradox. Wait, did they get the last pistol as well? No, I think EXO got that.
No.
They've gotten 3 out of 4 pistols in this series though, and that's been particularly close.
Yeah, it's really just where do you take it from here if you are Paradox? I mean, they gathered the pistol, they could hopefully find this one, but then again, it's already in their mindset that they are so far just behind in the scoreboard right now. We've just seen phenomenal retakes from God Squad, flawless round time and time again.
Revealing area.
It is just any mistakes from Paradox, and that's it. That's elimination, you know?
Well, bit of a force buy here for God Squad, as they are just trying to speedrun this game. Want to get to bed ASAP. But it's up to Paradox to save some face, really. I mean, this game is unwinnable. You're down 11-2 against one of the top teams in the region. This game is unwinnable, I'm not going to lie to you. But at least you can show a little bit of what you're all about. And show some of your strength as a team. And feel a little better about yourself.
And they've got 55 seconds to try to gather out this round. Hopefully they don't lose it on through.
I love this Killjoy setup on the A site. He's put all of his utility in the line. That's cute.
Actually, now I'm just wondering, did Paradox find the pistol and then the second run was found by God Squad? No, they planted and it was a flawless retake.
Whoa,
Bob, though, he's going to find Azuliate through the smoke, and that is just dirty.
Disgusting. So Orb's coming in. We're going to attempt the retake, 5-on-4. Do still have some controller tree here. Smoke goes on to A main, and the Sage wall is up on top of it, so that could be troublesome.
That was not Iron's intended pick, but he'll get the job done in the end. More kills to come on through as Rice brings it into a 1 versus 1 situation. The heal to come out, but he has no idea where Bob's playing from. Under hell, the pre-fire's good! And Paradox, they're going to get another round on the board, but very narrowly. Only one player alive again.
You just see another force up. And Money's pretty broken. And you got the spike down for God Squad. That's something that I haven't really seen too much of in Valorant. I'm not sure like how much it's been tested as much. Because I haven't seen anyone yet like do Vandal drops and things like that on a round like this. But I do love the Bulldog light armor. It does seem like God Squad gonna like half buy with Sheriff light armor. Give this round a fair go, but also continue to try to damage the economy. Not to mention the fact that you're looking at half armor on a bunch of these players makes them a little easier to take down with some of those pistols and some of the lackluster weaponries.
Get out of my way!
Blades out for Dizzy here. The slow creep up. Iron lurking in through towards mid. It's just a lot of control for God Squad in A main that we saw, you know, Paradox not really be able to find because God Squad were gathering control of A main on their defensive side. You know, that's just kind of locking down the choke points before the duels can really start to be thought of.
Nice little setup onto the hell there with onto the green box as well. That's an interesting smoke towards the top of the crates there, but double spray down from Exempt is going to take a lot of the punch out of this push here.
There's the turret that the Tetris smokers tried to obscure. So the right idea, the wrong location, however. Now Crunchy's trying to find it. However, there's another player lurking in towards Hell. A very unexpected play to come on through. Even unexpected, can you really call it that from Iron though on the lurk? It's an unfortunate pick, however, from Bob on the headshot off the Sheriff. Always unfortunate that your big powerful weapons can't finish them off, like Deagle for instance, but this is a revolver. And Bob will fall as well.
Nice. All 5 alive. Alright, well, you know, it's not match point for God Squad yet. There's still some face to be saved by Paradox. Have kept their economy relatively strong after winning that round with 5 alive, so not out of the woods just yet, but this is where the going gets a little tougher as God Squad go for their first buy round. Or first gun round at least. Jet knives available to Paradox, but no other ults. Not really a whole lot of ults for either teams to speak of.
Maybe a little bit of pressure here for God Squad, Pilski.
Yeah.
A couple of rounds that they've been dropping.
Yeah, not really pressure. Exempt's got a really good push on A here, though. That's a whole lot of control and info for Paradox. Drone through middle. Does see at least one player, but it's not really a whole lot of info considering the rest of the players over there. Iron breaking the wall in towards B main and utilizing his cam to see what he can find back there. Very passive setup from Paradox. Ball comes up for the B split. See if these two players can hold. Nice little lane setup with the alarm bots and the double mollies.
Spike down.
Couple of kills coming on forward. Spike has been just dropped as well, but Iron manages to find Delusion. Starting to break into the side. That's a couple of unfortunate shots to come out from Azuriate, however, and with Exempt's location being known now, it's only a matter of time you would expect for the God Squad players to be able to finish him. Though a 1 versus 3 it could be plausible. The heal does come out onto Crunchy now, so he gets a bit of extra padding, and Iron has even gone through market, back over towards mid, just to make sure there isn't any lurks about. Exempt starting to get tagged. Crunchy will hear that as well, and Exempt does get finished off in the end now, Pilski. God Squad are on map point, series point. It's elimination point for Paradox. It's 8 in a row to try and bring it to OT. Might need a little bit of a miracle.
Yeah, it's not happening. Keen to see if they can show us some good gun rounds before we make it there, though. Can they even buy in this round? Yeah. I mean, they've kept their money nice and strong, with multiple players surviving for the most part. Exempt has access to the knives as well. Okay. This is something. 3 players just going straight down middle, taking some fights. Especially one of them being your sentinel. They just push straight into mid. Okay. Another good push from Exempt. Not going to matter too much when your site anchor, who is the one in the 1-3-1, dies for free over on that side of the map. That's going to allow God Squad into the site. TP on a cute angle from Crunchy. It's punished by Delusion. And a really nice headshot there, actually. That's a massive advantage for Paradox.
I was going to say, do Paradox look to utilize the lockdown right now, get a couple of heals on out, but the heals were on the right player onto Delusion and allow him to go for that extra duel. And with the Hunter's Fury coming out from Hell, they're going to try and force the issue. Dizzy like to at least try and assist in the matter. Rice is now down. The lockdown is destroyed as well. Dizzy is going to relocate himself. He's even going to get a great reveal to come on through. Bob's darts are sensational. And the remaining 2 players, they're so low. It's all onto Dizzy for the ace, and he is going to claim it in the end, putting on a show to close out the match and eliminate Paradox. Welcome to the next stage, God Squad.
Yeah, I mean, expected result around the score lines that I sort of anticipated. A little bit shown there from Paradox in that last map. Sorry, the map before the one we just saw then, which was very, very one-sided. Only a couple of rounds Paradox were really able to get. However, I mean, I don't really know what to say. Like other than what I've said before, they had a really rough draw. This is not the team that you want to be playing in the top 8.
Yeah, you're not wrong by any means in that one. So, of course, when I say stage, I don't actually mean stage, by the way. I mean the next part in the bracketing system. So let's bring this on up and see where we are right now in this closed qualifiers number 2. We've said farewell to the Shitiots. We have said farewell now to Paradox. We said offline farewell to Overpower Strike. Tomorrow, Pilski, they're going to be seeing Kanga take on Straight Out of the Zoo.
Yeah, should be a pretty good game. I think Straight Out of the Zoo is like, we screwed them twice when I was playing for Shitiots. It was the biggest waste of time I've ever had in terms of practice. This team, I mean, they live up to their name. They literally just W key everywhere, hyper aggressive. They've got some really sharp players though, so it's going to be interesting to see how they go against Kanga, who, again, I mean, I've said it a couple times tonight, but I kind of put them in sort of the gatekeeper status. They're one of those teams where I don't really see them breaking into the top couple, but they are pretty decent, and they're definitely not a team that you can sort of discount. If they're playing well on their day, then they should win their game.
Yeah, you're exactly right about that one there. And of course, the teams that we've already seen go on through in towards the next area, the next stage is Order, Demon, Wildcard, and Direwolves. So Mindfreak, God Squad, Fun Crew joining them in that area to make it a top 8 system. And we say Kanga and Straight Out of the Zoo are going to be trying to fight for that tomorrow as well, Mr. Pilski. But it does mean, with the sort of long night that we've been coming forwards for it tonight, that we are ready to wrap up the show.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Nice first cast of the old Valorant. Had a really, really good first game. Had a quicker second game. But you know what? That means I can go to bed nice and early, rest myself for a banger of a series tomorrow.
Now, you're indeed correct about that one. So, guys, we will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. Melbourne, Sydney time. It's 9 p.m. over in New Zealand. Please try and make sure you do witness what we have to offer here in our region as well tomorrow, because as we've said it, you know, one of those teams is going to be getting in towards the next stage as well. And Pilski, you will be back tomorrow joining me as well.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Should be a pretty good game. Hoping for a 3-mapper, because if we only get to see one series, I'd like to see all 3 of the maps.
No, I definitely would as well. But that does mean we will leave you guys at it for tonight. So we'll see you tomorrow. Farewell. Have a good one. Peace.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya. Oh, it's still the garage. Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.